Chapter 2651, Kingdom Perishes. The Purple Thorn's kingdom is no more? How did it disappear? Shi Feng was momentarily stunned when he heard Aqua Rose's report. Although there were over 100 kingdoms in God's domain, the strength these kingdoms possessed was no trivial matter. In the case of the Purple Thorn's kingdom, it was average among the various kingdoms in existence. Although it was smaller than Star Moon Kingdom, its national power was only slightly weaker than that of Star Moon Kingdom. Hence, Shi Feng found it hard to imagine that there would be anything capable of destroying a kingdom like the Purple Thorn's kingdom. In the past, kingdoms had started rising and perishing only when quite a number of players had already reached Tier 4 and were preparing to challenge their Tier 5 promotion quest. In the current God's domain, however, let alone preparing to challenge the Tier 5 promotion quest, there wasn't even a single Tier 4 player in existence. It was utterly impossible for players to destroy an entire kingdom. If not for Shi Feng knowing that Aqua Rose would not joke about such an important matter, he really would think that she was kidding him. We still don't know the exact details. All we know is that the entire Purple Thorn's kingdom has been isolated from the outside world. According to the players that managed to escape from the kingdom before its isolation, powerful monsters had suddenly appeared in the Purple Thorn's kingdom, and these monsters were aggressively targeting players. At the same time, all NPCs at Tier 3 and above within the kingdom's NPC towns and cities had either disappeared or were placed in a strange state where they could not do combat. As a result, these newly appeared powerful monsters quickly overran the various NPC towns and cities. Moreover, any players killed by these monsters lose 10 levels and have their souls placed in an extremely weakened state, preventing them from logging into God's domain for 10 days. As for the corpses of these players, they are turned into either monsters themselves or food to strengthen these monsters. This incident has already shaken the entire Eastern continent. Every power is sending people to investigate this matter. The Black Dragon Empire and several kingdoms neighboring the Purple Thorn's kingdom have even dispatched their NPC armies to the Purple Thorn's kingdom's border to investigate. However, until now, nobody has managed to obtain any information. On the contrary, the players sent to investigate ended up getting ambushed and killed by the monsters there. Aqua Rose was similarly shocked when she received the news. She never thought that an incident like this would actually happen in God's domain. It might be understandable if it were an NPC city that suffered destruction, but the annihilation of an entire kingdom was simply unimaginable. Moreover, even now, nobody knew what exactly had happened to the Purple Thorn's kingdom. This situation made the players operating in the neighboring kingdoms and empires nervous, afraid that their country would become the next Purple Thorn's kingdom. If that happened, then all the time and effort they'd spent establishing a foundation in their respective countries would be wasted. The various powers that had been developing in the Purple Thorn's kingdom, in particular, were close to going crazy now. In order to develop in the Purple Thorn's kingdom, the various powers had purchased large tracts of real estate there. They had even constructed numerous guild towns and cities. However, because of the Purple Thorn's kingdom's fall, all of these investments were gone. Many guilds had even collapsed because of this incident. Just thinking of this matter made Aqua Rose shudder. Killed players are turned into either monsters or food that goes to improving the monsters? When Shi Feng heard Aqua Rose's statement, the name of one person came to mind. However, he soon shook his head in denial. Although Beast Emperor possesses the evil god's legacy, he shouldn't be capable of rendering so many powerful NPCs incapable of combat and even destroying the Purple Thorn's kingdom. In the past, the evil god's temple had indeed caused many problems for the Eastern continent. However, by the time the evil god's temple had become a real threat, quite a number of players had already reached Tier 4. Moreover, the evil beasts of the evil god's temple required a lot of time to build up their strength. In fact, let alone the current evil god's temple, even when the evil god's temple had been at its peak in the past, it couldn't destroy an entire kingdom so quickly. Guild leader, because of this matter, the entire guild is in chaos. Many hidden powers are trying to take advantage of this situation. The players and powers that escaped from the Purple Thorn's kingdom, in particular, are now waging war over the various resource spots in Star Moon Kingdom. The entire Star Moon Kingdom is in a mess, Aqua Rose said in frustration. Moreover, many of Star Moon Kingdom's players have started migrating to other kingdoms and empires, which has led to a drop in the player populations of the kingdom's cities. The kingdom's economy is now plummeting, I understand. Have Fire and the others get ready. We'll return to Star Moon Kingdom immediately, Shi Feng said, nodding. Originally, he had planned to partner with Azure to visit the neutral sea zone off the Silver Moon Empire and see if they could occupy one of the islands there. If he had a guild town in that neutral sea zone, it would serve as a foundation for Zero Wing to develop its naval strength on the western continent. At this point, the accessible resource spots on the main continent were mostly occupied already. There were barely any resource spots left for Zero Wing to claim. To develop on the western continent, Zero Wing would have to occupy a level 100 plus neutral map or develop out at sea. However, establishing a foothold in a level 100 plus neutral map was easier said than done. Not even the local superpowers could pull it off. Hence, Shi Feng had decided to let Zero Wing develop in the western continent's neutral sea zones. Given the current situation, however, it would seem that his plan was no longer viable. What about Violet? Her concentration should be close to reaching the Tier 4 standard already. If we leave now, Aqua Rose had to ask. Let her stay here and continue training. The rest of us will head back first, Shi Feng decided. Moreover, we also need a powerful expert to safeguard our territories here on the western continent. I understand. I'll contact Fire and the others now and have them get ready, Aqua Rose said before disconnecting the call and gathering the other members of Zero Wing. As for Shi Feng, he did not idle around but contacted Duan Hanshan right away. Guild Leader Black Flame, seeing as you're contacting me so suddenly at this time, you've probably received news about the Purple Thorns Kingdom as well, and wish to have Azure help you return to the Eastern Continent, right? Duan Hanshan said, smiling as he caressed his beard. Elder Hanshan really is amazing. That's right, we plan to return to the Eastern Continent. However, trying to send back 100 players is a little difficult for us, so we'll need your chamber's help, Shi Feng said, nodding. Of course, we will pay the fees according to market price. Currently, the interactions between the two main continents were growing. Some superpowers capable of intercontinental travel had even started offering teleportation services. Ordinary powers still lacked the qualifications to utilize these services. However, now that Zero Wing and Azure were allies, Azure naturally wouldn't refuse to teleport Zero Wing's members back to the Eastern Continent. Guild Leader Black Flame, you're being too polite. Our two guilds have just become allies, so let's just set the fee aside, Duan Hanshan said, waving his hand. We only hope that we can send some of our guild's young talents to interact and train at your guild. May I know if Guild Leader Black Flame can do us this favor? Of course, that won't be a problem. Only by interacting with each other can we improve more quickly. This is a good thing for both of us. How can I possibly refuse? Shi Feng replied, slightly surprised by Duan Hanshan's proposal. He never thought that the Azure Chamber of Commerce would consider such an action. This offer was good news for Shi Feng. After all, he was basically getting free labor. Moreover, he could tell that Azure was expressing its goodwill to Zero Wing. He naturally wouldn't reject such an offer. In that case, thank you, Guild Leader Black Flame, Duan Hanshan said. Afterward, all you need to do is head to Purple Light City with your team. Solitary Frost and the others will bring you all to the teleportation point. All right. Shi Feng nodded before disconnecting the call. He then left the guest room he rented and made his way to Lightforged City's teleportation plaza. After Zero Wing's members gathered at the teleportation plaza, they promptly left the ancient secret land. Solitary Frost's team of 40 then led Zero Wing's members toward a teleportation point leading to the Eastern Continent. Guild Leader Black Flame, given the number of people this time, we can only make use of this random teleportation array. When it activates, everyone will be teleported to a random location on the Eastern Continent. So, we'll have to travel to Star Moon Kingdom independently, Solitary Frost said as he pointed at the ancient ruin before them. That won't be a problem, Shi Feng said, nodding. Of the teleportation arrays that allowed intercontinental travel, the ones capable of teleporting a large number of players generally did not have fixed destinations. Although this feature was somewhat troublesome, this trouble was nothing compared to the benefits one could gain from intercontinental travel. Seeing that Shi Feng had no objections, Solitary Frost took out a key and activated the ruin's teleportation array. Immediately, a gigantic black hole appeared in the middle, rapidly depleting the ambient mana. Quick, this teleportation passage stays open for only 15 seconds. Once it disappears, we can reactivate it only after 10 days, Solitary Frost said hurriedly. After Solitary Frost's warning, Shi Feng and the others promptly jumped into the black hole and disappeared from the ancient ruin. 2652 Eastern Continent, Chapter 2652, Eastern Continent, God's Domain, Eastern Continent. In a vast desert, a black hole with a 6-meter radius suddenly appeared. All mana within a 50-yard radius promptly surged toward it as if summoned. In the blink of an eye, the area around the black hole became a manaless area that players could not survive in. At the same time as this manaless area formed, a figure emerged from the black hole and landed on the sandy ground. Although the vicinity was devoid of mana, the body of this figure was actually wrapped in a dense layer of mana and remained utterly unaffected by the harsh environment. I'm finally out. Shi Feng stared in disgust at the gradually dissipating black hole. That ancient ruin's random teleportation array is simply a scam. Other random teleportation arrays teleport players directly to their destination, yet this one actually makes players go through a spatial maze first. If I couldn't fly, I would have most likely been stuck inside that spatial maze for about 5 or 6 hours. He had used random teleportation arrays in God's Domain before, but this was definitely the first time he had come across such a bizarre random teleportation array. Entering the black hole on the western continent transported him into a gigantic spatial maze, and he had to search for the exit himself. However, that still wasn't the worst part. What was worse were the many void creatures inside the maze. Fortunately, these void creatures were only around level 120, and the majority of them were at the Great Lord standard only. Moreover, he possessed Gale Domain, which granted him the ability to fly, so he was able to easily shake off the monsters chasing after him and search for the exit quickly. After inwardly grumbling a little, Shi Feng took out a return scroll for White River City. He wanted to take a look at White River City's condition immediately. However, when Shi Feng unfurled the return scroll and started activating it, the sound of a system notification immediately entered his ears. System, a strange energy is sealing this area. All forms of teleportation cannot be used here. I can't teleport here? Shi Feng frowned upon seeing this notification. Was I unlucky and got teleported to a forbidden land? In God's domain, aside from some special locations, forbidden lands were the only places that prohibited the use of return scrolls. Meanwhile, the chances of a random teleportation array sending players into special locations were 0, because such locations had to be entered using specific methods. As for forbidden lands, they only prevented players from teleporting out of them and not into them. It seems I have no choice but to fly out of this place. Having no better option, Shi Feng stored his return scroll and took out the Thunder Eagle summoning flute. However, a second after he tried to summon the Thunder Eagle, he was dumbfounded once more. System, a strange energy is sealing this area. Flying mounts cannot be used. What is this place? It actually prohibits the use of flying mounts. Shi Feng was truly stunned when he saw this system notification. As far as he remembered, forbidden lands generally did not prohibit the use of flying mounts. Those that did were usually level 150 plus forbidden lands. Even with his current self, he would not dare set foot into such high-level forbidden lands. The main reason for this wasn't him lacking levels, but the possibility of Tier 5 world bosses spawning in level 150 plus forbidden lands. Against a Tier 5 world boss, even a player of his caliber would be no different from an ant. While Shi Feng was grappling with this headache, a weak ripple of mana came from far away. He turned reflexively to look at its source, but the only thing he could make out was a bunch of ant-like figures fighting in the distance. By his estimates, those figures should be more than 1,500 yards away. What's going on? Shi Feng was stupefied by this situation. For Tier 3 players, 1,500 yards was already the very limit of their visual range. At such a great distance, unless the other side was using large-scale destruction, spells influencing a radius of several hundred yards, he shouldn't be able to sense any mana fluctuations from his position. However, such spells were definitely beyond the capabilities of Tier 3 magical class players. And from what he could see, the figures in question weren't using spells of such scale and power either. Is this an effect of having Tier 4 concentration? After giving the matter some thought, Shi Feng could think of only this explanation for this situation. This discovery astonished him. No wonder I was never able to escape Tier 4 players once I got discovered. A perception range of 1,000 yards. This perception range was already on superhuman levels. The perception range Tier 3 players possessed couldn't even come close. Previously, no magical battles had taken place in his vicinity after his concentration had reached the Tier 4 standard. Moreover, he had been in a mana-rich environment, so he didn't sense any particular changes to his perception of mana. However, now that he had arrived in a place with very thin mana, he became extraordinarily sensitive to the changes in mana. Nonetheless, Shi Feng did not dwell on the matter. With quick steps, he made his way toward the origin of the mana fluctuations, since he could sense that the cause of these mana fluctuations were players. With the system map inaccessible, he couldn't tell where he was right now. Hence, collecting information about his current location was of utmost importance. Otherwise, he wouldn't even know how he could return to Starmoon Kingdom. Meanwhile, players were undoubtedly the best source of information. A short moment later, Shi Feng arrived on a sand dune roughly 400 yards from the battlefield. Standing on the sand dune, he had an unobstructed view of the entire battlefield. Sure enough, they're players. Currently, a 200-man team of players was fighting several dozen strange monsters while protecting a dozen or so carriages and a group of NPCs. Faux Saint Saboteur, Elemental Creature, Great Lord, level 112, HP 120,000, 120,000, Faux Million Pointy Creature, Grand Lord level 114, HP 450,000, Million 450,000, Point Million 450,000, Million Point Might White, looking like white statues. Every one of these monsters brandished weapons and wore armor. Although they weren't very high-leveled, every one of them was using spells in combat. Moreover, they also possessed very high combat standards, with even the weakest among them at the 5th floor Trial Tower standard. As for the players fighting these monsters, they were all at level 110 or above. Although these players were coping against these monsters, it was obvious that they were at a disadvantage. If not for the team's 8 Tier 3 experts holding off the 2 Faux Saint Destroyers, the team would have long since suffered annihilation. Vice Commander Wind, we can't continue like this. 2 destroyers are already far beyond our capability. The male Tier 3 shield warrior tanking one of the Faux Saint Destroyers said as he turned to look at the female Tier 3 swordsman tackling the other Faux Saint Destroyer. The female swordsman in question was clad in crimson armor and wielded 2 swords. By relying on her profound footwork, she managed to evade the Faux Saint Destroyer's spells one after another. Occasionally, she also landed an attack on the Grand Lord and dealt some damage. From her performance, it was clear that she was at the Flowing Water Realm standard. After putting some distance between herself and the Faux Saint Destroyer before her, the female swordsman replied, "I know. I've already contacted the commander for reinforcements, but the commander's team is still some distance away. They'll need around 2 hours to reach us." 2 hours? We won't last that long, the Tier 3 shield warrior exclaimed exasperated. Currently, although they were pinning down the two Faux Saint destroyers, the rest of the team had their hands full with the Faux Saint saboteurs. Overall, their entire team was barely doing any damage to these monsters. Meanwhile, at the rate they were expending stamina, they wouldn't last more than an hour against these monsters. In regard to this situation, the female swordsman also could not help feeling frustrated. If it were possible, she would have given the command to escape. However, these Faux Saint monsters possessed an incredibly wide perception range. So long as players came across them, it was basically impossible to escape them. And even if they disregarded this fact and tried to flee, they would simply be making things worse. After all, this entire desert that they were in teemed with Faux Saint monsters. It was very easy for them to attract the attention of more Faux Saint monsters and put themselves in a worse situation. Just as everyone in the team was despairing, a voice suddenly entered their ears. I'll lure these two grand lords away. The rest of you focus on getting rid of the great lords. 2653. Repelling Faux Saints. Chapter 2653, Repelling Faux Saints. Upon hearing this voice, the merchant fleet's 200 players promptly turned to look toward its origin. What entered their sight was a cloaked swordsman carrying two long swords who was rapidly closing in on their position, his speed surpassing even that of Tier 3 assassins. Solid Wind, the female swordsman, was surprised when she saw this swift figure. She never thought that they would actually come across other expert players in this desert. However, before anyone could react to this situation, this swordsman had already arrived before one of the two Faux Saint destroyers. Upon noticing Shi Feng appearing before it, the destroyer promptly raised its greatsword and smashed down at him. The descending greatsword split into 3 sword lights that struck at Shi Feng from different directions, each of the sword lights leaving a spatial tear in its wake. Be careful, you mustn't receive this move no matter what. Solid Wind warned hurriedly when she saw the descending sword lights. The Faux Saint destroyer was ostensibly a Grand Lord, but the skills and spells it used could exhibit power at the Tier 4 standard. Moreover, its assault was generally relentless. Once it started attacking, it would continue chaining attacks one after another. So long as players revealed a hole in their defense, the Faux Saint destroyer would use its strongest move to target said weakness. Meanwhile, the Faux Saint destroyer's strongest attack was something even Tier 3 peak experts had difficulty dodging. A hit from this move would instantly kill even a Tier 3 MT. However, when Shi Feng went up against the Faux Saint destroyer's attack, he actually showed no intention of dodging. Instead, he unsheathed the pitch-black longsword hanging at his waist and took the initiative to meet the attack. Did he not hear Vice Commander Solid Wind's warning? The Tier 3 shield warrior who was tanking the other Faux Saint destroyer was startled when he saw Shi Feng's actions. In regard to this situation, the other Tier 3 experts on the team also could not help shaking their heads and sighing. Even their commander, who was their adventurer team's strongest expert, would not dare receive this move directly, choosing to dodge it instead before launching a counterattack. After all, so long as one clashed with this move, holes would inevitably appear in one's defense. If that happened, even 2 or 3 healers would not be enough to keep one alive. Although everyone present wished to help Shi Feng, the Faux Saint destroyer's attack was simply too fast. Nobody would make it in time. Damn it! Solid Wind gnashed her teeth when she saw this scene. They had just gained the help of a Tier 3 expert. While having an extra Tier 3 expert might not change the overall situation, it would increase the team's combat power and let them survive longer. With the swordsman's help, they might even be able to hold out until their commander's team arrived. Now, however, boom, the loud clash of metal against metal thundered. At the same time, a frightening shockwave swept into the surroundings, creating a miniature sandstorm around its epicenter. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, they did not see the swordsman's figure flying out of the sandstorm. Instead, the situation inside the sandstorm became strangely calm after the initial collision. When the sand settled, what entered everyone's eyes was the scene of Shi Feng standing there quietly, his pitch-black longsword pushing against the Faux Saint destroyer's silvery white greatsword. At this moment, not only was Shi Feng unharmed, but he was still in his original position. He blocked it? How was that possible? Everyone's eyes nearly fell out of their sockets when they saw Shi Feng unscathed and in place. The move the Faux Saint destroyer just used carried power at the Tier 4 standard. Even a Tier 3 MT would stumble several steps backward when receiving this attack with their shield. However, far from making Shi Feng stumble, the Faux Saint destroyer's greatsword actually failed to budge his longsword by even an inch. It was as if the destroyer's greatsword had just smashed into an impenetrable wall. The most frightening thing about all of this was that Shi Feng had used only one hand to stop the Faux Saint destroyer's attack. How high is his strength? After seeing this astonishing scene, Solid Wind paid closer attention to Shi Feng. Even her commander, who was fully geared in top-tier dark gold equipment and wielded an epic weapon, would not dare receive a Faux Saint destroyer's attack directly, yet Shi Feng blocked the attack so casually. This was simply unbelievable. However, before anyone could react to the situation, Shi Feng swung the abyssal blade once more and sent a perfect crescent cutting at the Faux Saint destroyer before him. Failing to defend itself in time, the destroyer took the hit and stumbled 5 steps back. At the same time, a damage exceeding 300,000 appeared above its head. The damage from Shi Feng's attack was more than 5 times higher than what Solid Wind and the others managed to cause. Immediately afterward, Shi Feng sent a crescent arc flying at the other Faux-Saint destroyer. This time, though, the targeted destroyer reacted in time, interposing its greatsword. Pung. The instant the crescent arc came into contact with the greatsword, the impact lifted the targeted Faux-Saint destroyer slightly off the ground and sent it flying 5 yards back. By the time the Faux-Saint destroyer managed to stabilize its body, silence filled the entire battlefield as the 200 players guarding the merchant fleet gaped in shock at the scene that had just taken place. Strong. Shi Feng was simply too strong. The 2 Faux-Saint destroyers alone were more than capable of annihilating their 200-man team, yet Shi Feng had suppressed both of them with just 2 casual moves. He was absolutely inhuman. Leave these 2 Faux-Saint destroyers to me. The rest of you quickly take care of those saboteurs, Shi Feng shouted when he saw that everyone was staring at him in a daze. Got it. Upon hearing Shi Feng's reminder, everyone promptly snapped out of their daze and resumed fighting the Faux-Saint saboteurs without hesitation. In less than an hour, because of Shi Feng pinning down the 2 Faux-Saint destroyers, the team was able to finish off 70% of the Faux-Saint saboteurs present. After seeing that the tide of the battle was turning against them, the 2 Faux-Saint destroyers actually quit the field without hesitation. As for the surviving Faux-Saint saboteurs, they similarly scattered and fled as well. They're escaping? What are these monsters? Shi Feng was surprised to see the Faux-Saint monsters fleeing. He had seen monsters abandon fights before. However, those monsters would generally turn tail only when their HPs had fallen to a critical level. On the other hand, the Faux-Saint monsters that fled still had most of their HP. The 2 Faux-Saint destroyers, in particular, were basically still at full HP. We don't know what exactly these Faux-Saint monsters are. We only know that they came from Star Moon Kingdom's side. Moreover, every one of them possesses extremely high intellect. So long as they see that they have no chance of winning, they will scatter and flee immediately. This is especially true for those Faux-Saint destroyers. Even now, we haven't heard of any team killing one, Solid Wind explained when she saw the confusion on Shi Feng's face. They came from Star Moon Kingdom? Solid Wind's words surprised Shi Feng. Curious, he asked, Vice Commander Wind, could we be very close to Star Moon Kingdom? As far as he knew, there were no maps close to Star Moon Kingdom that prohibited the use of teleportation, flying mounts, and the system map. Once we cross this desert area, which is in the Orc Empire, we'll arrive at Star Moon Kingdom's fallen border, Solid Wind said as she eyed Shi Feng strangely. After all, this information was common knowledge already. The Orc Empire? Star Moon Kingdom's fallen border? Shi Feng grew even more confused at Solid Wind's words. Wasn't it the Purple Thorn's kingdom that has fallen? 26244, Obsolete Zero Wing? Chapter 2654, Obsolete Zero Wing? Upon hearing Shi Feng's question, Solid Wind and the others gave him strange looks. Am I mistaken about something? Shi Feng asked, puzzled by their reactions. The information Aqua Rose reported couldn't be false. Moreover, Duan Hanshan had also mentioned the matter of the Purple Thorn's kingdom falling. Even if Aqua Rose received the wrong information, there was no way a super guild like the Azure Chamber of Commerce would as well. You're not wrong, Solid Wind said, shaking her head. It's just that the fall of the Purple Thorn's kingdom happened 9 days ago. 9 days ago? Shi Feng was stunned by Solid Wind's words. For a moment, he wondered if she was trying to trick him. According to the information Zero Wing received, the Purple Thorn's kingdom had fallen only a day ago. Even if there was an error in the information, the time gap shouldn't be this large. The Purple Thorn's kingdom indeed fell 9 days ago. The incident shook the entire God's domain back then. The players and powers based in the kingdom were truly miserable. The Tier 3 shield warrior standing beside Solid Wind said, nodding. After that incident, many of the Purple Thorn's kingdom's players and powers banded together to plunder the resources of the neighboring kingdoms. The situation was so severe that 2 wars involving millions of players were waged. Many guilds collapsed as a result, 2 of them even second-rate guilds. The various major powers based in the neighboring kingdoms panicked. That's right, and 3 days ago, a horde of monsters emerged from the Purple Thorn's kingdom and invaded Star Moon Kingdom. Fortunately, Star Moon Kingdom did not face the predicament the Purple Thorn's kingdom had. All its Tier 3 NPCs and above remained in a combat-able state. Even so, in just half a day, nearly half of Star Moon Kingdom's territory was lost and became the nests of these Faux-Saint monsters, Solid Wind explained when she saw the skepticism on Shi Feng's face. Even after hearing Solid Wind's sincere explanation, Shi Feng remained unconvinced. However, there was simply no reason for Solid Wind to lie to a stranger like him. Moreover, everyone's expression appeared natural. It did not seem as if they were faking anything. If these people were acting, then he really would have to tip his hat off to their strength. After all, unless one was at the Void Realm standard, avoiding the perception of a domain realm expert like himself would be very difficult. Only after reaching the Void Realm standard would people be able to control the minute actions their bodies made when lying. If Solid Wind and the others were truly lying, this meant that the entire 200-man team consisted of peak experts. Not even the 5 great super guilds had so many peak experts under their command. What is going on here? Shi Feng could not make heads or tails of this matter. I spent at most 7 or 8 hours inside the spatial maze. How did I unknowingly waste 9 days? As soon as he received word of the Purple Thorns Kingdom's fall, he had hurried back to the eastern continent without hesitation. He didn't even log off midway. He also couldn't have fallen asleep during the journey and slept 9 whole days away. After all, he had remained fully conscious during his entire journey. 7 or 8 hours becoming 9 days? Shi Feng suddenly thought of a possibility, and his complexion darkened at this thought. Did I enter a space with chaotic time? Normally, one would experience 48 hours a day in God's domain. However, in certain special locations, time would flow much more quickly, and staying just half a day there would mean an entire month going by in the outside world. Moreover, during this entire month, players should not be interrupted lest they enter a coma and regain consciousness only after a long time. Fortunately, such cases rarely occurred in God's domain. In the past, Shi Feng had only ever heard rumors of such situations happening. He never thought that he would experience it himself. In fact, there was a possibility that Aqua Rose and the others had been put into a similar situation as well. Right, Vice Commander Wind, do you know how Star Moon Kingdom's various powers are faring against the faux saint monsters? Shi Feng asked after recollecting himself. What was done was done. The time he lost was already gone, and there was no way he could get it back. Fortunately, Star Moon Kingdom had only partially fallen. With Zero Wing's status as Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild and the support of Stone Forest City, Zero Wing shouldn't face too many problems. After all, aside from Zero Wing's main force members that had gone over to the Western Continent, there were still Melancholic Smile, Yulin, and the others to manage things in Star Moon Kingdom. As he currently couldn't make contact with the outside world, the only thing he could do was collect as much information as possible regarding Star Moon Kingdom. The situation isn't optimistic, Solid Wind replied. Originally, these faux saint monsters already had a huge impact on Star Moon Kingdom. However, for some reason, the main force members of Star Moon Kingdom's #1 guild, Zero Wing, actually refused to show themselves despite such a major incident occurring. Fortunately, some of Zero Wing's partners operating in Stone Forest City came to help fight these faux saint monsters, allowing Zero Wing to stabilize the situation in Star Moon Kingdom, albeit just barely. However, due to Zero Wing's passivity, a power called Saint's Hand took the opportunity to rise up in Star Moon Kingdom. Not only did Saint's Hand rapidly establish itself in the many resource spots overrun by the faux saint monsters, but they also established plenty of guild towns. It even managed to occupy a fortress in the Orc Empire. To put it simply, Saint's Hand has created a large safe zone where players can safely develop. At the same time, Saint's Hand is also rapidly devouring the territories of Star Moon Kingdom's second and third-rate guilds, provoking wars all over the kingdom. Moreover, the various superpowers and even the Blackwater Guild seem to be terrified of Saint's Hand. Recently, Saint's Hand even captured one of the Star Alliance's guild cities. Saint's Hand's influence in Star Moon Kingdom now exceeds Zero Wing's. I'm afraid it won't be long before Saint's Hand takes action against Zero Wing. At that time, the entire Star Moon Kingdom will be engulfed in the fires of war. After Solid Wind fell silent, everyone present could not help sighing dejectedly. They were all players of Star Moon Kingdom. They had been developing there ever since they entered God's domain. Despite the faux saint monsters threatening Star Moon Kingdom's continued existence, not only did the kingdom's various powers not band together to face this threat, but they had even started fighting each other with even greater ferocity. As things stood, how was Star Moon Kingdom supposed to fend off the faux saint monsters, which were growing increasingly stronger with each passing day? The current faux saint monsters were far stronger than those that first appeared in Star Moon Kingdom. Initially, the faux saint monsters were merely level 100 lords. Let alone tier 3 players, even a party of tier 2 experts could easily slay them. Now, however, the faux saint monsters had grown to the point where even the weakest among them was a great lord. Everyone estimated that it wouldn't be long before mythic-ranked faux saint monsters started appearing. At that point, Star Moon Kingdom would surely be doomed. Saint's Hand? This is interesting. Despite going through his memories of his past life, Shi Feng could not recall any power named Saint's Hand. However, seeing as Saint's Hand had managed to rise up in Star Moon Kingdom so quickly after the Purple Thorns Kingdom's fall, create a safe zone, and even capture a fortress in the Orc Empire, it was obvious that the guild possessed an extraordinary foundation. Friend, we are escorting this merchant fleet to Silverwing Town. How about coming with us? Currently, Silverwing Town has a tier 4 personal guard and many powerful combat puppets. It can be considered one of the few safe areas in the Orc Empire, as well as the Orc Empire's trade hub. Our commander is quite influential in Silverwing Town. If you wish to learn some more information about the situation, you should have an easier time doing so there, the tier 3 shield warrior suggested as he looked at Shi Feng. In that case, I'll have to trouble you then, Shi Feng said, and thanked the shield warrior for the invitation. Currently, he didn't even know where exactly he was. He also didn't know the way back to Star Moon Kingdom. It would naturally be great if he could return to Silverwing Town. When the shield warrior heard Shi Feng agree to his suggestion, he breathed out a sigh of relief. He then asked curiously, "Right, how should we address you, friend?" 2655 Birth of a Mythic, Chapter 2655 Birth of a Mythic. Upon hearing the Tier 3 Shield Warrior's words, Solid Wind turned to Shi Feng with an embarrassed expression. Previously, she had been focused on fighting, so she had forgotten to ask for Shi Feng's name. In fact, she had even forgotten to thank Shi Feng for his help. Fortunately, the Shield Warrior, Crazed Bull, had taken the initiative to ask. Otherwise, their adventurer team would appear very ungrateful. "Black Flame," Shi Feng replied calmly. Crazed Bull laughed involuntarily when he heard Shi Feng's name. "Friend, your name is too amazing. Most likely, nobody in Starmoon Kingdom would dare show disrespect to this name." The rest of the team nodded in agreement with Crazed Bull's words. At this point in time, there was nobody unaware of the name of Zero Wing's guild leader. Let alone the Star Alliance, a first-rate guild operating in Starmoon Kingdom, even the various superpowers had to show respect to Zero Wing now. All the players in Starmoon Kingdom knew of Black Flame's existence. However, no matter how they looked at Shi Feng's cloaked figure, he didn't match the legendary Black Flame they knew of. They also didn't think that the guild leader of Zero Wing would come to this godforsaken place that was infested with faux saint monsters. "Alright, it's just a form of address. Since he doesn't want to reveal his name, there's no need for us to pry into the matter," Solid Wind whispered through the team chat when she saw her teammates poking fun at Shi Feng. At Solid Wind's admonishment, everyone promptly nodded and dropped the topic. After all, it was all thanks to Shi Feng that they survived. Since Shi Feng wished to conceal his identity, they naturally wouldn't try to delve into the matter. "We still haven't thanked you for your help just now, Brother Black Flame. In the future, if you come across any trouble in the Orc Empire or Starmoon Kingdom, please feel free to seek us out. Our blood-packed adventurer team might not be comparable to large guilds, but we are more than capable of settling small problems," Solid Wind said in gratitude as she approached Shi Feng. "That's right. We might not be some famous top adventurer team, but we are still one of the top 20 adventurer teams operating in the Orc Empire. If you come across some wandering dark players, so long as you mention the name Blood-Pact, those dark players will generally show some respect and take a step back," Crazed Bull said confidently. "Alright," Shi Feng said, nodding. At the same time, a bitter smile formed beneath the hood of his cloak when he saw that Solid Wind and her team did not believe him. "Let's get back on the carriages and continue on our way. Once night arrives, not only will those faux saint monsters grow more active, but Saint's Hands members will also ambush the players operating around Silverwing Town. With the little manpower we have, we definitely won't be able to defend all the merchandise," Solid Wind said as she pointed at the nearby merchant fleet. Everyone then boarded the carriages of the merchant fleet, not daring to waste any more time in this place. "Vice Commander Wind, since the faux saint monsters are more active at night, aren't Saint's Hands members afraid of getting assaulted by them?" Shi Feng asked curiously after getting onto the leading carriage. Since Saint's Heart was trying to expand its influence in Starmoon Kingdom, clashing with Zero Wing was inevitable. Hence, he wasn't surprised that Saint's Heart was targeting the players operating around Zero Wing's territories. However, the faux saint monster's strength was no trivial matter either. It would be extremely foolish for Saint's Hand to take action in Silverwing Town's vicinity during the faux saint monster's peak period. We found this situation very strange as well. However, it seems that Saint's Hand has developed a special tool, and when players wear this special tool, so long as they do not attack those faux saint monsters, then those faux saint monsters won't attack them either. With this tool, Saint's Heart's members can coordinate their movements with the faux saint monsters in targeting Silverwing Town. Recently, their assaults have become stronger. By the looks of it, Saint's Hand wants to capture Silverwing Town as soon as possible, Solid Wind said. However, for independent players like ourselves, we really don't wish to see Silverwing Town fall. Thus far, the guild towns captured by Saint's Hand are open only to Saint's Hand's members. Meanwhile, Silverwing Town is the Orc Empire's current economic center. If Saint's Hand manages to capture Silverwing Town, then we won't have anywhere to go. Hence, many adventurer teams and even some of Starmoon Kingdom's guilds are currently working together to assist Zero Wing in defending against Saint's Heart's assault and protecting the merchant fleets heading towards Silverwing Town. Only, due to the faux saint monsters growing increasingly stronger, our side has recently started to fall into a disadvantage. I don't know how much longer we can hold out like this. Aside from Solid Wind, the other players present also hated Saint's Hand with a vengeance. Currently, the various kingdoms and powers were already struggling to deal with the faux saint monsters, yet Saint's Hand was actually exploiting the situation, making it increasingly difficult for independent players like themselves to survive. However, despite their hatred for Saint's Hand, they were utterly powerless to do anything against the guild. In fact, even the various superpowers did not dare to oppose Saint's Hand and could only watch from the sidelines. From the conversations with Solid Wind and the others, Shi Feng gradually understood Starmoon Kingdom's current situation. Although Starmoon Kingdom had already lost close to half of its territory, not a single main city-ranked NPC city had fallen. Even so, the situation did not look too good for the kingdom. This was because the faux saint monsters were growing increasingly stronger, which, in turn, prompted a large number of players to emigrate from the kingdom. At this point, White River City, which originally had a player population exceeding 10 million, now had a population of less than 4 million. The other NPC cities in the kingdom were in an even worse state. Meanwhile, the drastic decrease in player population had also caused Star Moon Kingdom's economy to contract, forcing many powers to leave the kingdom in search of greener pastures. To make matters worse, the departure of Star Moon Kingdom's major powers opened up opportunities for the various dark powers to rise up. The kingdom's dark powers had already developed to a point where normal players might lose their lives as soon as they left the protection of an NPC town or city. Overall, the situation in Star Moon Kingdom could be summed up with a single word: chaos. Most importantly, with the faux saint monsters growing increasingly stronger, everyone could already foresee the day when Star Moon Kingdom's main city ranked NPC cities fell. At that time, the entire kingdom would collapse, and only those that joined Saint's hand could avoid getting devoured by the faux saint monsters in the kingdom. As the merchant fleet continuously advanced, before anyone realized it, they had already arrived in a desert woodland close to Silverwing Town. Currently, at least 20 merchant fleets could be seen advancing toward Silverwing Town under the escort of players. From this, one could easily see how prosperous the current Silverwing Town was. Moreover, aside from the escorting adventurer teams, there was also an army of 10,000 players belonging to the various large guilds patrolling the vicinity of Silverwing Town. We're finally safe. Solid Wind breathed out a sigh of relief when she saw this guild army. The sky was already darkening. The faux saint monsters they had to face at this time were no laughing matter, not to mention the threat of Saint's Hand's experts. Their merchant fleet would definitely face annihilation if they came across an ambush. Today's patrol really is amazing. The Star Alliance's Vice Guild leader Purple Eye is actually leading it. With this, even if Saint's Hand's members attack together with the faux saint monsters, we have nothing to fear, Crazed Bull said, his eyes glowing with excitement as he gazed at the beautiful, crimson-robed woman leading the patrol army. The other Blood Pact members nodded their heads in agreement with Crazed Bull when they saw Purple Eye. Nowadays, despite Star Moon Kingdom giving birth to plenty of new experts, those capable of making it to the God's Domain experts list still numbered very few. After all, players all over God's Domain were also continuously growing stronger. The difficulty of ranking within the God's Domain experts list was many times greater than before. Meanwhile, among Star Moon Kingdom's experts on the experts list, Purple Eye ranked within the top 300. According to rumors, she had obtained a powerful bloodline, and her combat power now rivaled that of monster-level experts. To top it all off, just recently, Purple Eye had even succeeded in fully unlocking her mana body. At this point, everyone in Star Moon Kingdom was already guessing that Purple Eye had already surpassed Zero Wings Aqua Rose in terms of strength, and that she was catching up to Black Flame. With such an expert protecting them, how could they not feel assured? While Blood Pact's members were quietly discussing Purple Eye, a disturbance erupted in the distance. Shortly afterward, deafening roars came from the same direction. Run! Run quickly! The faux saint monsters have come! Upon hearing someone shout these words, everyone in the vicinity reflexively turned to look at the origin of the roars. What entered everyone's sight was a massive dust cloud rapidly approaching. Meanwhile, within the dust cloud, they could faintly make out the figures of 6-meter-tall faux saint monsters, easily numbering several thousand. Everyone, quickly retreat to Silverwing Town. Our patrol will hold the rear, Purple Eye shouted when she saw the army of faux saint monsters bearing down on them. The patrol army promptly shifted to a defensive formation. From how calmly the patrol army's members reacted even after seeing the approach of several thousand faux saint monsters, it was obvious that they were all experienced experts. However, when the faux saint monsters arrived within 500 yards, the expressions of the patrol army's members changed. Not good. There's a mythic-ranked faux saint monster. Among the faux saint monsters present, even the faux saint destroyers were only 7 meters tall. However, to everyone's surprise, a 12-meter-tall figure was running amidst the monster army. The intense pressure this 12-meter-tall faux saint monster exuded was so powerful that even level 112 Tier 2 experts felt stifled. The Grand Lord-ranked faux saint destroyers were already incredibly difficult to deal with for Tier 3 experts. In fact, even peak experts had died when fighting against a faux saint destroyer. Nobody dared imagine how powerful a faux saint monster would become after reaching the mythic rank. Not to mention, aside from the mythic-ranked faux saint monster, the monster army also had several hundred faux saint destroyers and several thousand faux saint saboteurs. How is this possible? How can a mythic-ranked faux saint monster appear so quickly? Solid Wind was stunned when she saw the gigantic faux saint monster. We're doomed. We're really doomed this time. Crazed Bull similarly fell into despair at this situation. When facing an army of Grand Lord-ranked faux saint destroyers, players like themselves could still band together to fend off the monsters. However, now that mythic-ranked faux saint monsters had started appearing in the faux saint armies, it was only a matter of time before Silverwing Town perished. After all, even now, nobody had managed to kill a faux saint destroyer. Needless to say, killing the mythic-ranked faux saint devourer would be even more impossible. Moreover, these faux saint monsters would only grow increasingly stronger as time passed. players like themselves were helpless to stop these monsters. Before anyone could properly react to the appearance of a mythic-ranked Faux Saint monster, the Faux Saint army had already started clashing with the patrol army. Against a mythic-ranked Faux Saint Devourer, even the defense of Tier 3 MTs was no different from paper. Executing a horizontal swipe with its spear, the Faux Saint Devourer easily sent the Tier 3 MTs in its path flying, the MTs losing HP rapidly. Even when Purple Eye, a level 114 Tier 3 Elementalist, used a Tier 3 curse against the Faux Saint Destroyer, the mythic monster not only blocked the attack without any difficulty, but even managed to turn the force of the attack to its advantage, propelling itself toward Purple Eye at lightning speed. If not for her quick reaction, activating a life-saving skill in time, she would have been instantly killed. Brother Black Flame, let's hurry up and leave. The patrol army won't hold out for very long, Crazed Bull urged anxiously when he saw Shi Feng jumping off the carriage. If even an expert of Purple Eye's caliber was at an absolute disadvantage, the Faux Saint army would eventually break through the patrol army's defensive line. 2656. Frightening Monster. Chapter 2656. Frightening Monster, Silverwing Town, Blue Rose Bar. As one of the few advanced bars found in Silverwing Town, not only was the Blue Rose Bar a place where experts exchanged information, but it was also a sacred place for the various well-known adventurer teams to celebrate their harvests. Hence, the Blue Rose Bar was basically crowded with players every day. At this moment, however, only a dozen or so people occupied the bar's third floor. Of the people there, even the lowest leveled was level 114, with the highest at level 114. These players also boasted excellent equipment, the weakest piece of equipment being level 1110 Dark Gold rank. As for level 100 plus epic equipment that could make even peak experts drool, every one of these players had at least 2 pieces, with some of them sporting up to 4. However, compared to the levels and equipment of these people, their identity was what was truly astonishing. These players were none other than the peak experts of Crimson Emperor, a guild that was known by almost everyone in the surrounding kingdoms and empires. Meanwhile, seated at the head of this group was Illusory Words, one of Crimson Emperor's vice guild leaders. Sure enough, just like our spies in Saint's Hand reported, the mythic-ranked Faux Saint Devourer that recently spawned is planning to attack Silverwing Town, a level 114 man with a fierce look said as he looked at the image on the magic mirror set up in the middle of the table. Sighing, the man continued, "It won't be long before more Faux Saint Devourers appear. With this, Silverwing Town will fall within a few days. At that time, it will be useless even if Zero Wing's main force members show up." Upon hearing the fierce man's words, the other Crimson Emperor members fell silent. The Grand Lord-ranked Faux Saint Destroyers were already plenty strong. Now, even a mythic-ranked Faux Saint Devourer had appeared. The strength and combat standards the Faux Saint Devourer had displayed thus far were enough to give even peak experts like themselves goosebumps. Most likely, even if their group here worked together to attack it, they would all still die. Meanwhile, once the numbers of these Faux Saint Devourers grew to around 20 or 30, they might be capable of destroying even guild cities. "What is the guild leader's response to this matter?" Illusory Words asked the fierce man. When she saw the Faux Saint Devourer's unstoppable rampage through the magic mirror, she could not help frowning either. "The guild leader has ordered a complete withdrawal. He says that there's no need for us to accompany Zero Wing in its fight to the death against these Faux Saint monsters," the fierce man replied. "A complete withdrawal?" Illusory Words was a little surprised by the answer she received. Previously, their guild leader had personally dispatched Crimson Emperor's experts to help defend Silverwing Town. This indicated that he strongly supported Crimson Emperor's partnership with Zero Wing. Now, however, before Crimson Emperor's experts had even started fighting, he was actually ordering a retreat. Illusory Words found this situation unbelievable. That's right, a complete withdrawal. The current God's domain is no longer the same as before. We have a ton of matters to deal with just in the Dark Knight Empire alone. This is especially true now that Starlink's development is accelerating. At this point, Starlink already has designs on a few of our guild towns. Moreover, the situation here is obviously hopeless, so it is naturally much better if we post our available combat power to defensible locations. Unyielding Soul should be doing likewise, the fierce man explained. "Do we have any new information on Zero Wing's guild leader and main force?" Illusory Words asked. "There's still nothing even now. I heard that Zero Wing's upper echelons have tried contacting Black Flame and the others, but their virtual gaming cabins remain under lockdown. If they sever the power to the gaming cabins, there's a very high chance that Black Flame and the others will enter a deep coma. Hence, all they can do is wait," the fierce man said, shaking his head. "However, with the present situation, there's no chance of Zero Wing making a comeback. Setting aside the threat of Starlink in the Dark World, Zero Wing will have difficulty defending its headquarters in Starmoon Kingdom from the Faux Saint monsters. Nothing will change even if Black Flame and the others return. The difference in combat power is simply too large. Moreover, there's also Saint's Hand, which is eyeing Zero Wing's position in Starmoon Kingdom. Saint's Hand's origin is extremely mysterious and extraordinary. Even Blackwater's mighty Xuan Wuchisa seems afraid of it. Otherwise, with her personality, she definitely wouldn't make any concessions in the Orc Empire. I understand. However, at the rate the faux Saint Devourers are spawning, so long as we defend together, we should be able to hold out for another 2 weeks or so. Retreating so soon is really, although Illusory Words understood what the fierce man was trying to say, she still could not bring herself to give up just like that. 2 weeks? The fierce man revealed a bitter smile at Illusory Words' statement. If we really could hold on for another 2 weeks, the guild leader wouldn't have called for a retreat right away. What do you mean? Illusory Words asked curiously. While Tier 4 combatants were indeed extremely powerful and especially useful when attacking fortified locations, with Silverwing Town's defenses and the experts like themselves present, it would take at least 20 or 30 faux Saint Devourers to conquer Silverwing Town. According to the information we collected from Saint's Hand, when faux Saint monsters reach the mythic rank, not only do their basic attributes and combat power undergo a qualitative transformation, but so does their intellect as well, the fierce man said, fear darkening his eyes as he looked at the faux Saint Devourer displayed on the magic mirror. Isn't it normal for them to gain a boost to their intellect? Illusory Words didn't get the fierce man's point. It wouldn't be a problem if it were a normal improvement in intellect. However, according to Saint's Hand's information, these faux Saint monsters gain the ability to learn once they reach the mythic rank. In just a few minutes, they can learn the combat techniques players use. And the more experts they fight, the more quickly they improve. They are monsters in the truest sense, the fierce man explained. How is this possible? Doesn't this mean that, aside from NPCs, nobody will be able to suppress those faux Saint Devourers? Illusory Words could not help feeling that the fierce man was being too alarmist when she heard his words. Learning a combat technique was easier said than done. Even with the guidance of a complete legacy crystal, peak experts would need dozens of hours to learn a combat technique. Without any guidance, they wouldn't be able to learn a combat technique even given a month or two. Hence, how could a monster that, at most, possessed intellect rivaling that of ordinary players learn a combat technique in just a few minutes? I didn't believe this information either, the fierce man said as he chuckled bitterly. He then sent a video recording to Illusory Words and continued, take a look at it yourself. When Illusory Words played the video recording, it showed a Tier 3 Void Realm expert fighting a mythic-ranked faux Saint Devourer. At the start of the fight, the Void Realm expert was merely at a disadvantage in terms of basic attributes. With his superior combat standards, he should be able to survive against the Devourer for quite some time. However, after the Void Realm expert cycled through a few combat techniques a few times, the faux Saint Devourer seemingly got bored of the expert's antics and executed a basic footwork to instantly kill the said expert. And shortly afterward, the fallen expert's corpse transformed into a faux Saint monster. How is this possible? Goosebumps rose all over Illusory Words' body when she saw the peak expert getting killed. Her reaction was because this peak expert was someone she recognized. He was none other than 100 Arms, the commander of the adventurer team Crimson Wolves, a top adventurer team based in the Black Dragon Empire. 100 Arms was an expert who was only half a step away from reaching the Domain Realm. However, despite 100 Arms having such high combat standards, the faux Saint Devourer had actually instant-killed him. Moreover, the monster had even used 100 Arms' prided footwork, doppelganger steps, to do so. That's right. That faux Saint Devourer learned doppelganger steps in only a minute. Moreover, the Devourer was extremely cunning while fighting 100 Arms. It didn't use its full strength at the start of the fight. Instead, it held back and squeezed out all of 100 Arms' potential, forcing 100 Arms to use every move he had. Only after seeing that 100 Arms had nothing left to offer did the Devourer kill him. The situation is similar to Purple Eye's right now, the fierce man said, breathing out a deep sigh as he watched Purple Eye clash with the faux Saint Devourer through the magic mirror. No wonder the guild leader wants us to retreat immediately. Who could possibly be a match for such a monster? Illusory Words muttered, still in shock over the faux Saint Devourer's intellect. With such strength and intellect, the faux Saint Devourer simply wasn't an existence that players could handle. Only NPCs could kill such a monster. Just as Illusory Words was about to command Crimson Emperor's members to withdraw from Silverwing Town, the movement pattern of the faux Saint Devourer fighting Purple Eye suddenly changed. In the blink of an eye, it appeared behind the Elementalist and sent over 20 spear images stabbing at her. The move the faux Saint Devourer had executed was one that Illusory Words was familiar with. It was another one of 100 Arms' trademark moves, the advanced combat technique, Fallen Leaves. Upon seeing this move being executed, Illusory Words could not help a sigh. When 100 Arms executed this move, even Domain Realm experts couldn't stop it completely. Now that the faux Saint Devourer had perfectly replicated the move, needless to say, a Flowing Water Realm expert like Purple Eye stood no chance against it. However, just as Illusory Words was about to turn her gaze away from the magic mirror, a flash appeared in the mirror. In the next moment, a pitch-black wall appeared between Purple Eye and the 20-plus spear images. The spear images vanishing without a trace when they came into contact with the pitch-black wall. 2657, clashing with the faux Saint Devourer. Chapter 260-07, clashing with the faux Saint Devourer. It got blocked? How is that possible? That's an advanced combat technique used by a mythic monster. Crimson Emperor's members seated in the Blue Rose Bar's third floor rubbed their eyes in shock when they saw the pitch-black wall displayed on the magic mirror. For a moment, they all thought they were hallucinating. In terms of basic attributes, the Faux Saint Devourer was above average among mythic monsters of the same level. Combined with Hundred Arms' Fallen Leaves technique, the power of the Devourer's attack should be capable of sending even mythic monsters flying. Nevertheless, against the pitch-black wall that suddenly appeared, the attack was nothing. The players standing on the battlefield were similarly stunned by this scene. What's going on? Is that pitch-black wall some kind of defensive spell? Isn't it a little too amazing? Everyone was surprised and confused by the pitch-black wall that had suddenly appeared on the battlefield. Not only did this pitch-black wall block the Faux Saint Devourer's attack, but it had even split the entire battlefield in half, forcing the majority of the monster army to halt their charge. Now, the Faux Saint monsters could only stand still and quietly look at the pitch-black wall before them. This is a spatial tear. Illusory Words exclaimed when she saw the pitch-black wall fading out of existence. A spatial tear? How is that possible? Even a very powerful attack would, at most, cause a thin tear stretching over a dozen yards. This wall is over 100 yards long and over 50 yards tall. Who could possibly have such strength? The fierce man refuted, shaking his head in denial. He felt that Illusory Words' conjecture was ridiculous. Everyone in the bar's third floor was familiar with spatial tears. After all, they would always come across spatial tears when clashing with Tier 4 mythic monsters. A spatial tear was the byproduct of an attack carrying too much power for the surrounding space to handle. The surrounding space would destabilize and shatter like broken glass, which was why the shape of spatial tears was generally irregular. However, the pitch-black wall displayed on the magic mirror was incredibly stable. There were no cracks in it at all. It looked like a steel wall that had just fallen out of the sky, incredibly smooth and heavy. I guess you're right. Even that person wouldn't be capable of such a feat, Illusory Word said, laughing despite herself. After giving the matter some thought, she agreed with the fierce man. Regardless, who saved Purple Eye? The fierce man wondered as he carefully tracked the pitch-black wall back to its origin. Setting aside the wall's defensive capabilities, just the fact that this person saw through the Faux Saint Devourer's movements is already plenty amazing. I doubt there are more than a handful of people in the entire Silverwing town who would be a match for this person. Did an old monster belonging to one of Zero Wing's partners take action? The fierce man's gaze landed on a cloaked man wielding a pitch-black longsword, the origin of the remarkable wall. Although he couldn't see any information about this cloaked man, his gut told him that this cloaked man possessed astonishing strength, definitely at the domain realm. Before the pitch-black wall disappeared completely, the cloaked man vanished from his original location and arrived before the Faux Saint Devourer. He then stopped another spear attack from the Devourer, allowing Purple Eye to put some distance between herself and the mythic monster. Crap, who is that guy? He actually managed to block that Faux Saint Devourer's attack. Crazed Bull exclaimed, his eyes nearly falling out of their sockets when he saw Shi Feng successfully rescuing Purple Eye. At this moment, aside from Crazed Bull, even Solid Wind could not help goggling in shock, her mind freezing in disbelief. Previously, she already found Shi Feng's ability to pin down 2 Faux Saint destroyers all by himself astounding. Now, the man had even single-handedly pinned down the mythic-ranked Faux Saint Devourer, which even an expert of Purple Eye's caliber was no match for. Amazing, he's actually keeping up with that Devourer's speed. With this, he should have no problems handling the Devourer, Illusory Word said, her eyes glowing with excitement when she saw the cloaked man deflecting every one of the Faux Saint Devourer's attacks. If Silverwing Town has his protection, we should be able to sustain the town for some time and foil Saint's Hand's plan to solicit help from the neighboring kingdom's powers. That way, Saint's Hand's development speed will slow down and Zero Wing will have some breathing room. If Zero Wing can continue holding out in Star Moon Kingdom, we'll have an easier time resisting Starlink in the Dark Knight Empire as well. This will only delay the inevitable. That Faux Saint Devourer will grow stronger as more time passes. Its growth speed is also no laughing matter. Not to mention, Saint's Hand has already informed the various superpowers that anyone that helps Zero Wing will become Saint's Hand's enemy, the fierce man said, shaking his head. Saint's Hand has done considerable research into the Faux Saint monsters. In the future, we'll definitely need Saint's Hand's help to deal with the threat of the Faux Saint monsters. This is also why the guild leader is having us withdraw completely. The appearance of that mysterious expert won't change anything. In fact, Saint's Hand will probably locate the power behind that mysterious expert and give that power a warning. Aside from Crimson Emperor's members, the members of various superpowers hidden in Silverwing Town also viewed this situation indifferently. Zero Wing sure is lucky. It actually managed to get the help of an old monster. I bet that old monster has yet to receive the news. Otherwise, why would he move to help Zero Wing? Although they did not know which superpower's old monster was helping Zero Wing right now, they knew that this would be the only time this old monster would do so. Afterward, Saint's Hand would definitely warn the superpower backing this old monster. Once that happened, said superpower would most likely stop assisting Zero Wing in defending the town against the Faux Saint monsters. Not only was the current era of God's domain filled with turmoil, but it was also the era of the Faux Saint monsters. Faux Saint monsters were a huge headache, even for super guilds. Moreover, stopping the spread of these Faux Saint monsters was also impossible. In the future, any guild that wished to develop safely in God's domain, be it a small guild or a super guild, would have to partner or trade with Saint's Hand. After all, up to now, no other power had managed to develop a tool that could prevent the Faux Saint monsters from attacking players. In fact, Saint's Hand even had the means to prevent the Faux Saint monsters from attacking an entire area. Now that Saint's Hand was determined to destroy Zero Wing, even the Secret Pavilion would be able to stop it, just like how the Secret Pavilion had failed to stop Saint's Hand from capturing one of the Star Alliance's guild cities. Meanwhile, as time passed, due to reinforcements continuously pouring out of Silverwing Town, the patrol army eventually gained the upper hand over the Faux Saint army. In fact, over 1,000 Faux Saint saboteurs had fallen in battle already, which made the Faux Saint Devourer anxious. In the next moment, the Faux Saint Devourer let loose a deafening roar that echoed throughout the battlefield. Immediately afterward, the Faux Saint army scattered and fled. As for the Faux Saint Devourer itself, it too turned around and ran off. Sure enough, it is going to escape. Silverwing Town might have survived this time, but let's see how it's going to stop the next attack. The superpowers hidden within Silverwing Town were not at all surprised when they saw the Faux Saint army retreating. After all, with the Faux Saint Devourer thoroughly suppressed, it was only a matter of time before the Faux Saint army suffered annihilation. However, what made the Faux Saint monsters truly formidable was their ability to grow stronger with each battle they experienced. Even though Silverwing Town had successfully fended off today's attack, it wouldn't necessarily be able to repeat the feat. Shi Feng sneered when he saw the Faux Saint Devourer fleeing. Do you think you can escape? Following which, he took out the Ring of Gospel from his bag and activated Miniature World. 2658 Power of Tier 4 Concentration. Chapter 2658 Power of Tier 4 Concentration. When Shi Feng activated Miniature World, the sky above the desert woodland darkened as if night had fallen. Immediately, everyone on the battlefield felt their perception of their surroundings vanish. It was as if they had been plunked into a pitch-black void with nothing in it. Moreover, aside from the players, even the fleeing Faux Saint monsters came to a halt and aimlessly turned their heads left and right, their eyes brimming with fear and confusion. Shortly afterward, a colorful brilliance descended from the sky, the lights giving off a sacred and majestic feeling. Spectators at a distance would see a gigantic rainbow barrier enveloping the entire desert woodland outside Silverwing Town. This rainbow barrier thoroughly isolated the woodland from the outside world, making the woodland look like a mirage. Meanwhile, beneath this colorful brilliance, the Faux Saint monsters started wailing in agony, one after another, their screams echoing throughout the woodland. At the same time, the intense aura they radiated waned rapidly, and even their basic attributes and reaction speed weakened to an unbelievable degree. It was as if these Faux Saint monsters that everyone originally feared had become common monsters. Seeing this scene, everyone on the battlefield was stunned. Isn't this a little too strong? He actually debuffed several thousand Faux Saint monsters to such an extent in an instant. Who is this guy? The various adventurer teams escorting merchant fleets and the patrol army fending off the Faux Saint monsters stared at Shi Feng in astonishment. They had seen many instances of magic arrays suppressing monsters before, but this was the first time they had seen a magic array produce such a huge commotion and effect. Any random Faux Saint saboteur was more than enough to give Tier 3 experts a headache, what more the Faux Saint destroyers. Now, however, several hundred Faux Saint destroyers had been suppressed until they were just slightly stronger than ordinary Great Lords. Even ordinary Tier 3 experts could handle these Grand Lords. As for the almighty Faux Saint Devourer, it was no different from an ordinary mythic monster. In its present state, even Tier 3 peak experts could resist it for a certain period. Master magic arrays were unlikely to be able to produce such results. Moreover, the magic array Shi Feng used spanned the entire desert woodland. At this moment, Shi Feng himself was very surprised by the effects of Miniature World. He never thought that, after his concentration had reached the Tier 4 standard, aside from being able to exhibit the power of an advanced combat technique with his every movement, his control over magic arrays would also improve to such a frightening degree. Currently, Miniature World's suppression effects could rival those of advanced master magic arrays. Despite his surprise, Shi Feng did not pause. After activating Miniature World, he promptly charged at the Faux Saint Devourer. Under the suppression of Miniature World, the Faux Saint Devourer's speed had decreased considerably. In just 2 seconds, Shi Feng intercepted the mythic monster and sent the abyssal blade cutting at it. Immediately, a crescent arc appeared and cut through the Faux Saint Devourer's shoulder. Failing to react to the attack in time, the Devourer got sent flying and crashed into a large tree several yards away, a damage exceeding 600,000 appearing above its head. The disparity in combat power was clear for all to see. What is that magic array? The faux Saint Devourer actually doesn't even have the strength to fight back? The various superpowers spectating the fight from Silverwing Town gaped in shock when they saw the faux Saint Devourer at a complete disadvantage. In fact, the Devourer's reaction speed couldn't even keep up with the swordsman's movements. Although they could tell through their magic mirrors that the faux Saint Devourer's basic attributes had decreased by a significant margin, the Devourer should be at the standard of ordinary mythic monsters. Given its knowledge of combat techniques, its overall combat power should still be on par with that of domain realm experts. After all, the basic attributes of a Tier 4 monster was no trivial matter. However, let alone putting up a fight, the faux Saint Devourer couldn't even defend itself against Shi Feng's attacks, its HP continuously decreasing. It simply couldn't keep up with Shi Feng's movements. After seeing this, everyone could already imagine what outcome awaited the faux Saint Devourer: death. While it might be impossible for Shi Feng to kill the faux Saint Devourer by himself, as the mythic monster had 1.6 billion HP, so long as a dozen or so Tier 3 experts joined him in assaulting it, the Devourer would eventually fall. Until this day, let alone killing a mythic-ranked faux Saint Devourer, the various superpowers hadn't even managed to kill a Grand Lord-ranked faux Saint Destroyer before. Now, however, Shi Feng accomplished this miracle just by using a magic array. This was simply unbelievable, following which, time passed quickly. Less than 10 minutes after Shi Feng activated Miniature World, all the faux Saint Saboteurs on the battlefield had already fallen to the patrol army, while the faux Saint Destroyer's HPs were down by half. As for the faux Saint Devourer, with Shi Feng, Purple Eye, and several dozen other Tier 3 experts attacking it, its HP had fallen below the 70% threshold already. The players present could not help growing excited at this scene. This was especially true for the members of the various adventurer teams. After all, the faux Saint monster's undefeated streak had finally ended. Previously, the various powers and players had been afraid of the faux Saint monsters because the Grand Lord-ranked faux Saint Destroyers were basically impossible to kill, not to mention the mythic-ranked faux Saint Devourer. However, now that killing these Grand Lord and mythic-ranked faux Saint monsters was no longer a problem, not only was there hope of Starmoon Kingdom's survival, but reclaiming some of the kingdom's lost land might even be possible. Players like themselves would then be able to continue developing in the Orc Empire and Starmoon Kingdom like before. I don't know who that person is, but after this battle, the situation in the Orc Empire and Starmoon Kingdom is most likely going to change, Illusory Words said, the corners of her lips curling up slightly as she watched Shi Feng suppressing the faux Saint Devourer on the magic mirror. Previously, the undefeatable faux Saint monsters were the main reason why the various major powers and superpowers feared Saint's hand. Now, although they had succeeded in killing only a very small portion of the faux Saint monsters plaguing Starmoon Kingdom, so long as news of this success spread, Saint's hand would no longer be able to act in an overbearing manner as it did before. However, just when the various superpowers hidden within Silverwing Town thought that the faux Saint army was going to suffer annihilation, several dozen lightning spears descended from the sky, shooting at Shi Feng and the others, who were assaulting the faux Saint Devourer. The speed and power of the lightning spears were so great that more than 20 Tier 3 experts were instantly vaporized. Along with the descent of the lightning spears, 2 magic barriers suddenly appeared around the injured faux Saint Devourer, protecting it from further harm. The Tier 3 Cursed Purple Eye used failed to break through them. Before anyone could react to this turn of events, over 100 figures emerged rapidly from the surrounding forest and interposed themselves between the faux Saint Devourer and Shi Feng's group. Surprisingly, every one of these new arrivals radiated an aura rivaling that of Grand Lords of the same level. Who are you people? What are you trying to do? After Purple Eye saw her companions killed and the faux Saint Devourer protected by a twofold magic array, an indescribable rage welled up within her as she glared at the 100-plus black-clad Tier 3 experts that had suddenly appeared. If not for these new arrivals exuding auras rivaling that of Grand Lords, she would have attacked them already. However, reason told her she absolutely mustn't do so. After all, so long as she took action, both she and her several dozen remaining teammates would die swiftly. At this time, a tall and bald man with golden eyes walked out of the group. Looking at Purple Eye, the bald man smiled and said, "Commander Purple, long time no see. Do you still recognize me?" With the appearance of this bald man, the atmosphere became incredibly tense. And Purple Eye's expression turned grave. "Thousand Eyes, why are you here?" Purple Eye demanded, a tinge of fear darkening her eyes as she looked at this bald man. What is Saint's Hand trying to do? As for why she feared this bald man named Thousand Eyes, it was because he was the commander of one of Saint's Hand's 3 trump card legions. He was also the monster responsible for capturing the Star Alliance's Guild City. Thousand Eyes' basic attributes rivaled those of ordinary mythic monsters. He had even instantly killed the Domain Realm expert that the Secret Pavilion sent to aid the Star Alliance. Do I even need to say it? It's because you people have gone too far. That's why we came to stop you, Thousand Eyes said. What do you mean? Purple Eye asked. It is only a matter of time before the faux Saint monsters take over the entire eastern continent. After all, They are constantly growing stronger, and there is nothing players like ourselves can do to stop them. Our only option is to coexist with them, yet you are actually planning to kill the newly emerged Faux Saint Devourer, which is like a king to the Faux Saint monsters. If you kill the Devourer, you will only enrage those Faux Saint monsters even more. These monsters might even become more active during the day, Thousand Eyes said. Hence, we came to stop you from doing something stupid and aggravating the current situation. Thousand Eyes' words gave many of the adventurer team members present pause. The several thousand Faux Saint monsters here were merely a small portion of the countless Faux Saint monsters within Star Moon Kingdom. Moreover, just like Thousand Eyes had said, these Faux Saint monsters were incredibly vengeful. So long as a player killed one of these Faux Saint monsters, even more Faux Saint monsters would hunt down the said player. Even if the said player managed to fend off a few attacks, the Faux Saint monsters would simply continue attacking more frequently and in greater numbers. They would not stop until they exacted their vengeance. If they really killed the Faux Saint Devourer, which was akin to a king among Faux Saint monsters, nobody could tell what the other Faux Saint monsters would do. It was entirely possible for them to grow even more violent and for their daytime activity to escalate. In fact, previously, the Faux Saint monsters had not been particularly active during the day. However, as the number of Faux Saint saboteurs that players killed increased, the Faux Saint monsters had indeed become more active during the day. They had also grown stronger much more quickly. In this situation, Purple Eye was at a loss as to what to do. As Purple Eye and the others were wondering what to do, a crisp and calm voice suddenly entered everyone's ears. What if I want to kill it no matter what? 2659 Black Flame, Chapter 2659 Black Flame? When everyone heard this calm voice, they looked at its origin reflexively. Meanwhile, the person who said these words was none other than the cloaked man who had suppressed the Faux Saint Devourer and single-handedly turned the tides of this battle. Is he really opposing Saint's hand? The various Superpowers members spectating from Silverwing Town were surprised by this development. They never thought that the swordsman would actually dare provoke Saint's Heart's members. Moreover, he had even spoken those provocative words to Thousand Eyes, the commander of one of Saint Hand's 3 trump-card legions. The swordsman was simply too bold. At this moment, even Illusory Words and the other Crimson Emperor members seated inside the Blue Rose Bar were astonished by this situation. Although Saint's Heart's members numbered only a little over 100, which was nothing compared to Silverwing Town's patrol army, these Saint's Heart members all possessed extraordinary strength. In fact, Thousand Eyes had relied on these 100-plus players to attack and capture the Star Alliance's heavily defended guild residents. They had even killed more than 600 of the Secret Pavilion's Tier 3 experts that were dispatched to help the Star Alliance. At Silverwing Town, one could say that, unless Zero Wing's main force members took action, nobody could stop Thousand Eyes' group. But why does this scene feel familiar? When Illusory Words saw the standoff on the magic mirror, she had a sense of déjà vu. At the desert woodland, Purple Eye could not help growing somewhat anxious when she saw Shi Feng challenging Thousand Eyes. Others might not know how powerful Thousand Eyes and his team were, but she did. After all, she had witnessed him in action before. It might be fine if they were within 300 or 400 yards of Silverwing Town, since Silverwing Town's Tier 4 personal guard could take action at that range. As strong as they were, even Thousand Eyes and his team would not dare mess around with a Tier 4 NPC. However, not only were they quite some distance from Silverwing Town, but the majority of the patrol army were currently scattered all over the battlefield. With only a little more than 30 Tier 3 experts on Purple Eye's side, even if Shi Feng's combat power could suppress the Faux Saint Devourer, her people still wouldn't be a match for Thousand Eyes' team. The members of Thousand Eyes' team simply couldn't be considered human. They were more like a group of humanoid beasts. Otherwise, they wouldn't have dared attack the Star Alliance's guild residents, which had been guarded by several hundred Tier 3 personal guards and over 10,000 experts, with just 100-plus players. Their inhuman strength was also the reason why Thousand Eyes and his team dared take action so close to Silverwing Town. As Purple Eye was growing nervous over this matter, Thousand Eyes turned to Shi Feng. I don't know who you are, but I advise you not to look for trouble. Your strength and abilities are indeed amazing. I'm sure many superpowers will fear you. However, all of those things are nothing to Saint's Hand, Thousand Eyes said coldly. Since you wish to destroy the current balance of God's domain, I'll teach you a small portion of the consequences of doing so. As soon as Thousand Eyes finished speaking, 5 figures appeared from behind him, simultaneously activating a Tier 3 combination skill, Purgatory Storm. Each of these 5 people immediately split into 6 copies of themselves and surrounded Shi Feng. The 30 doppelgangers then launched a synchronized strike at Shi Feng, every one of their attacks carrying power at the Tier 4 standard. With 30 attacks coming from all directions, let alone dodging, Shi Feng wouldn't even be able to defend himself completely. This scene surprised the various superpowers spectating experts. Saint's Hand actually has a 5-man Tier 3 combination skill? Illusory Words frowned when she saw the 5 players attacking Shi Feng. Tier 3 skills and spells were originally plenty rare already. Even the superpowers Tier 3 experts hardly had any Tier 3 skills or spells, let alone Tier 3 combination skills, which even the superpowers dreamed of obtaining. Even the weakest Tier 3 combination skill allowed players to exhibit power at the Tier 4 standard. Stronger Tier 3 combination skills could even repulse mythic monsters. Tier 3 combination skills served as a trump card against mythic bosses. However, until now, there had been no news of any superpower obtaining a Tier 3 combination skill for 5 players. Even the strongest one required only 3 players to use. Against a 5-man Tier 3 combination skill, even the foe Saint Devourer would not emerge unscathed. A 5-man Tier 3 combination skill. Sure enough, Saint's Hand's foundations truly are extraordinary. That guy must be stupefied right about now. When the various superpowers spectating members saw Shi Feng surrounded, some of them laughed in ridicule while some sighed in disappointment. Although the swordsman indeed possessed astonishing strength, just like Thousand Eyes had said, it was nothing in front of Saint's Hand. The 30 attacks, which tore space, struck at Shi Feng simultaneously, their frightening power making even Purple Eye, who stood over 30 yards away, feel stifled. Just as the 30 devastating attacks were about to devour Shi Feng, however, he raised the abyssal blade overhead with both hands before swinging the magic weapon at the attacks. First sword, light shadow. The phantom of a gigantic greatsword suddenly appeared in the air. However, compared to the previous time Shi Feng executed Light Shadow, the Phantom Greatsword felt much more solid this time. Moreover, just its manifestation made the surrounding space heavy. Even the attacks approaching Shi Feng slowed down considerably. At this moment, it was as if only this Phantom Greatsword was moving while everything else remained static. Boom! The 30 attacks capable of repulsing even the foe Saint Devourer shattered instantly into countless particles of light, and the surrounding space crumbled from the terrifying force of the impact. Immediately afterward, 5 figures went flying out of the shattered space like cannonballs and crashed into the large trees over 30 yards away. Despite the trunks of the large trees having a 4-meter diameter, the 5 figures came to a stop only after ramming through several of these forest giants. And when these figures eventually landed back on the ground, their HP bars depleted rapidly and stabilized only after hitting the 30% mark. This, upon seeing the 5 heavily injured Saint's Hand members, Purple Eye gaped in shock. With just one move, Shi Feng not only shattered the 5-man Tier 3 combination skill, but even heavily injured the 5 Saint's Hand members. The ease with which he neutralized the attack made it seem as if the 5 Saint's Hand members were not peak experts boasting basic attributes rivaling that of Grand Lords, but merely ordinary players that one could find anywhere. Who are you? When Thousand Eyes saw that Shi Feng had survived the clash unscathed, the confidence in his eyes disappeared, replaced by surprise and confusion. Thousand Eyes knew full well how powerful the Purgatory Storm his 5 subordinates executed was. This combination skill could block even the attack of a superior mythic. Now, however, Shi Feng had actually shattered the combination skill and heavily injured his 5 subordinates with just one move. This was simply inconceivable. At this moment, let alone Thousand Eyes, everyone else watching the fight wanted to know Shi Feng's identity. Who am I? Turning his gaze to Thousand Eyes, Shi Feng retorted calmly, You have the gall to take action in Silverwing Town's vicinity, yet you're asking who I am? Don't you think this question of yours is idiotic? Upon hearing Shi Feng's words, silence suddenly befell the various superpowers spectating members as they all stared at Shi Feng's cloaked figure in disbelief. Black Flame, 2660, legendary name. Chapter 26060, legendary name. When Shi Feng pushed back the hood of his black cloak, a deathly silence filled his surroundings. If not for the mantle of his cloak swaying with the breeze, one would think that time had stopped. He's actually the real Black Flame? Crazed Bull's eyes nearly fell out of their sockets as he goggled at Shi Feng, his body shuddering involuntarily at this discovery. Black Flame. This was a name that every superpower on the continent knew. Black Flame was an existence that had pulled off numerous miracles in battle, one that even the superpowers had great difficulty dealing with. In the hearts of independent players, he was akin to a living legend. Although Black Flame had disappeared from the eastern continent for some time now, just his prestige alone had allowed Zero Wing to continue rapidly developing on the eastern continent unharassed. Even an overbearing superpower like Saint's Hand did not dare mess around with Zero Wing and only quietly watched as the foe Saint monsters chipped away at Zero Wing's forces. Saint's Hand did not dare directly target any of Zero Wing's guild towns or cities. Moreover, because of Black Flame's name, no superpower, aside from a few like Starlink, dared to hinder Zero Wing economically. He's back. He's finally back. Purple Eye could not help her excitement when she saw Shi Feng's face. At the same time, though, an indescribable bitterness also filled her heart. Although the gap between the Star Alliance and Zero Wing had been widening all this time, Purple Eye had never given up on improving herself. She still hoped to surpass Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow one day and develop the Star Alliance into a superpower as well. However, against Saint's Hand, her power had proven utterly insignificant. In the end, she could only watch as the Star Alliance's main headquarters in Star Moon Kingdom fell. In fact, she couldn't even adequately stop the foe Saint monster's ambushes. Meanwhile, after a moment of silence, the various superpowers spectating members, as well as Saint's Hand's members, burst into laughter. Black Flame, Zero Wings guild leader? So what if he returns now? He's been gone from the Eastern Continent for so long. Does he really think the continent is the same as before? They were indeed very surprised by Shi Feng's appearance. However, that was it. Nothing more. After all, Shi Feng had disappeared from the Eastern Continent for far too long. He simply didn't know the situation the Eastern Continent was currently in. So, your Zero Wings guild leader, Black Flame. No wonder you could shatter that 5-man combination skill, Thousand Eyes said, applauding as he looked at Shi Feng. In the next moment, though, he sneered, "But so what if you've returned? Now that the Faux Saint army has already given birth to a mythic-ranked Faux Saint Devourer, many more of its kind will be appearing in the future. Nobody can stop the Faux Saint army now. Do you think you can change things just because you've returned?" He was familiar with the name of Black Flame. This was a monster that his guild leader had warned him to be careful of. If it were a few days ago, he would indeed be terrified of Shi Feng. Now, however, let alone fearing Shi Feng, he didn't even consider the swordsman a threat. "Boss, why are we wasting words with him? Since he is Black Flame, we should let this old bastard know that he is already obsolete. This is no longer his era," urged Irontooth, formerly the chief shield warrior of the Purple Thorns Kingdom's #1 guild, Sin Realm, with a playful smirk on his face. He had always wanted to destroy the guild known as Zero Wing. Unfortunately, back then, Sin Realm was no match for Zero Wing at all. Now that he had joined Saint's Hand, however, he understood that Zero Wing wasn't a threat at all. Instead, it was merely a small stepping stone toward Saint's Hand's domination of the entire Eastern Continent. "I guess you're right," Thousand Eyes nodded in response to Irontooth's words. He then looked at Shi Feng and said calmly, "Since you are Zero Wing's guild leader, then I'll make an exception today and show you Saint's Hand's true power." After saying so, Thousand Eyes glanced at Irontooth, who stood beside him. At this hint, Irontooth excitedly approached the Faux Saint Devourer, which was behind a twofold magic array. What is he trying to do? The excited look on Irontooth's face gave Purple Eye an inkling that something was amiss. "It's nothing much. He's just going to show you people what the power of the new era is like," Thousand Eyes said, a smirk appearing on his face as he looked at Purple Eye. As Thousand Eyes said that, Irontooth took out a silvery white crystal from his bag and started chanting an incantation. Suddenly, the Faux Saint Devourer let loose a roar before its body burst into countless particles of silvery white light. These particles then merged with Irontooth's body. In the next moment, Irontooth transformed into a 6-meter-tall giant clad in silver armor. The aura he radiated much stronger than even that of the Faux Saint Devourer. How is this possible? Everyone present was stunned by this scene. They never imagined that players could obtain the strength of Faux Saint monsters. Moreover, it was obvious from the eyes of the armored giant that it was Irontooth. Only, Irontooth was currently much stronger than even the Faux Saint Devourer. Previously, although the Faux Saint Devourer possessed an incredible learning ability, its combat standard wasn't very high. It wasn't capable of exhibiting its full strength. However, now that Irontooth had gained control of this strength, the combat power he could exhibit would far exceed that of the Faux Saint Devourer. Amazing. Truly amazing. So, this is the strength of a mythic-ranked Faux Saint monster? Irontooth was ecstatic when he sensed the power he currently wielded. At this moment, the other Saint's Hand members present could not help envying Irontooth. In front of such strength, players were nothing. If they could have such strength as well, they could single-handedly annihilate an entire army of players. They wouldn't even have to fear Tier 4 NPCs. Meanwhile, the various superpowers spectating members gaped in shock at the transformed Irontooth. They hadn't suspected that Saint's Hand had kept such a powerful trump card hidden all this time. Although Irontooth is only in the flowing water realm, with the Faux Saint Devourer's strength, let alone Black Flame, even Silverwing Town's Tier 4 personal guard might not be a match for him. Illusory Words' complexion darkened as she took in the armored giant displayed on the magic mirror. Originally, Shi Feng's appearance should have been a joyous matter. With the combat power he possessed, he would be of great help in the current situation. However, Illusory Words had never imagined that Saint's Hand would have such a trump card. The strength Irontooth now wielded simply wasn't something current players could hope to go up against, and if Shi Feng got killed at this point, his death would deal an unprecedented blow to both Zero Wing and Star Moon Kingdom. Meanwhile, after Irontooth experienced his newfound strength for a short moment, he turned around and stepped forward, instantly appearing before Shi Feng. He was so fast that even Purple Eye failed to react to his movements in time. Black Flame, weren't you very powerful? Weren't you Star Moon Kingdom's legendary figure? Weren't you thinking of stopping Saint's Hand? "I wonder how you feel about the situation now," Irontooth jeered as he looked down at Shi Feng. Upon seeing Irontooth suddenly appear before Shi Feng, the expressions of the patrol army's members turned indescribably grim. Even Purple Eye could not help panicking. Irontooth was simply too fast. By the time she sensed Irontooth moving, the latter had already appeared before Shi Feng. She simply did not dare imagine what would happen when Irontooth actually took action. However, despite Irontooth appearing before him without any warning, Shi Feng's expression remained ineffably calm. "This move of yours is indeed amazing," Shi Feng said as he shot a glance at Thousand Eyes. "However, do you think you're the only ones that can transform into a monster? What do you mean?" Thousand Eyes had a vague feeling that something was wrong when he saw how calm Shi Feng was. However, before Thousand Eyes could say anything more, Shi Feng unsheathed the abyssal blade and chanted an incantation. Black Dragon Soul. 2661. Upgraded Black Dragon. Chapter 2661. Upgraded Black Dragon. Amazing. So, this is Saint's Hand's true foundation. Even after reaching this point, Black Flame still dares to fight. He sure is courageous. It's a pity that the current God's domain is no longer how it was before. Otherwise, with his combat power, it might really be possible to turn things around. How foolish. Is he just being stubborn, or does he really think things are still the same? When the various Superpowers members saw Shi Feng unsheathe the abyssal blade, their reactions varied from laughing in ridicule, sighing in disappointment, and lamenting. The strength Shi Feng had previously displayed in battle was indeed incredible. It wouldn't be an exaggeration at all to call him a monster. Unfortunately, before a true monster, Shi Feng's strength amounted to nothing. He could only buy time at best. Had he withdrawn when he had the chance, instead of provoking Thousand Eyes' group, he wouldn't have fallen into such a predicament. As the various Superpowers members were conversing, the abyssal blade in Shi Feng's hand suddenly transformed into a cloud of dark fog that enveloped him completely, then expanded rapidly. When the cloud of fog had grown to a 60-yard radius, a dragon's roar echoed throughout the battlefield, making everyone's soul shudder. Before anyone could react to this roar, a gigantic, pitch-black claw emerged from the fog and landed right beside Irontooth. The ground under the claw sank as if it was water. In addition, web-like cracks appeared in the space around the claw, the phenomenon making it seem as if the surrounding space could shatter at any time, unable to withstand the power the claw carried. Shortly after the gigantic claw appeared, another dragon's roar dispersed the black fog. When the fog cleared, the figure of a 40-meter-tall black dragon came into view. Despite the black dragon just standing there quietly, everyone felt an indescribable sense of awe and fear welling up within them as they stared at the black dragon. A dragon? What's going on? Everyone was dumbfounded when they saw the black dragon. Dragons were creatures that all players in God's domain knew about because the existence of dragons was synonymous with destruction in God's domain. One could easily find information depicting dragons destroying kingdoms and empires overnight in any of God's domain's libraries. Now that a real dragon appeared before them, everyone was naturally astonished. When Thousand Eyes and the other Saint's Hand members saw the black dragon, their complexions paled drastically. Although they didn't know whether the black dragon before them was real or not, the pressure coming from it was no laughing matter. The black dragon's life rating was undoubtedly leaps and bounds above theirs. Archaic species? Ferocious beasts? Compared to this black dragon, the life ratings of those creatures were insignificant. You asked me how I felt before, right? How do you feel about the situation now? Shi Feng asked calmly as he gazed down at the dumbfounded Irontooth standing beside his claw. After his concentration reached the Tier 4 standard, not only did he gain better control over his skills and spells, but his Dragon Phantom was also more realistic than before. Now, the life rating of the Phantom he transformed into much more closely matched that of the real Black Dragon King. At this point, despite being a Tier 3 Black Dragon King, his basic attributes nearly rivaled those of mythic-ranked archaic species of the same level. At Shi Feng's words, Irontooth's expression turned indescribably grim, and unprecedented fear flooded his heart. How is this possible? Didn't they say that his dragon transformation should push him only to the standard of ordinary mythic monsters? How is he so strong? Irontooth was confounded by the gigantic creature before him. Saint's Hand had long since heard about Shi Feng's ability to transform into a dragon. However, whether it was in terms of size, basic attributes, or life rating, the dragon that Shi Feng had just transformed into was on a completely different level from what was stated in Saint's Hand's intelligence report. At this moment, let alone Irontooth and the other Saint's Hand members, even Illusory Words was stunned by this situation. Crimson Emperor had collected a lot of information on the fight between Zero Wing and Demon City. Naturally, that information included Shi Feng's black dragon form. However, compared to the black dragon that had attacked Demon City, the black dragon that now stood on the battlefield was like a completely different creature. Even though she was only looking at the black dragon through the magic mirror, she could still feel the aura of death and destruction it exuded. Moreover, she could also faintly sense that the space of the entire battlefield gravitated toward the black dragon. She simply couldn't believe that the black dragon was only a Tier 3 dragon. While everyone was in shock over the black dragon's aura and life rating, the black dragon suddenly raised a claw. Peng! Immediately afterward, the place where Irontooth stood and the space around it transformed into a pitch-black void. The dozen or so Saint's Hand members who had been standing in this space were nowhere in sight. As for Irontooth, his 6-meter-tall figure currently lay inside a newly formed crater over 30 yards from his previous position. Cracks were also spreading across the silver armor protecting Irontooth's 2 arms, and his HP had decreased by more than 2 million. Silence. At this moment, it was as if time had stopped. What just happened? The fierce man from Crimson Emperor muttered, slack-jawed. As a domain realm expert with basic attributes and a physique rivaling those of Grand Lords of the same level, almost nothing in God's domain could escape his sight. However, he actually hadn't seen what had happened just now. Aside from a momentary black flash in the magic mirror's display and a loud boom, his senses had failed to pick up any other information. So, this is his true strength. Purple Eye, who stood a short distance away from Shi Feng, was filled with an indescribable sense of shock when she saw the black void that had appeared near her. Compared to the various superpowers members that were spectating the fight through magic mirrors, she was able to get a much clearer sense of just how much power Shi Feng's attack contained. Monster-level experts? Tier 4 monsters? These things were nothing in front of such overbearing power. Meanwhile, upon seeing this scene, the complexions of Thousand Eyes and the others turned deathly pale. Was Shi Feng still human? Despite Iron Tooth currently being stronger than the Faux Saint Devourer, Shi Feng actually suppressed Berserker to an even greater degree than when he suppressed the Faux Saint Devourer. As for Iron Tooth, who had just stood himself back up inside the distant crater, horror colored his face as he gazed up at the black dragon Shi Feng had transformed into. So close, he was so very close. If not for him having reacted sufficiently quickly and defended himself in time against the black dragon's swipe using his weapon, the consequences would have been unimaginable. It seems your reactions are pretty fast to be able to block that attack of mine, Shi Feng said calmly as he looked down at Iron Tooth. However, how many attacks can you afford to block? Although Shi Feng had casually executed the earlier attack, it still carried the power of an advanced combat technique. Had Iron Tooth failed to raise his weapon in time, he definitely would have suffered tremendously. Just as Shi Feng was about to continue attacking, however, Thousand Eyes suddenly stepped forward. Guild Leader Black Flame, I admit that you are very powerful. However, you'd best not force our hand. Saint's Hand's goal is to maintain stability in God's domain, Thousand Eyes said coldly. If you really kill Iron Tooth now and break the balance, both the Faux Saint monsters and Saint's Hand definitely won't let Zero Wing off the hook. At that time, Silverwing Town and Zero Wing City will both face the wrath of an army of tens of millions. It was incredibly difficult for mythic-ranked Faux Saint monsters to spawn. Hence, everyone held great importance for both the Faux Saint monsters and Saint's Hand. Now that Iron Tooth had temporarily merged with the Faux Saint Devourer, killing Iron Tooth would also kill the Faux Saint Devourer. This definitely wasn't something the Faux Saint monsters and Saint's Hand would tolerate. Upon seeing Thousand Eyes threatening Shi Feng, the spectating superpowers were surprised. This was the first time since Saint's Hand's establishment that such a situation occurred. Normally, the guild would just destroy all those that stood in its path. It had never bothered negotiating or making threats at all. It seems Thousand Eyes has been cornered this time. I wonder what Black Flame will do. What else can he do, aside from letting them go? Let alone Zero Wing, even if the superpowers of the several neighboring kingdoms and empires worked together, they still wouldn't be able to prevent Saint's Hand and tens of millions of Faux Saint monsters from retaliating. However, while the various superpowers spectating members were discussing this matter, Shi Feng glanced at Thousand Eyes and said in an ineffably calm voice, "So what?" After saying that, Shi Feng used Dragon Breath on Iron Tooth and heavily injured him. The Berserker's HP fell by a sizable chunk. In his current state, Iron Tooth was utterly incapable of combat, following which Shi Feng battered Iron Tooth with claw attacks one after another, plundering large chunks of HP from the Berserker without pause. Thousand Eyes' complexion went through several shades of red when he saw Shi Feng's wanton assault. Is he crazy? Is he really not afraid of the Faux Saint monsters and Saint's Hand's retaliation? Zero Wing is doomed. Zero Wing is truly doomed this time. When the various superpowers spectating members saw Iron Tooth's HP plummeting, they gaped in disbelief. They never thought that Shi Feng would actually ignore the big picture and choose to kill Iron Tooth. In less than 6 minutes since Shi Feng started his onslaught, Iron Tooth's HP, which was in the hundreds of millions, zeroed out, his body collapsing lifelessly to the ground. As for Thousand Eyes and the other Saint's Hand members, they merely watched the drubbing with dumbfounded expressions, none of them daring to do anything. 2662 Continent Shaken, Powerful Return. Chapter 2662, Continent Shaken, Powerful Return. As Iron Tooth's 6-meter-tall body started disintegrating into particles of light, everyone standing in the desert woodland could not help but gasp. Despite having absorbed the Faux Saint Devourer's strength, Iron Tooth had died, just like that. Thus far, not a single power or player had managed to kill a Grand Lord-ranked Faux Saint Destroyer, yet Shi Feng had actually succeeded in killing a Faux Saint Devourer. Moreover, he had accomplished this feat while Saint's Hand was protecting the mythic-ranked monster. Meanwhile, as Iron Tooth's body disappeared, soul ripples spread from his fading corpse up to thousands of yards away. Everyone that came into contact with these soul ripples shuddered involuntarily. A short moment later, several streams of white mist escaped Iron Tooth's corpse and flew straight into Shi Feng's body. Before he could react, the mist had merged with his soul already. Black Flame, you'll regret your actions today. Now that you've killed the Faux Saint Devourer, it has left a soul mark on you. It won't be long before the other Faux Saint monsters come to find you. They will also obliterate Silverwing Town from the Orc Empire. Thousand Eyes scoffed as he looked at Shi Feng. The higher-up's instruction was for them to protect the Faux Saint Devourer, because the birth of a Faux Saint Devourer was incredibly rare and difficult. Not even one Faux Saint Devourer might appear from tens of thousands of Faux Saint Destroyers. Meanwhile, a faux Saint Devourer was unimaginably useful to both the faux Saint monsters and Saint's Hand. However, Shi Feng had not only disregarded Saint's Hand, but even killed the faux Saint Devourer right before everyone's eyes. He had actually snubbed Saint's Hand. This was the first time Thousand Eyes had suffered such humiliation since entering God's domain. Due to the mission's failure, Thousand Eyes wanted to make Shi Feng realize just how foolish his actions were and regret them for the rest of his life. The other Saint's Hand members present also started eyeing Shi Feng with derision. Unlike ordinary monsters, the faux Saint monsters possessed close bonds with each other. Moreover, the tightness of this bond corresponded with the strength of a faux Saint monster. With the faux Saint Devourer analogous to a king among faux Saint monsters, killing one was equivalent to becoming enemies with every faux Saint monster out there. Unless Shi Feng could remove the faux Saint Devourer's soul mark, all the faux Saint monsters within a 100,000-yard radius would be able to detect his presence and would try to kill him as long as his soul existed. In other words, they would target him until he deleted his account and started all over again. They never thought that killing the faux Saint Devourer would come at such a price. Ha ha ha, Black Flame must be dumbfounded right now. If what Thousand Eyes said really is true, then Black Flame and Silverwing Town are both doomed. The various superpowers spectating members laughed along with Thousand Eyes. The power of Shi Feng's dragon transformation was shocking and could even be called unmatched. They could tell that Zero Wing would most likely be making a strong comeback. However, Thousand Eyes' words dispelled all their worries. The current Silverwing Town's defensive capability was indeed very strong. After all, it had not only a Tier 4 NPC guarding it, but also the protection of a monstrous player like Shi Feng. However, when besieged by an army of millions or possibly even tens of millions of faux Saint monsters, even a main city-ranked NPC city would fall very quickly, let alone Silverwing Town. Just as everyone thought that Shi Feng would reveal signs of regret or fear, however, the swordsman turned to look at Thousand Eyes in an indescribably calm gaze. You want to see me regretting? You'll have to be able to leave this place alive first to do that. After saying so, Shi Feng stalked toward Thousand Eyes' team, each step he took setting the ground a tremble. At this moment, it felt as if the whole world was angry. Upon seeing his approach, Thousand Eyes and the other Saint's Hand members paled drastically. Black Flame, you'd better not go too far. We are members of Saint's Hand's Trump Card Legion. If you kill us, Saint's Hand will not forgive Zero Wing. That's right. If you wish to stay alive and keep Silverwing Town standing, your only choice is to work with Saint's Hand. Otherwise, both you and Zero Wing will be devoured by those faux Saint monsters. Faced with the 40-meter-tall black dragon and the overbearing aura it exuded, Saint's Hand's peak experts and even Thousand Eyes, a domain realm expert, were overwhelmed with unspeakable terror. Their minds blanked out, preventing them from properly controlling their bodies. They couldn't escape even though they wanted to. This scene flabbergasted the various spectating superpowers. For a moment, they doubted that the people displayed on their magic mirrors were actually the members of one of Saint's Hand's trump card legions, who normally showed no respect even to the various superpowers. Before the various superpowers' spectating members could dismiss their doubts, Shi Feng had already arrived before Thousand Eyes and slowly raised one of his massive claws. You don't need to concern yourselves with this. After Shi Feng said so, he sent a claw smashing into Thousand Eyes' team, First Sword, Light Shadow. In the next moment, the phantom of a gigantic dragon's claw descended from the sky, so immense and powerful that Thousand Eyes and the others couldn't dodge or defend themselves. In the blink of an eye, Thousand Eyes and the others were sent to the void, together with the ground beneath them. Silence, destruction, death. For a moment, time in the desert woodland seemed to freeze. Even the various superpowers members that were spectating from Silverwing Town stared at the magic mirrors before them with dumbfounded expressions, unable to believe their eyes. They got killed just like that? Those are experts that Saint's Hand had invested a fortune in nurturing. With this, Saint's Hand definitely won't let Zero Wing off the hook. Is he really Black Flame? Unlike normal players, the experts of Saint's Hand's trump card legions had relied on special methods to gain astonishing basic attributes. Hence, the death penalties they suffered were also far greater than that of normal players. By killing Thousand Eyes' team, Shi Feng had basically crippled half of the trump card legion they belonged to. It would be strange if Saint's Hand did not try to take revenge on Zero Wing. Despite Zero Wing's fate already hanging on the line, now that it had to go up against the faux Saint army, Shi Feng had actually annihilated Thousand Eyes' team, instead of trying to mend his relationship with Saint's Hand to improve Zero Wing's chances of survival. What Shi Feng just did basically pushed Zero Wing further down the path of no return. However, even after annihilating Thousand Eyes' team, Shi Feng remained calm like usual, as if he had just killed a bunch of mobs. After giving Purple Eye some instructions, as well as gifting the weapons and equipment of Saint's Hand's members to the Patrol Army's members, he flew off to the distant Silverwing Town. Shortly after Shi Feng left the battlefield, news regarding the events in the desert woodland started spreading like wildfire. Black Flame's shocking return to Silverwing Town, mythic-ranked faux Saint Devourer gets killed. Black Flame single-handedly annihilates one of Saint's Hand's trump card legions. These shocking pieces of information shook the entire Eastern continent one after another. 2663, he's back. Chapter 2663, he's back. Cold Spring Forest, Stone Forest City, Freedom Hotel. Inside a splendorous meeting room, several dozen Tier 3 experts exuding powerful auras were currently seated around a round table. However, despite the number of people present, the room was remarkably quiet. Careful observation of the people present would discover that quite a few of them radiated intense bloodlust and were enveloped by extremely dense darkness energy. Ordinary dark players were no match for these people in these two aspects. These people were none other than Dark Rhapsody's upper echelon and the commanders of a few of the Dark World's top adventurer teams. Aside from these experts from the Dark World, the other Tier 3 experts seated around the table also had extraordinary origins. Among them were the upper echelon of the super first-rate guild Unyielding Soul and the guild leaders of first-rate guilds, as well as the commanders and vice-commanders of top adventurer teams. Meanwhile, every one of these VIPs was looking at a woman wearing an advanced Master Forger's insignia. Despite this woman lacking a powerful aura, everyone was treating her as the chairperson of this meeting. Currently, however, this woman appeared indescribably haggard. I hope that everyone present can increase the support you provide to counter Starlink and the various superpowers' harassment. Zero Wing will make sure that everyone receives proper compensation. Aside from this topic, does anybody have anything else they wish to raise? Melancholic Smile asked as she swept her gaze across the people present. Ever since Shi Feng and Zero Wing's main force members left for the Western continent, Starlink and the various superpowers had constantly been harassing Stone Forest City. Economic suppression, material plundering, and field ambushes occurred at almost every instant. To make matters worse, as the number of Tier 3 players the various superpowers possessed increased, the area the Night Legion could protect also shrank. Moreover, aside from Shi Feng, both vice-guild leaders of Zero Wing were also inaccessible. As a result, Melancholic Smile had to shoulder the burden of leading Zero Wing temporarily. However, with the unstable factors surrounding Stone Forest City increasing continuously, the number of players that dared operate in Stone Forest City decreased. This took a toll on the city's economy. At this point, the city's daily income wasn't even half of what the city made during its peak. Meanwhile, in order to ensure the safety of Stone Forest City, Zero Wing City, and Silver Wing Town, Zero Wing had no choice but to increase the security measures implemented, which, in turn, increased the guild's daily expenditure substantially. We are facing some problems in the Dark World as well. Recently, because of the increase in the number of Tier 3 players, many of the Dark World's powers have partnered up and launched several attacks on the teleportation gate already. Currently, we are still able to stop these attacks, but I'm afraid this situation won't last for very long, Dark Rhapsody's Blue Rainbow said helplessly to Melancholic Smile. In addition, world domination is growing restless. Judging from the information we collected, we believe world domination will mount a large-scale operation soon. Hence, we hope that Zero Wing can give us more of the Freedom Hotel's resources, so that we can rope in more of the Dark World's powers and maintain a stable hold over the teleportation gate. Upon hearing Blue Rainbow's words, Liang Jing, sitting beside Melancholic Smile, frowned slightly. A large part of the reason why Stone Forest City could maintain its current income was the Freedom Hotel. In order to ensure Stone Forest City's safety, they had obtained the help of the various powers and adventurer teams in exchange for the Freedom Hotel's rooms. Thus far, they had already given out quite a few rooms. If they gave out even more, not only would Zero Wing have fewer rooms for its own use, but the Freedom Hotel's income would also decrease significantly, possibly to the point where Zero Wing's current expenditures became unsustainable. However, the Dark World's teleportation gate was also provided a considerable portion of Zero Wing's income. This was especially true for magic crystals. It was similarly something that Zero Wing could not afford to lose. I understand. I'll consider this matter and give you an answer as soon as possible, Melancholic Smile said as she massaged her temples. If there are no other problems, we'll adjourn for today. After Melancholic Smile said so, everyone present promptly left their seats. At this time, Unyielding Soul's Mu Ling Sha approached Melancholic Smile. Miss Melancholic, please feel free to ask if you come across any difficulty in funding. Unyielding Soul and Zero Wing are old allies. While we might not be able to provide additional manpower, we can still allocate some funds to help Zero Wing, Mu Ling Sha said quietly as she looked at Melancholic Smile, who currently wore a worried expression on her face. Thank you, Melancholic Smile said. In reality, we don't really have any problems with regard to funding. The crucial problem is the various superpowers that are targeting Stone Forest City, as well as the management of Star Moon Kingdom and the Black Dragon Empire. If the main force members were around, those superpowers would hold back somewhat instead of working with Starlink to target Zero Wing's members. Now, it is becoming increasingly difficult for Zero Wing's members to develop in Star Moon Kingdom and the Black Dragon Empire. Currently, funding was still a small problem for Zero Wing. The really urgent matter now was the guild's lack of Tier 3 experts. If not for Unyielding Soul sending quite a number of its Tier 3 experts to help maintain Stone Forest City's security during this period, Stone Forest City would have definitely ended up in an even more miserable state. Right, Vice Guild Leader Mew, is there still no news about the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Phoenix Pavilion Master? Melancholic Smile asked. Zero Wing had partnered with the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Phoenix Rain on many occasions before. The two sides could be considered to be in an absolute alliance. Melancholic Smile and Phoenix Rain were also fairly close friends, as the two of them had come into frequent contact with each other because of the business relationship between their two guilds. Originally, after the various superpowers started targeting Stone Forest City, Melancholic Smile had sought Phoenix Rain's help to solve some of the problems Zero Wing encountered in the Black Dragon Empire. However, no matter how she tried contacting Phoenix Rain, she couldn't get through at all. It was as if Phoenix Rain had disappeared from God's domain. In fact, even the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's members did not know Phoenix Rain's whereabouts. We have already sent a lot of people to investigate this matter. It is truly strange. Let alone Phoenix Rain and her trusted subordinates, even the Dragon, Phoenix Pavilion's Ku Rong, Nine Dragons Emperor, and many others of the guild's upper echelon have disappeared. Currently, the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion is relying entirely on its Grand Elders to operate. According to the information we got, even those Grand Elders don't know what is going on, Mu Lingsha said. Disappeared? Melancholic Smile was stunned when she heard Mu Lingsha's words. The core upper echelon of a super first-rate guild had actually disappeared overnight without any news. Who would possibly dare believe this? However, I also heard that Mythology invited the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion to the Faux Saint Alliance discussion that it is holding in the Fire Dragon Empire. Once this alliance discussion ends, we might receive some news regarding the Phoenix Pavilion Master, Mu Lingsha said. Alliance discussion? Melancholic Smile's complexion turned even more haggard when she heard this phrase. It seems we are really in trouble this time. Ostensibly, Mythology's alliance discussion would focus on the problem of the Faux Saint monsters. In reality, Mythology was simply trying to rope in the various superpowers to capture Stone Forest City. If the various superpowers come to an agreement on how to split Stone Forest City's profits during this upcoming discussion, then the next step would be for them to attack Stone Forest City. With Stone Forest City's current defenses, it could fend off the various superpowers' joint assault, but such a war would destroy Stone Forest City's economy. Melancholic Smile wasn't the only person suffering a headache over this matter. Mu Lingsha was not having a good time either. After all, Mythology's alliance discussion this time wouldn't target just Zero Wing, but also Unyielding Soul. Unyielding Soul was falling into an increasingly precarious situation, yet she couldn't do anything about it. This was because 15 superpowers were attending the alliance discussion this time, 3 of which were super guilds, making it undoubtedly the grandest meeting ever held on the Eastern continent. If all of these superpowers worked together, the strength they could unleash would be unimaginable. Just as Melancholic Smile and Mu Lingsha were feeling helpless, Liang Jing, who was at one side reading a message, suddenly revealed a rare smile. No, it's not us who are in trouble, but them, Liang Jing exclaimed excitedly. What happened? Both Melancholic Smile and Mu Lingsha were confused by Liang Jing's sudden about-face. They could not understand why she was smiling at all. He's back. He? The guild leader. The guild leader is back. 2664 Zero Wing. In an uproar, everyone's plans. Chapter 2664, Zero Wing in an uproar, everyone's plans. Both Melancholic Smile and Mu Lingsha were stunned upon hearing Liang Jing's words. You managed to contact the guild leader? Melancholic Smile asked excitedly. The current Zero Wing was in an extremely tight spot, as all of the guild's top combatants were absent. However, this still wasn't the most important point. The crucial thing was that morale in the guild had fallen to an unprecedented low. Shi Feng had always been Zero Wing's backbone. His return might not be able to drag Zero Wing out of its current predicament, but it would be able to unite the hearts of Zero Wing's members. Moreover, his return would also strengthen the confidence of Zero Wing's various partners. After all, the main reason why these powers had partnered with Zero Wing in the first place was Shi Feng. At this moment, let alone Melancholic Smile, even Mu Lingsha gazed at Liang Jing eagerly, wanting to know if Shi Feng had truly returned or not. If Shi Feng had truly returned to the Eastern continent, the various superpowers would naturally have to reconsider their decision to join hands with Starlink and target Zero Wing. Even if their alliance remained standing, they wouldn't be as united as before. Not yet, Liang Jing said, shaking her head. I only received a report that the guild leader is currently in Silverwing Town. After saying so, Liang Jing forwarded the report to Melancholic Smile for her inspection. However, when Melancholic Smile and Mu Lingsha finished reading the report Liang Jing shared with them, the excitement on their faces disappeared, replaced by indescribable grimness. How could this be? Melancholic Smile could not help growing anxious after reading the report. Quick, gather the elite personal guards and contact Hellrush's team. We need to head to Silverwing Town as soon as possible. The fact that Shi Feng killed a mythic ranked Faux Saint Devourer was indeed astonishing. Such exciting news would definitely heighten morale. However, the retaliation of millions of Faux Saint monsters was no laughing matter. Not to mention, Saint's Hand wouldn't sit still and do nothing after suffering humiliation. At that time, Silverwing Town would have to go up against several million faux Saint monsters, as well as Saint's Hand's experts. With Silverwing Town's defenses, stopping such a force would be utterly impossible. Meanwhile, if Shi Feng were to end up getting devoured by those faux Saint monsters, the consequences for Zero Wing would be unimaginable. Let's not panic first. Those faux Saint monsters in Saint's Hand won't take action so soon. They will need some time to amass their forces. I'll contact Unyielding Heart and have him lead a team over to Silverwing Town immediately, Mulingsha said, pacifying Melancholic Smile. Thank you, Melancholic Smile said as she nodded in gratitude. She then took a deep breath to calm herself before methodically arranging for the necessary manpower to send to Silverwing Town. Meanwhile, as Melancholic Smile and the others were leading an army to Silverwing Town, the various superpowers were reeling from the news of Shi Feng's return. They never thought that Shi Feng would reappear after disappearing for such a long time, or to put it in another way, the Sword King of old had returned. Moreover, Shi Feng's individual combat power had even reached unbelievable heights. His dragon transformation actually allowed him to effortlessly kill a mythic-ranked faux Saint Devourer. The Sword King was far more frightening than before. This astonishing transformation would also make Zero Wing even more difficult to deal with. After all, compared to a guild with weak morale and divided opinions, a united guild with strong morale would be capable of exhibiting much greater combat power. Fire Dragon Empire, Flame Dragon City, Scorching Flame Restaurant. The Scorching Flame Restaurant towered over 30 stories above the city center. At this moment, a female, level 116 Guardian Knight, clad in black gold armor, entered the top floor room of the restaurant. The Guardian Knight radiated a frightening aura that suppressed even the ambient mana around her. However, when this Guardian Knight arrived before the woman currently dining inside the room, she gave a very respectful bow. Vice Guild Leader Shadow, Black Flame, has returned to the Eastern Continent, Whitefeather reported as she placed a document before Cold Shadow. She then continued, like we guessed, he has become much stronger than before. As a result, Zero Wing and its partners have regained their confidence. Even the Secret Pavilion has dispatched more manpower to help defend Stoneforest City. Currently, the various superpowers are hotly discussing this matter. Should we still proceed with our original plan and hold the alliance discussion? Of course, he merely killed one faux Saint Devourer. The big picture remains the same. Proceed according to plan, Cold Shadow said, a seductive smile appearing on her face. Those superpowers are no fools either. They should understand that times have changed. If they wish to survive in the new era, their only option is to plunder more resources for themselves. Not to mention, both Black Flame and Silverwing Town won't survive much longer. Although Shi Feng's return had indeed shocked the various superpowers, that was it. After all, one would have trouble adapting to the changes in the rapidly developing Eastern Continent, even if one left the continent for just 2 or 3 days. Shi Feng had disappeared from the Eastern Continent for around 2 weeks. Moreover, there was also the activation of the Demon God's Chaos Expansion Pack, as well as the outbreak of the faux Saint monsters. The current Eastern Continent was not the Eastern Continent of 2 weeks ago. One could say that Shi Feng's time had already passed. The threat he posed to the various superpowers was no longer as great as before. In the current God's domain, Tier 3 experts were no longer as rare as before. Even the various top adventurer teams boasted over 100 Tier 3 experts under their command, let alone the various first-rate guilds and superpowers. Hence, it was now incredibly difficult for powerful individuals like Shi Feng to accomplish great feats on their own. Tier 3 personal guards were also no longer as great of a threat to players as they were before. Understood. I'll notify the various superpowers then. Whitefeather nodded before leaving the Scorching Flame restaurant. While the Eastern Continent's various superpowers were discussing Shi Feng's return, Shi Feng himself had gone to Zero Wing's residence in Silverwing Town to rest. Guild leader, as per your instructions, we have started secretly transferring the crippled NPCs and elite Tier 3 personal guards. It shouldn't be long before they arrive in town. We've also tasked people to monitor the gaming cabins of the Vice Guild leaders and the others. As soon as they leave that special space, we will know about it, Yulin reported to Shi Feng, who was currently browsing the latest news regarding the Eastern Continent. Alright, they should be able to get out of that place in a few more days. If they arrive inside the faux Saint monster's territory, send a rescue team immediately, Shi Feng said, nodding. Although he doubted that Zero Wing's main force members would have any problems dealing with the faux Saint monsters, if they got surrounded by a large number of faux Saint destroyers or encountered a faux Saint devourer, they might still get killed. Meanwhile, the enhanced death penalty from dying to a faux Saint monster was something he didn't want Zero Wing's main force members to suffer. Guild leader, are you really fine in your present condition? Yulan asked worriedly. Not only did Shi Feng lose contact with the outside world for such a long period, but he had even spent all this time lying inside his virtual gaming cabin, completely reliant on the cabin's nutrient solution to sustain himself. His physical body couldn't be unaffected, not to mention he had just experienced such an intense battle and had a soul mark placed on him. Who knew if that soul mark would have any side effects or not? If Shi Feng were to collapse from overwork now and suffered lasting damage to his body, it would be putting the cart before the horse. Relax, I'm really fine, Shi Feng said, chuckling. In fact, my mind is in exceptionally good condition right now. New ideas are popping up in my mind from time to time, and they're making me eager to start training. It's good that you're fine. However, if you feel sick, you must log off and rest immediately. You can leave the other matters to us, Yulan said. After seeing that Shi Feng was indeed in good spirits, she stopped trying to persuade him to rest and left the office to handle the other tasks he had given her. Meanwhile, after Yulan left, Shi Feng stopped browsing the Eastern Continent's news. He then focused on the several strands of mist the Faux Saint Devourer had sent into his body. This wasn't his first time receiving a soul mark. Normally, players couldn't sense the soul mark that plagued them. However, he could actually clearly sense it inside his mind. He could even sense the white mist circling his brain. This situation intrigued him, following which Shi Feng focused all his attention on the several strands of mist meandering through his mind. His expression suddenly changed. No, that's not right. This isn't a soul mark, but a soul array. 2665 Magic Array that upgrades. The Soul Chapter 2665. Magic Array that upgrades the soul. Looking at the strands of white mist hovering around in his mind, coupled with the countless sparkles of light around the mist, Shi Feng could not help being surprised. In God's domain, magic arrays were generally made out of mana. However, some magic arrays were not made up of just mana, but had other things mixed in as well. Meanwhile, the magic array he was looking at had traces of soul. I never thought that the rumored soul array actually existed. Shi Feng revealed an ecstatic look on his face as he observed the white mist circulating in his brain. He had only ever heard of soul arrays. He had never actually seen one before. According to the rumors he had heard, the soul array was a magic array capable of changing a player's soul. Of course, there were also mentions that the soul array devoured a player's soul. In short, there were many rumors surrounding soul arrays. However, there was one thing Shi Feng was certain of. A soul array could upgrade a player's soul. Logically, it shouldn't be possible for players to upgrade their soul. That was only possible for NPCs. However, the soul array made the impossible possible. And according to the several testaments Shi Feng heard in his previous life, once a player had their soul upgraded, even an ordinary expert would become a powerhouse in God's domain. In fact, some experts had even managed to reach Tier 5 thanks to the upgrade. Nevertheless, most people that heard these rumors and testaments about the soul array's existence and functions had dismissed them as tall tales. They felt that even without the soul array, the experts that had given their testaments about the soul array would still have become powerhouses in God's domain. Hence, most players in God's domain had treated the existence of soul arrays as a joke. Now, however, Shi Feng was actually looking at a soul array himself. Of course, unless one was an advanced magician, one would most likely have a difficult time recognizing these strands of mist as a magic array. Most people would treat it as a soul mark. Thankfully, I checked it in time. Had I waited a few more days, I might have lost this opportunity. Shi Feng sighed in relief when he saw the strands of silver mist gradually thinning out. The soul array within him was being powered by the Faux Saint Devourer's soul energy and mana. While replenishing the soul array's mana was an easy task, replenishing the soul energy was not. At least, Shi Feng had no idea how he could do so. Hence, the soul array would not last for very long. Of course, so long as this soul array existed, the Faux Saint monsters would be able to perceive his presence. The soul array's existence could be considered both good fortune and misfortune. Having thought up to this point, Shi Feng promptly started studying the soul array in his brain. The soul array had merely been imprinted onto his brain. The magic array itself wasn't active. If he wished to let the soul array exhibit its real effects, he would have to activate it first. Sure enough, this soul array really is complex. Just from what I can see, it is made up of at least 40 basic Master Magic Arrays and over a dozen advanced Master Magic Arrays, 3 of which are almost at the Grandmaster standard. Moreover, I have to rely on my own spiritual will to activate this soul array, and even the slightest mistake will result in my soul getting devoured. It's no wonder some people labeled it a magic array that devours players' souls. After inspecting the soul array for half an hour, Shi Feng was flabbergasted by his findings. The soul was something illusory. There was no describing it with words, much less upgrading it or weakening it. However, the soul array within him could actually accomplish this feat easily. This was simply unbelievable. Unfortunately, the risks involved in activating the soul array were ridiculous. Of the 2 possible outcomes, one was heaven, while the other was hell. There was nothing in between. If ordinary experts were presented with such a choice, they probably would not hesitate to give activating the soul array a try. After all, the potential gains far outstripped the potential losses. Even if they got their souls damaged, the worst outcome would be remaining stuck at Tier 3 forever. For ordinary experts, this would most likely be the case anyway, even if they didn't have their souls weakened. However, it was a completely different story for Shi Feng. His potential losses outweighed his potential gains. With his current standards, he should have no problem reaching Tier 5. If he had his soul damaged now, then reaching Tier 5 would become a problem. After all, the higher the tier players reached, the lower the importance of weapons, equipment, and bloodlines. Instead, individual strength was what mattered most. Do I give up? Shi Feng hesitated despite himself as he considered the gradually dissipating soul array in his mind. As the soul array would be used on his soul, he only had one chance at activating it. If he messed up the activation, the soul array would backfire and devour his soul instead. However, if he succeeded, then the soul array would upgrade his soul. No, it's not hopeless. After debating for some time, Shi Feng thought of a possibility. He then took out Augustus's damaged heart from his bag. It was incredibly rare for players to come across opportunities to upgrade their souls. So long as he successfully activated the soul array, he would have a much easier time challenging not only a Tier 4 promotion quest of greater difficulty, but also future promotions. In fact, the help he could gain from an upgraded soul would be much greater than what he could gain from a piece of legendary equipment. It would be a huge waste to discard this opportunity. Meanwhile, there were two ways he could drastically increase his chances of successfully activating the soul array. The first method was to familiarize himself with the magic arrays used to make the entire soul array. However, the soul array was extremely complex. At his current standards, he might need 2 whole weeks to learn and memorize all the magic arrays. The second method was to improve his mental state so that he could guide his spiritual will through the soul array with greater precision. For others, both of these methods would be incredibly difficult. However, that was not the case for Shi Feng. Augustus's damaged heart was capable of releasing eternal energy when activated. Eternal energy was many times superior to mana. It could elevate a player's mental state to its very peak. Be it familiarizing himself with the soul array or guiding his spiritual will through the soul array, eternal energy would be of great help. With eternal energy, his chances of successfully activating the soul array would increase considerably. The only problem was that Augustus's damaged heart had a 3-month cooldown. Of course, there was also the option of using 1 god crystal to circumvent the cooldown. While this was incredibly expensive, spending 1 god crystal to upgrade his soul would be well worth it. Following which, Shi Feng took out the last god crystal he had and placed it inside Augustus's damaged heart. He then activated the heart's magic array. Immediately, streams of purple mist flowed out of Augustus's heart and converged around Shi Feng. At the same time, a refreshing feeling spread across his body. His thoughts also became much clearer than before. Good, let's begin. Taking a deep breath, Shi Feng started carefully analyzing the soul array's components one after another. 2 hours, 4 hours, 6 hours. Originally, it should have taken Shi Feng at least a dozen days to learn the soul array. However, with the help of eternal energy, he learned and familiarized himself with all of the soul array's components in just a little over 7 hours. He had even achieved rough mastery of a pseudo-grandmaster magic array that could be used to exert a little control over souls. Now that I've familiarized myself with all of the magic arrays, next up will be to utilize my spiritual will to activate them. Looking at the soul array in his mind, he could not help some slight nervousness. Although he had familiarized himself with all of the component arrays, activating them was an entirely different matter. After all, the activation of each magic array required him to split his spiritual will into multiple strands. The difficulty of doing so was incredibly high. After mentally preparing himself for several minutes, Shi Feng then started guiding his spiritual will through the magic arrays in his mind. 1 magic array activated, 2 magic arrays activated, 3 magic arrays activated. With each subsequent magic array Shi Feng activated, the difficulty increased. Initially, he needed to split his spiritual will only into 3 strands. By the 4th magic array, that number increased to 6. Fortunately for an expert like Shi Feng, such a task was not particularly difficult. Hence, the activation of the magic arrays proceeded in an orderly manner. Time passed quickly. Before Shi Feng realized it, more than 20 minutes had gone by already. At this point, the sweat from his forehead had already drenched the light armor he wore. The last one. The final magic array actually required Shi Feng to split his spiritual will into 17 strands. This final magic array was also the one he was most familiar with. Pung! Suddenly, a crisp sound echoed in his mind. In the next moment, the soul array's core magic array shattered, followed by the shattering of the other component arrays in a domino effect. Meanwhile, the several strands of white mist circulating in Shi Feng's mind transformed into countless particles of light that merged into his brain. Is it done? Shi Feng was stunned when he saw this scene inside his mind. 26666 Soul Upgraded, Natural Domain. Chapter 26666, Soul Upgraded, Natural Domain. Zero Wings Residence, Guild Leader's Office. Sitting quietly on his chair, Shi Feng suddenly opened his eyes, his mind roiling with confusion. Just a second ago, he clearly sensed that he had successfully activated the core magic array. In the next second, however, the soul array had shattered so thoroughly that no traces remained whatsoever. It was as if the soul array had never existed in his mind. What is going on here? Did I succeed or fail? After confirming the absence of the soul array, Shi Feng tried moving his body a little. However, he did not detect any changes or discomfort in his body. It was as if everything that had happened was an illusion. From what he understood of the soul array, so long as players successfully activated it, their souls would receive an upgrade, and their game character's natural talent would receive a significant improvement. On the other hand, if players failed to activate the soul array, their souls would get devoured, and their natural talent would deteriorate significantly, which would, in turn, eliminate almost all chances for further improvement. However, he currently didn't feel any different from before he tried activating the soul array. Both his physical body and mental state felt normal, neither more active nor sluggish. Could this soul array be a sham? After pondering for some time, Shi Feng could come up with only this conclusion. Instead of the real deal, the soul array planted in his mind was merely a somewhat special soul mark. No other explanation made sense. Of course, there was one other possibility. All the information he obtained regarding the soul array in the past was false. The soul array did not possess the ability to alter a player's soul at all, and everyone who supposedly experienced these effects had only been imagining things. At this point, Shi Feng could not help but sigh. If that really was the case, then he had suffered a huge loss this time. He had spent one god crystal to reset the cooldown on Augustus's damaged heart. Previously, in order to help out the guild's core members, he had spent most of the god crystals he had on hand and kept only one for himself, just in case. Now, he had wasted his last god crystal. Just as a wave of depression washed over Shi Feng, Yulan knocked on his door and entered the room. Guild leader, Melancholic, and the others have arrived. In addition, the 300-plus disabled NPCs are already in the residence's plaza. We can start the ceremony at any time, Yulan said, finding the look of depression on Shi Feng's face a little strange. All right, have the NPCs wait on the second underground floor first. Have Melancholic make the necessary preparations as well. I still need some time to myself, Shi Feng said, nodding. I'll inform them then, Yulan said before leaving the office. After she left, Shi Feng took out the memory crystal the Crimson-Eyed Sword Saint had given him. Since Augustus's heart was still pumping out eternal energy, he planned to use this opportunity to learn Elvos's legacy. In God's domain, God crystals were rarer than even epic weapons and equipment. Coming across one was highly dependent on luck. Now that he had wasted a God crystal to activate Augustus's heart, he naturally couldn't let even a second of its duration go to waste. Otherwise, he would have to wait 3 months or obtain another God crystal to activate it again. The instant Shi Feng tried to inject his mana into the memory crystal, a white mist actually formed around the crystal, stunning him. This, materialized mana? How is this possible? Mana was intangible. Players could only rely on their senses and imagination to control it. Even then, they could exert only simple control over mana. Trying to concentrate the density of thin mana was beyond even Tier 4 players who had basic control over mana. Normally, players would be capable of such a feat only after reaching the Advanced Master Magician standard. Shi Feng had just recently reached the Intermediate Master Magician standard, yet this materialized mana indicated that he had actually reached the Advanced Master Magician standard already. He could hardly believe it. An Advanced Master Magician. Although the Magician class was only a subclass in God's domain, the Advanced Master Magician standard was a realm all Tier 4 experts sought to reach. At the Advanced Master Magician standard, players could rely on their will to manipulate the mana around them, utilizing the ambient mana as if it were an extension of their bodies. They could have their own natural domain. An ordinary Tier 3 player who reached the Advanced Master Magician standard would be invincible among all opponents below Tier 4, the true Tier 4 standard, not monsters or players that possessed basic attributes at the Tier 4 standard. One could easily imagine how powerful the Advanced Master Magician subclass was. Could this be the soul array's effects? This was the only explanation Shi Feng could come up with for this situation after giving the matter some thought. Manipulating intangible mana was an incredibly complex task. Players needed a lot of time to adapt their minds before they could do it. Now, however, he could exert a great degree of control over mana despite barely putting any thought to the task. It was as if his mind had automated this process for him. Amazing, truly amazing. The change to my magical talent is simply heaven-defying. Shi Feng was filled with an indescribable sense of shock as he controlled the mana domain that had naturally formed around him. Currently, he could freely control all the mana within a 30-yard radius as if it were one of his limbs. With just a thought, he could have the ambient mana attack someone. Moreover, this attack would carry power at the peak of Tier 3 just by him materializing the ambient mana. If he were to use a magic array, the power he could exhibit would be even greater. After a brief moment of excitement, Shi Feng calmed himself and put away the Crimson-Eyed Sword Saint's memory crystal. He then took out a tattered notebook from his bag. Originally, I thought that I could learn this thing's contents only after reaching Tier 4. I never dreamed that I could actually learn them now. That faux Saint Devourer really has helped me a bunch, Shi Feng muttered, chuckling as he looked at the notebook in his hands. The notebook he held was none other than the mana-forging notes he had received from the famed smith Alba Gray. Although he had only one volume of the mana-forging notes, the value of this one volume could easily rival that of a legendary item. It was an item that the various empires of God's domain would go crazy over. This was because the forging techniques recorded within the mana-forging notes could serve as the foundation of an empire. Of course, learning the recorded forging techniques was an incredibly difficult task. Firstly, one had to have reached the advanced master magician standard. This requirement was because Alba Gray's mana forging techniques were different from conventional forging techniques, which prioritized the materials used. Instead, Alba Gray's techniques prioritized mana, while the materials used were only of secondary importance. One could consider Alba Gray's techniques a kind of lost ancient technology. Shi Feng immediately started manipulating the mana around him to break the mana seal on the notebook. In order to remove the mana seal, one needed to use one's mana to decode it. Utilizing brute force would permanently destroy the notebook's contents. The mana seal consisted of 27 magic arrays, every one of which was at the basic Grandmaster standard. The degree of precision one needed to have when decoding these magic arrays was akin to threading a needle. Only those capable of freely manipulating mana would succeed in lifting the mana seal. This was also the reason why Shi Feng had left the mana forging notes sitting inside his bag all this time. 1 array, 2 arrays, 3 arrays. After working on the mana seal for more than 2 hours, Shi Feng finally decoded the last magic array on the mana forging notes. Immediately, all mana within his office seemed to have been summoned, as it surged toward the mana forging notes. This mana then transformed into texts and images that flowed into his brain. For a time, Shi Feng felt as if his head would explode. The amount of information contained within the mana forging notes was comparable to that of the small mobile fortress design. If not for his concentration having reached the Tier 4 standard already, he would have most definitely lost consciousness. The information transfer continued for 20 minutes. Then, the mana forging notes closed itself, and the mana seal reappeared on it. As for Shi Feng, he slumped back in his chair, his complexion indescribably pale. However, despite his miserable state, his eyes sparkled with joy and shock. Before Shi Feng could snap out of his daze, he suddenly received a call request from Yulan. Guild leader, we just received news that the Faux Saint monster army is currently crossing Starmoon Kingdom's borders. Rough estimates put its numbers at over 4 million. We have also spotted some of Saint's Hand's members among the monsters, Yulan reported anxiously. They're finally here? Shi Feng revealed a faint smile on his face when he heard Yulan's words. Have Melancholic and the others ready the materials. I'll head over immediately. 2667, Foundation Skyrockets. Chapter 2667, Foundation Skyrockets Silverwing Town, Zero Wing's residence, second underground floor. At this moment, over 300 NPCs stood inside an underground hall which was half the size of a football field. These NPCs all looked old and injured. The 100-plus Tier 3 experts of Zero Wing present could not help their confusion over the presence of these NPCs. With the situation outside so tense already, why did the guild leader gather us here instead of having us prepare for battle? A tall and thin level 15 man wearing the emblem of Zero Wing's main force reserve member muttered, perturbed. This tall and thin man was once the vice commander of an adventurer team. He had joined Zero Wing not that long ago and had gained his position as a reserve member of the main force only after Shi Feng had left the eastern continent. Hence, he did not have a very clear idea of just how powerful the guild's foundations were. What the man understood very clearly was just how powerful the Faux Saint monsters were, especially after their numbers reached a certain scale. Several million Faux Saint monsters charging toward Silverwing Town was definitely a disaster. However, instead of further strengthening the town's defenses, Shi Feng had actually gathered all of the guild's Tier 3 reserve main force members tasked with defending Silverwing Town in this basement hall. In fact, he had even kept them waiting here for such a long time with nothing to do but look at these old and ailing NPCs. This was simply insane. At this moment, many of the Tier 3 experts present were also confused by this situation. Silverwing Town was by no means a small place. There were many locations that needed defending. They still needed to organize the guild's other Tier 3 experts and Tier 2 members. They had already been tight for time, yet they had actually wasted 2 whole hours idling here. The players gathered could not help but wonder if Shi Feng had given up on Silverwing Town already. To Zero Wing's core upper echelon, Silverwing Town might be just another one of the guild's residences. However, for players like themselves who had lived in Silverwing Town all this time, it was their home. Just as everyone was grumbling about the current situation, Yulin and Melancholic Smile walked to the staircase leading upstairs. They then flanked the staircase and quietly looked at the man descending it, a respectful expression appearing on their faces. Guild leader, all Tier 3 reserve main force members with a position of Viscount or above are here. They have already signed the confidentiality contract. With the personal guard slots they have, we will be able to accommodate all of the NPCs gathered, Melancholic Smile quietly reported to Shi Feng. All right, let's begin, Shi Feng said, nodding. Originally, he had been keeping the Water of Life top secret. After all, only by doing so would he have an easier time collecting injured NPCs with good potential. However, now that God's domain had developed to such a state, he no longer had the leeway for such secrecy. After Shi Feng said so, Melancholic Smile had the gathered NPCs line up before her. She then distributed the water of life to every one of them, the situation further confusing the reserve main force members present. What are they doing? What dense life energy? Why do all these NPCs look so excited? Many people knew of the water of life in God's domain, but not many people had seen it in person. In the eyes of Zero Wing's reserve main force members, Melancholic Smile was merely distributing potions brimming with life energy to the NPCs gathered. However, when these NPCs received the potion, their gloomy and lifeless expressions immediately brightened up, their eyes glowing with hope and energy. Every one of these NPCs even excitedly thanked Melancholic Smile and swore loyalty to her. This situation baffled the Zero Wing members. They could all tell that these NPCs were not personal guards but independent NPCs. There should be no way these NPCs would show such gratitude toward players, much less take the initiative to swear loyalty to a player. As the reserve main force members were stewing in confusion, frightening auras burst forth from the gathered NPCs, one after another. Previously, none of these gathered NPCs was a match even for ordinary Tier 2 NPCs. Now, however, even the weakest of them radiated an aura that made even the refinement realm experts present shudder. When the auras of these 300-plus NPCs flooded the hall, the 100-plus reserve main force members could not help stumbling back with nervous expressions as they cautiously eyed the NPCs before them. At this moment, they could tell that, so long as these NPCs willed it, none of them would leave this basement alive. Not to mention, the strongest few auras even made them feel as if they stood before a bottomless abyss. The owners of these auras were definitely not just ordinary Tier 3 NPCs. While bathed in these auras, everyone felt as if they were standing inside a muddy swamp, their bodies incredibly sluggish. In fact, they had also lost control over the ambient mana around them. A mana domain? At this moment, even Yulan goggled in shock at this situation. Although she knew that Shi Feng and Melancholic Smile had gathered these old and ailing NPCs for a purpose, she never imagined that they would be carrying out such an ambitious enterprise. Not only did they instantly turn 300-plus old and ailing NPCs into lively tigers, but 3 of these NPCs even possessed a mana domain. This was simply unbelievable. Normally, a naturally occurring mana domain was something only Tier 4 NPCs possessed. A mana domain was also the biggest difference between Tier 3 and Tier 4 NPCs, and the reason why Tier 4 NPCs could trounce Tier 3 NPCs. It was also because of this mana domain that Saint's Hand had never dared stretch their hands toward Silverwing Town. After all, Silverwing Town had the protection of the Magic King Craig Midlands, who had already been promoted to Tier 4. In front of the Magic King, Tier 3 players would be one-shot kills. Now, out of the 300-plus NPCs present, there were actually 3 NPCs with a mana domain. This meant that these 3 NPCs were only one short step away from Tier 4. Amazing. The harvest this time is massive. Shi Feng himself was surprised by this outcome. Although there were no Tier 4 NPCs in the batch of recovered NPCs this time, just gaining 3 Tier 3 NPCs with a mana domain was plenty amazing already. After all, so long as these 3 NPCs received sufficient resources, reaching Tier 4 should be a shoo-in. Moreover, aside from these 3 NPCs, the quality of the other 300-plus NPCs was considerably good as well. Of the other 300-plus NPCs, 1 actually possessed growth potential at the Dark Gold rank, 11 at the Fine Gold rank, 151 at the Secret Silver rank, and the rest at the Mysterious Iron rank. In God's domain, NPCs that possessed growth potential at the Fine Gold rank or above could only be found by luck. Aqua Rose had already swept through the old and ailing NPCs of numerous countries once. The fact that they could obtain so many NPCs at the Dark Gold and Fine Gold standard in the second batch was truly incredible. After all, any random Tier 3 NPC at the Fine Gold rank could suppress current Tier 3 domain realm experts. Even the various superpowers would not possess more than a handful of such existences. Now, Zero Wing had just gained 15 of such NPCs. Moreover, 3 of them possessed a mana domain, of which 2 were at the Fine Gold rank and 1 was at the Dark Gold rank. If the various superpowers were to learn of this haul, they would definitely die of envy. Meanwhile, after a brief moment of silence in the hall, Shi Feng turned his gaze toward the reserve main force members assembled before him. Alright, stop daydreaming. Line up according to the number assigned to you and start signing a contract with these NPCs, Shi Feng said with a clap of his hands. Shi Feng's words triggered an uproar among the gathered players. Crap, is this for real? Even the weakest among these NPCs is at the Mysterious Iron rank, right? We can contract these NPCs as our personal guards? Everyone felt as if they were in a dream when they heard Shi Feng's words. The fact that the guild could recruit so many powerful NPCs was already plenty amazing. Now, however, they were being told that they could have these NPCs as their personal guards. They couldn't believe their ears. The various first-rate guilds treated even Mysterious Iron guards as family heirlooms. Normally, only the guild elders would have the qualifications to contract such NPCs as personal guards. As for Secret Silver guards, they belong to the guild leader and grand elders. Everyone else should not even think of obtaining them. Now, however, Zero Wing was actually letting mere reserve members of its main force contract with mysterious Iron Guards and above. This situation was even more fabulous than if the guild had granted every one of them a level 100 plus epic weapon. However, in no time at all, everyone snapped out of their days and dashed forward to line up before Shi Feng. As for the distribution of the NPCs, Shi Feng first granted every player in line a secret silver NPC. As for the 2 dark gold NPCs, he assigned Melancholic Smile and Yulan 1 each. He also granted both of them and Liang Jing 1 fine gold NPC each. This way, the 3 of them would no longer have to worry about their security when traveling around God's domain. As for the remaining fine gold NPCs, he assigned them to the 11 people in line who had made the most contributions to the guild. Upon seeing this, the other Zero Wing members inevitably grew envious. That was a fine gold guard they were talking about. With the strength of a fine gold guard, one would not have to worry even when coming across a 100-man Tier 3 team. In fact, the Tier 3 team would most likely try to avoid the fine gold guard. This is wonderful. With the addition of these personal guards, we should have no problem withstanding the faux saint monster's attack. Yulin breathed out a sigh of relief when the distribution of the personal guards was over. Although Silverwing Town was only an advanced town, Zero Wing had invested plenty of resources and funds into its development. While its defensive capability might not rival that of a guild city, its capability was not that far off either. Not to mention, the town also had 5 magic towers and a Tier 4 NPC protecting it. With the addition of so many Tier 3 personal guards, there shouldn't be any problem defending Silverwing Town from the faux saint monsters. Withstand? Shi Feng shook his head at Yulan's sigh. Sneering, he continued, since they dare to come, then they shouldn't think of leaving anymore. After saying so, Shi Feng tasked Yulan and Melancholic Smile with arranging Silverwing Town's defenses. As for himself, he made his way to Silverwing Town's Town Lord's mansion. Inside the control room of the Town Lord's mansion, Shi Feng took out 600 mana stones and arranged them above the core magic array. The mana forging notes recorded plenty of powerful items. However, the highlight of the volume he received from Alba Grey was a special magic array capable of strengthening other magic arrays to whole new heights. Of course, this improved strength did not come for free. The strengthening would triple the consumption of the target magic array. The target magic array would also take longer to recover naturally. However, compared to the possible benefits, this was a small price to pay. When Shi Feng finished drawing the special magic array using the mana stones, a crimson pillar suddenly emerged from the core magic array. Following which, the sound of a system announcement suddenly entered Shi Feng's ears. System, Silverwing Town has met the qualifications for promotion to a basic city. Do you wish to promote it to a basic city? 2668 Siege Battle at Silverwing Town, Chapter 2668 Siege Battle at Silverwing Town? The town can be promoted just like that? Shi Feng was surprised as he looked at the notification window at the corner of his vision. Although Silverwing Town was developing rapidly and its promotion to a basic city was only a matter of time, its attaining the promotion qualifications so soon caught him unawares. He never thought that there would be such a benefit to strengthening a town's core magic array. The defense of a basic city was significantly more substantial than that of an advanced town. The number of NPC guards one could hire would also undergo a qualitative transformation. This boost was especially advantageous for strongholds located in the Orc Empire. Recently, more and more players had started operating in the Orc Empire. Due to the very low number of player strongholds there, any stronghold that could ensure the safety of its players would become extremely popular, which would, in turn, guarantee its rapid development. However, despite receiving this unexpected boon, Shi Feng did not choose to promote Silverwing Town yet. Instead, he focused on the crimson light pillar that had appeared at the center of the room. He then took out piles of magic crystals and started channeling the mana of the light pillar into Silverwing Town's various magic arrays. While upgrading Silverwing Town now would indeed raise its defensive capability by a significant margin, doing so would come at a great price. All the players inside the town would be teleported out of the town during the promotion process. With the faux saint army approaching, there was simply no time to upgrade Silverwing Town. Otherwise, Zero Wing's members might have to fight the millions of faux saint monsters without the help of the city's defensive structures. Moreover, now that he had strengthened Silverwing Town's core magic array, its performance would surpass even that of the core magic arrays of ordinary basic cities. There was simply no need to take such a big risk. The rampaging mana inside the hall started flowing into the core magic array, together with the mana the magic crystals released. The core magic array then directed this mana into the various magic arrays throughout Silverwing Town, reinforcing them. 3 arrays, 6 arrays, 9 arrays. As Silverwing Town's magic arrays got strengthened one after another, the town's ambient mana changed. By the time half of Silverwing Town's magic arrays were strengthened, a layer of red mist had appeared above the town, enveloping it completely. Quick, look, why is there a red mist above the town? What's going on? Is this Zero Wing's doing? It's highly possible. The ambient mana seems to have become slightly wilder. So long as we use this mana, the power of our skills and spells should increase substantially. With this, we should have an easier time repelling the Faux Saint army. The players in Silverwing Town quickly noticed the changes to the town's mana and could not help discussing them. Many of the adventurer team members preparing for battle relaxed slightly. Silverwing Town was one of the few player strongholds in the Orc Empire that were open to independent players. Hence, many independent players had decided to support Zero Wing against the approaching Faux Saint army. In addition, Zero Wing had also set up a contribution system for the players participating in the town's defense. Through this system, players could earn contribution points and exchange these points for rewards. Hence, even more independent players had chosen to stay and fight for Silverwing Town. It seems Black Flame isn't completely unprepared for this upcoming battle. Illusory Words, who currently stood on the town's wall, sighed in relief when she saw the red mist covering the town. After seeing Shi Feng's previous performance against the Faux Saint Devourer, Crimson Emperor had decided to go all out in helping Zero Wing defend Silverwing Town. However, Illusory Words wasn't confident of success. After all, the Faux Saint monsters were simply too many. Moreover, even the weakest Faux Saint monster was at the Great Lord rank. The most they could do was persevere against the Faux Saint monster's assault. That was right, persevere. With their current forces, repelling the Faux Saint army would be impossible. All they could do was persevere. Fortunately, Shi Feng had killed the Faux Saint Devourer. With this, even the strongest Faux Saint monster remaining would be only at the Grand Lord rank. Silverwing Town's defensive magic array would have no problem tanking the hits of Grand Lords. Meanwhile, so long as they ensured the continuous replenishment of the energy reserves of the town's defensive magic array before they got depleted, the Faux Saint monsters would not be able to take even a single step into Silverwing Town. With the intellect of those Faux Saint monsters, they wouldn't bother wasting too much time on a single task. After seeing that they couldn't break through the town's defensive magic array even after several days, they would naturally retreat. It seems Black Flame has quite a few tricks up his sleeves. He's actually able to make the town's mana go berserk. With this, the strength of the town's defensive magic array should have increased by quite a bit. While the town's defensive magic array has indeed been improved, it will still need to withstand all those Faux Saint destroyers. You should know that Faux Saint monsters have destroyed NPC cities before. What can a guild town possibly do against an army of them? The various superpowers members hidden inside the town disdained the transformation to Silverwing Town's mana. They also considered Shi Feng very foolish. While the performance of the town's defensive magic array had indeed improved significantly, there was still a limit to the magic array's energy reserves. Faced with the attacks of tens of thousands of Grand Lord-ranked Faux Saint destroyers, how long could the magic array's energy reserves possibly last? Even the defensive magic arrays of NPC cities had fallen swiftly before the Faux Saint monsters. In fact, many of these NPC cities also had a large number of level 150 NPC guards and a level 180 tier 3 magistrate to defend them. In the end, the Faux Saint monsters still managed to drain the defensive magic array's energy reserves and destroyed the cities. Shortly after Silverwing Town's transformation, news of it quickly reached the Fire Dragon Empire's Flame Dragon City. Interesting. Since he's able to agitate the mana of a town to increase the performance of the town's defensive magic array, it seems he didn't offend those Faux Saint monsters and Saint's Hand without any forethought. A smirk appeared on Cold Shadow's face when she read the report she just received. What a pity. This development might have posed a problem for those Faux Saint monsters in Saint's Hand a few days ago, but it is futile now. After Cold Shadow said so, she turned her gaze to the video livestream playing before her. What this livestream showed was none other than the Faux Saint army that was marching towards Silverwing Town and was currently within 5,000 yards of Silverwing Town already. The monsters were so numerous that they covered all the land around Silverwing Town. From what she could see, there were easily more than 100,000 Faux Saint destroyers there, almost double the initial projections. Moreover, aside from the Faux Saint destroyers, there were also quite a few gigantic figures moving amidst this army, and the other Faux Saint monsters clustered around these gigantic figures. At this moment, Whitefeather entered the VIP room Cold Shadow occupied and said respectfully, "Vice Guild Leader, the various superpowers representatives have arrived already. Should we head over now?" "Alright, let's go." Cold Shadow nodded. She then dismissed the video playing before her and left the Scorching Flame restaurant. At the same time, the players standing guard atop Silverwing Town's walls were dumbfounded by the sight before them. How is this possible? No, this can't be real. This must be a joke. When the players standing on the walls looked at the massive army before them, despair and reluctance overwhelmed them. 8. There were 8 mythic-ranked Faux Saint Devourers. Is this the strength that Saint's Hand has been relying on all this time? Illusory Words, who similarly stood on the town's wall, could not help a bitter smile when she saw the 8 Faux Saint Devourers. She had anticipated that Saint's Hand had kept a trump card hidden. Otherwise, it wouldn't have had the confidence to take action so close to Silverwing Town, nor would it have put its precious mythic-ranked Faux Saint Devourer at such great risk. However, she never thought that Saint's Hand had actually managed to produce so many Faux Saint Devourers already. At this moment, even the various spectating superpowers were stunned by this situation. Too strong. The Faux Saint army boasted not only over 100,000 Faux Saint Destroyers, but also 8 Faux Saint Devourers. With such a force, let alone destroying Silverwing Town, even capturing one of Starmoon Kingdom's main cities wouldn't be a problem. After all, the only real threat in main city-ranked NPC cities was the level 180, Tier 4 magistrates tasked with defending them. As for the remaining level 150 NPCs that were at Tier 2 or Tier 3, while they did pose a problem, they weren't undefeatable. At the same time, several thousand players wearing the guild emblem of Saint's Hand were hiding in a forest several thousand yards away from Silverwing Town. Among them, 1,000 magical class players were currently drawing a gigantic and complex magic array which constantly drew on the ambient mana and reduced its density. I'll show you just how foolish your previous actions are and make you regret everything you've done. Thousand Eyes, who currently radiated an extremely weak aura, sneered as he looked at the Silverwing Town displayed on the magic mirror before him. No, I should say that you won't even have time to regret. Your Silverwing Town will turn to dust before you know it. Meanwhile, inside Silverwing Town's Town Lord's mansion, while Shi Feng was quietly inspecting the performance of the town's strengthened magic arrays through the core magic array, Yulan burst into the room with an ugly expression on her face. Guild leader, according to the information we received from the walls, aside from over 100,000 Faux Saint Destroyers, the Faux Saint army this time also has 8 Faux Saint Devourers, Yulan said in a grim tone as she gazed at Shi Feng. It might be fine if only 1 or 2 Faux Saint Devourers had appeared. At that time, they could simply have Craig Midlands take action. However, the appearance of 8 Faux Saint Devourers completely messed up their plans. With so many Faux Saint Devourers attacking, it wouldn't matter even if Shi Feng transformed into a black dragon again. They're here? Seeing the grim look on Yulan's face, Shi Feng said calmly, "Let's go take a look then." 2669. Power of Mana. Chapter 2669, Power of Mana, Silverwing Town, Main Gates Wall. Currently, a large number of players were trying to squeeze their way up to the top of the wall, which was over a dozen meters high, to get a better look at the Faux Saint army. However, when these players arrived on top, every one of them found the scene that greeted them shocking. The Faux Saint monsters were so numerous that their figures dotted the land all the way to the horizon. Moreover, even the weakest among them was a level 110 Great Lord. As this endless army of monsters gradually encircled Silverwing Town, it looked as if night had descended. This scene alone already evoked fear in everyone. Why are there so many mythic-ranked Faux Saint Devourers? Can we really stop them? Panic and despair swept through the independent players that had chosen to help defend Silverwing Town as they stared at the scene before them. Originally, they thought that, with over 300,000 players fighting for Silverwing Town, combined with the town's defensive magic array, they should still have a chance to emerge victorious. After all, to win, they simply had to distract 50,000 or 60,000 Faux Saint Destroyers for a certain period. However, the Faux Saint army that appeared before Silverwing Town was far stronger than they anticipated, over 100,000 Faux Saint Destroyers and 8 mythic-ranked Faux Saint Devourers. Everyone's confidence vanished at the sight of this army. At this moment, let alone the independent players present, even Unyielding Heart and Illusory Words were shocked. Over 100,000 Faux Saint Destroyers and 8 Faux Saint Devourers. These Faux Saint monsters really think highly of us. Unyielding Heart, who had reached level 116 already, said, a bitter smile forming on his face as he took in the 8 gigantic figures standing some distance away from Silverwing Town. In order to assist Zero Wing in defending Silverwing Town, Unyielding Soul had dispatched its strongest trump card legion and even sent over 2 Tier 4 summoning scrolls and more than 100 heavy ballistas. According to his estimates, this force, combined with Crimson Emperors and Zero Wings, should have no problem defending Silverwing Town. However, it would seem that he had still underestimated the strength of these Faux Saint monsters. At this moment, let alone the 8 Faux Saint Devourers, just the 100,000 plus Faux Saint Destroyers were already more than enough to instill despair in everyone. After all, the Faux Saint Destroyers were Grand Lord ranked monsters. Ordinary Tier 3 experts couldn't take them on one-on-one. Only multiple people working together, with the help of the town's war weapons, could prevent these Faux Saint Destroyers from attacking the town's defensive magic array and walls. As for the Tier 4 creatures they could summon, these things would be far from adequate against tens of thousands of Faux Saint Destroyers. The only thing these summoned creatures could do was defend a portion of the town's walls and reduce the pressure the town's players faced. However, with the 8 Faux Saint Devourers around, these Tier 4 summoned creatures wouldn't even be able to lessen the pressure on the town's defenders. Illusory Words nodded in agreement with Unyielding Heart's words, complex emotions flickering in her eyes. We can only try our best to defend the town. A sense of powerlessness overwhelmed Illusory Words as she looked at the Faux Saint Devourers several thousand yards away commanding the other Faux Saint monsters. Although she had confidence in Shi Feng, she doubted that even he had expected such a powerful army to appear at Silverwing Town's doorstep. In fact, Even the various superpowers did not expect the faux saint monsters to develop at such a frightening rate. After all, only a little more than a day had passed since Crimson Emperor had learned about the birth of the first faux saint devourer, yet the faux saint monsters had managed to add 8 more faux saint devourers to their number. Even if they could stop these faux saint monsters for a day, it was highly unlikely they could stop these monsters for 2 days. During the time everyone was sighing and feeling powerless, a golden beam of light suddenly appeared in a forest some distance away from Silverwing Town, shooting straight into the sky. Even from several thousand yards away, the beam was clearly visible. Along with the appearance of this golden beam, the dusky sky became as bright as day. At the same time, the density of the mana surrounding Silverwing Town thinned out considerably, as if something sucked the ambient mana away. Now, even players who weren't particularly sensitive to mana felt a slight discomfort. This is the Soul Annihilation Curse. Illusory Words' complexion turned indescribably grim when she saw the pillar of mana rising into the sky. Are Saint's Hands people crazy? They actually used such an area sealing curse. The Soul Annihilation Curse was a super rare sealing barrier in God's domain. When activated, it could lock down a very large area, preventing players from leaving the sealed space while the barrier was still up, and thin out the mana within the barrier. Meanwhile, not only would players that died within the barrier suffer a much more severe death penalty, but their souls would be weakened for 15 days as well. The cost to activate the Soul Annihilation Curse was equally astonishing. The permanent sacrifice of 1,000 level 100 plus Tier 2 magical class players and 100 Tier 3 magical class players. This was a permanent death they were talking about. The players that activated this magic array would have their game characters permanently deleted, and they would have to start all over again if they wished to continue playing. Due to this reason, although quite a few superpowers had obtained the Soul Annihilation Curse, none of them ever dared to use it. However, as Silverwing Town's players stood dazed in shock, a gigantic magic mirror suddenly appeared above the town. It displayed Saint's Hands members, and standing at the lead of these players was none other than Thousand Eyes, whom Shi Feng had killed just recently. Black Flame, you didn't see this coming, right? Thousand Eyes sneered. I said that you'd regret it. Weren't you very powerful? Now, I'll have you watch as everyone in Silverwing Town gets devoured by the faux Saint army. When Thousand Eyes' chilling words echoed throughout Silverwing Town, the players in the town shuddered involuntarily. This was simply madness. Saint's Hand had sacrificed not only 1,000 level 100 plus Tier 2 magical class players, but also 100 Tier 3 experts. This was something even super guilds wouldn't dare to do. After all, even to a super guild, 100 Tier 3 experts represented significant combat power. Zero Wing is truly doomed this time. Sure enough, Saint's Hand is filled with a bunch of lunatics. They actually dare use such a card. With this, not only will Zero Wing and all of its allies have their members devoured by those faux saint monsters, but they'll even have their souls weakened as well. Despite being spectators, the various superpowers members hidden inside Silverwing Town shuddered in fear when they saw the maniacal smile on Thousand Eyes' face. While everyone was falling into despair, several figures appeared above Silverwing Town's main gate. One of these figures belonged to none other than Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame. After arriving above the main gate, Shi Feng glanced at the magic mirror in the sky and said nonchalantly, "How noisy. Isn't it just a soul annihilation curse? Do you think this thing is good for anything?" Although Shi Feng did not speak very loudly, with the entire Silverwing Town dead silent right now, everyone heard his words very clearly. Hence, the entire town immediately went into an uproar. No one ever thought that even after things had developed to such a point, Shi Feng would still dare to provoke Thousand Eyes. Was he so eager to die? Is he tired of living, pretending to be calm? We'll see how he continues pretending. I'm guessing that Black Flame must have realized the hopelessness of the situation and is merely sassing to get the load off his chest. When the various superpowers members saw Shi Feng's calm expression and heard his bold claim through their magic mirrors, they could not help scoffing. The Soul Annihilation Curse itself indeed did not pose any direct threat to players. However, the millions of faux saint monsters standing outside the town were definitely a nightmare for all players. You think it's useless? In that case, let's see if this Soul Annihilation Curse is really useless or not once the faux saint army starts attacking, Thousand Eyes said. Instead of getting angry at Shi Feng's words, he started chuckling instead. As soon as Thousand Eyes finished speaking, the faux saint monsters surrounding Silverwing Town promptly charged forward. When the army of millions advanced, it looked as if a tsunami was sweeping across the land. The earth shattered underfoot, and explosions kept reverberating through the air. Everyone inside Silverwing Town gasped at the sight. Some Tier 3 experts even retreated unconsciously. So noisy! Shi Feng pointed a finger at 3 faux saint devourers charging amidst the army. Immediately, the 5 magic towers spread across Silverwing Town each released a crimson beam that converged in the middle of the town before shooting into the sky. Before anyone could react, a gigantic crimson beam descended upon the faux saint army. The instant the crimson beam made contact, the earth shattered. Immediately afterward, the crimson beam expanded into the surroundings until it covered a 300-yard radius. When the beam disappeared, almost everything within the AoE had vanished without a trace. 267 Silent Silverwing Town. Chapter 267 Silent Silverwing Town. When the crimson pillar outside Silverwing Town faded away, everyone momentarily froze and fell silent. The players inside the town as well as the faux saint monsters charging toward it. For a moment, time seemed to stop for Silverwing Town and its surroundings. Just one hit. Aside from the Grand Lord and mythic ranked faux saint monsters, everything within the Crimson Beam's 300-yard radius had disappeared into the void. Not one of the 10,000 or so faux saint saboteurs caught within the area survived. The magnitude of this attack was simply unbelievable. As for the faux saint destroyers and faux saint devourers that remained alive, they were clearly heavily injured. Moreover, the faux saint devourers were barely able to move, and they were currently struggling to escape the void that formed around them. The faux saint destroyers were incapable of moving at all, only able to watch helplessly as the void slowly enveloping them closed and trapped them for the rest of their lives. This, Illusory Words and Unyielding Heart were momentarily at a loss for words when they saw this scene, shock and excitement flaring in their eyes. This attack was simply too absurd. This one attack not only exiled close to 1,000 faux saint destroyers to the void, but also heavily injured 3 faux saint devourers. This outcome reduced the pressure Silverwing Town's defenders had to face significantly. Meanwhile, when Saints Heart's members saw this scene through their magic mirrors, they were similarly stunned. They never thought that Silverwing Town's magic towers possessed the power to heavily injure the faux saint devourers. You just heavily injured 3 faux saint devourers. This battle is nowhere close to over. Thousand Eyes said nonchalantly when he saw Silverwing Town's players revealing joyous expressions. It was very normal for war weapons to wreak large-scale destruction in a siege battle. While the power of Silverwing Town's magic towers somewhat exceeded their initial estimates, this difference would not affect the overall picture. For the faux saint army, which consisted of over 4 million monsters, a loss of 10,000 monsters was practically negligible. Not to mention, the magic tower's attack had a very long cooldown. By the time the magic towers were ready to attack again, the faux saint monsters would have long since arrived before Silverwing Town. Moreover, the faux saint army went berserk because of the magic tower's attack. After the 5 remaining faux saint devourers let loose angry roars, the other faux saint monsters resumed charging at Silverwing Town with even greater ferocity, their speed at least 20% faster than before. Upon seeing this, the defending players standing atop Silverwing Town's walls could not help growing nervous. The magic tower's combined attack was indeed astonishing, but the faux saint monsters, which had managed to instantly fill the gap in their battle formation, were even more astonishing. These monsters made it seem as if the previous attack never happened at all. All ballistas and turrets prepare to fire, aim for the densest locations as much as possible. When the faux saint army resumed its advance with even greater vigor, Unyielding Heart, who had commanded dozens of large-scale battles, immediately shouted out the necessary orders. At his behest, Silverwing Town's defenders promptly recovered from their fear and prepared to attack. All magical units, start chanting your incantations. Make sure those destroyers don't get close to the walls. Similarly, Illusory Words commanded the magical class players standing atop the walls to prepare their spells. Afterward, she started chanting a Tier 3 curse of her own. As commands were issued one after another, the nervous and frightened defenders also gradually stabilized their emotions. For a time, the defenders watched quietly as the faux saint army closed in. 1,300 yards, 1,200 yards, 1,000 yards, fire! Unyielding Heart shouted. Immediately, hundreds of ballistas and dozens of arrow towers and defense turrets launched their attacks simultaneously, the firing sounds echoing throughout the town. In the next moment, several hundred blazing streaks of light descended on the faux saint army like a meteor shower, the attacks shaking the ground and kicking up dust and dirt. Tens of thousands of faux saint monsters were also sent flying into the air, and huge craters formed wherever the attacks landed. The sight was simply spectacular. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, the faux saint army did not falter in the slightest. In no time at all, the endless faux saint monsters filled in the gaps created by the war weapons attacks, the madness of the faux saint monsters surpassing everyone's expectations. Reload and aim for the vanguard, Unyielding Heart shouted, a frown forming on his face when he saw this scene. Although he had long since expected this to happen, he still could not help his shock when actually witnessing it. After several rounds of attacks from the town's war weapons, although they had failed to kill even one faux saint destroyer, they had killed quite a number of faux saint saboteurs, as well as heavily injuring more than 200,000 faux saint saboteurs. Unfortunately, compared to the faux saint army in its entirety, this number was still insignificant. In the next moment, the first wave of faux saint monsters arrived within 100 yards of Silverwing Town's walls. Illusory Words and the other ranged players standing on the walls promptly released their strongest skills and spells. For a time, tens of thousands of skills and spells bombarded the faux saint monsters at the forefront. However, just when everyone thought that the faux saint monsters would get hit and have their charge interrupted, a shocking scene occurred. In the next moment, as if they were veterans of the battlefield, the faux saint monsters started wielding their weapons to block the incoming attacks, mitigating most of the damage from these attacks. How is this possible? Purple Eye, who was casting her spells on the town's wall, was stunned by this scene. These faux saint monsters had even blocked a large portion of the attacks launched by Tier 3 experts. Only Tier 3 refinement realm experts and above managed to land their attacks on these faux saint monsters. Fools, do you think the faux saint monsters before you are the same as those you met a few days ago? Thousand Eyes sneered as he looked at Silverwing Town's defenders. Victory might be possible for Silverwing Town's players if they were going up against an army of ordinary monsters. However, they were up against the faux saint army. Every monster in the faux saint army possessed intellect surpassing that of ordinary monsters. Thousand Eyes' words immediately silenced everyone. Faced with such opponents, just how were they supposed to continue fighting? Only the attacks of the war weapons and a small number of Tier 3 experts were effective. Everyone else's were utterly useless. During the time everyone was distracted by Thousand Eyes' words, the 5 intact faux saint devourers suddenly leaped toward the space above the walls. Not good, stop them. Unyielding Heart's complexion turned indescribably grim when he saw the faux saint devourers launching an attack. While the town's defensive magic array had indeed been strengthened, the soul annihilation curse had thinned the ambient mana considerably, effectively nullifying the upgrade the defensive magic array had just received. Moreover, an advanced town's defensive magic array couldn't hope to withstand the attacks of several mythic monsters. Before anyone could react, 5 spears tore through space and converged on a single point on the defensive magic array. A combination combat technique? Illusory words goggled in shock at the 5 faux saint devourers' attacks. The fact that the faux saint monsters could use combat techniques was already plenty astonishing. Now, they actually used a combination combat technique, something very few players could execute. This was simply a nightmare. Guild leader Black Flame, what a pity. I never thought that you all would fall so quickly, Thousand Eyes said, a delighted smirk appearing on his face as he looked at Shi Feng, who had remained silent all this time. So long as Silverwing Town's defensive magic array shattered, the players inside the town would be no different from lambs to the slaughter. The Tier 4 NPC guarding the town wouldn't matter. After all, even a ferocious tiger couldn't beat a pack of wolves. Boom! A loud explosion shook the entire battlefield, the shockwave of the impact so powerful that even the faux saint destroyers nearby stumbled. It seems Zero Wing is really doomed now. When the various superpowers spectating members saw the shattered space above the walls, they shook their heads. The faux saint devourers originally already possessed extraordinary strength. Now that they had used a combination combat technique, the power of their joint attack reached the peak of Tier 4, which definitely wasn't something an advanced town's defensive magic array could block. However, as the black void vanished and the dust settled, the various superpowers members with gleeful expressions on their faces were stunned. At this moment, the faint red barrier enveloping the town actually remained intact. In fact, it didn't even have the tiniest of cracks. How is this possible? At this moment, let alone the various superpowers spectating members, even Thousand Eyes gaped in shock, his eyes glued to the red barrier. This was a peak Tier 4 attack they were talking about. During the time the entire battlefield had fallen silent, a voice suddenly came from the town's main gate and echoed throughout the battlefield. Is that it? If that is your strongest move, then we can indeed put an end to this farce. 2671 Powerful Faux Saint Army. Chapter 2671 Powerful Faux Saint Army. As Shi Feng's words echoed throughout the battlefield, a gigantic phantom world suddenly manifested in the sky above Silverwing Town. Along with the appearance of this phantom world, every faux saint monster in the town's vicinity had their basic attributes reduced by a significant margin, the change causing a commotion all over the silent battlefield. Too strong. So, this is Zero Wing? Earlier, even 5 faux saint devourers working together failed to crack the town's magic barrier. Now that every one of these devourers has been weakened, these faux saint monsters should be impotent against the town's barrier for a short period. Previously, everyone had already fallen into despair over the faux saint army's strength. They never thought that Silverwing Town's defensive magic array would be so powerful that even a peak Tier 4 attack couldn't even scratch it. Meanwhile, so long as the town's defensive magic array remained up, the faux saint monsters wouldn't be able to touch any of the players inside the town. Moreover, if the defensive magic array could hold out until its energy reserves got replenished, a perfect consumption replenishment cycle could be formed, at which point the faux saint army would have to give up its siege of the town even if it didn't want to. What amazing defensive capabilities. Isn't this defensive magic array already on par with the ones found in intermediate cities? At this moment, besides the independent players present, even Illusory Words and Unyielding Heart were surprised when they saw the town's defensive magic array remaining intact. The soul annihilation curse had clearly thinned out the town's ambient mana by a significant margin already, so the town's defensive magic array should have likewise weakened considerably. Nonetheless, the defensive magic array had actually blocked the combination attack of 5 faux saint devourers. It was simply unheard of for a town's defensive magic array to provide such a formidable defense. Now that Shi Feng had used Miniature World, the Faux Saint Devourers shouldn't even dream of shattering the defensive magic array. Presumptuous. Thousand Eyes frowned slightly when he saw the calm look on Shi Feng's face. You merely blocked the Faux Saint Devourer's combination attack once. The defensive magic array's energy reserve is limited. I want to see just how long you can continue acting arrogantly before the Faux Saint army's attacks. Magic arrays in God's domain needed energy to operate. Even if an attack couldn't overcome a defensive magic array's defensive threshold, it would still take a toll on the magic array's energy reserve. With the numbers and strength of the Faux Saint army, shattering the defensive magic array of a main city-ranked NPC city would be possible. Even if the entire army was debuffed by a domain skill, it still was more than sufficient to overcome a town's defensive magic array. As soon as Thousand Eyes finished speaking, the 5 Faux Saint Devourers launched another combination attack on the defensive barrier. At the same time, tens of thousands of other Faux Saint monsters also started bombarding it. Boom, boom, boom. For a time, countless explosions rang out in the space above Silverwing Town. This can't go on. We need to stop their attacks. Otherwise, the defensive magic array's energy reserve won't last very long, Unyielding Heart said as he looked at the trembling barrier before him. Individually, the other Faux Saint monsters might not be a match for the Faux Saint Devourers. However, there were simply too many of them. Even if they were currently weakened, they exhausted the defensive magic array's energy reserve much faster than even the 5 Faux Saint Devourers had at full power. My side can summon 2 mythic monsters. We can use them in conjunction with the town's weapons to defend against the assault at the front gate. With the strength of 4 mythic monsters, we should be able to eliminate the pressure at the front gate. That way, we can send more Tier 3 experts to support the other sides. Then, all we'd need to do is find a way to distract those 5 Devourers, and we should just barely be able to defend Silverwing Town, Unyielding Heart said after giving the matter some thought. While Tier 3 players might not be capable of doing anything to the weakened Faux Saint Devourers, stopping the weakened Faux Saint Destroyers shouldn't be a problem. This situation was much better than before, when ordinary Tier 3 players were utterly helpless against the Faux Saint Devourers. However, just as Unyielding Heart and Illusory Words reached an agreement, a clear and sweet voice suddenly entered their ears. No need to waste your Tier 4 summoning scrolls, leave the rest to us. Upon hearing this voice, Unyielding Heart and Illusory Words turned reflexively to look at its origin, surprise and confusion flashing across their eyes when they saw its owner. This was because the voice's owner was none other than Silverwing Town's manager, Yulin. Currently, over 100 Tier 3 experts from Zero Wing stood behind Yulin, every one of them at least level 115. Many of them were even at the Refinement Realm standard. This scene rendered Unyielding Heart and Illusory Words speechless momentarily. While the 100-plus Tier 3 experts before the two were indeed extraordinary, they were far from enough to resolve Silverwing Town's plight. After all, just the Grand Lord-ranked Faux Saint Destroyers attacking the town numbered more than 100,000. What more the Great Lord-ranked Faux Saint Saboteurs? Besides, if these Tier 3 experts wished to stop the Faux Saint army's assault, they would have to do it beyond the town's walls and defensive magic array. Only Tier 4 summoned creatures could possibly go up against so many monsters simultaneously. Tier 3 experts would simply be charging to their deaths. However, before Unyielding Heart and Illusory Words could say anything, Yulan suddenly waved her hand forward. Immediately, every one of Zero Wing's reserve main force members left after images as they split up and made their way toward the various sections of the town's walls. After getting into position, they jumped off the walls without hesitation. Have these Zero Wing members lost their minds? The independent players fighting above the town's walls gaped, stupefied, at the actions of Zero Wing's reserve main force members. As for the various superpowers spectating members, they, too, could only gape in shock at this scene. In their opinions, Shi Feng was already plenty crazy. However, these Zero Wing members seemed to be even crazier. Even Tier 3 peak experts would not dare charge into a horde of level 120-plus Great Lord and Grand Lord ranked Faux Saint monsters. Yet these Zero Wing members, who were nowhere near the Void Realm standard, had actually done so without hesitation. What were they playing at? Fools that are tired of living. Thousand Eyes sneered when he saw Zero Wing's members jumping off the town's walls. The Faux Saint monsters might have had their basic attributes reduced, but their combat standards remained unaffected. Even the weakest Faux Saint Saboteur was not an opponent ordinary Tier 3 experts could hope to match. He could already foresee the scene of the Faux Saint monsters devouring Zero Wing's members in the blink of an eye. In front of Silverwing Town's front gate, just as Yulan was about to come into contact with the several Faux Saint destroyers there, she suddenly took out 2 Summon Guard scrolls from her bag and activated them. 2 figures then emerged from the 2 dazzling summoning arrays before Yulan. One of them, an axe-wielding man with a tall and robust body, and the other, a blonde woman wielding an aquamarine staff. The instant these 2 figures appeared, 2 frightening auras swept the battlefield. Every player on the battlefield shuddered in response. In the next moment, the axe-wielding man transformed into a tornado that blocked all the Faux Saint Destroyer attacks aimed at Yulan. In addition, the tornado sent several dozen Faux Saint Destroyers and over 100 Faux Saint Saboteurs nearby, flying over 30 yards away. In the blink of an eye, a clearing appeared before the town's front gate. As Yulan landed, the blonde woman beside her also happened to complete her spell. In the next moment, the battlefield shook as a gigantic rift up to 300 yards long opened up on the battlefield. Not only did the rift separate the Faux Saint monsters from Silverwing Town's walls, but it also devoured several thousand Faux Saint monsters, which suffered over 5 million damage each. All of this happened in just a brief moment. 2672, Just Stay Here Forever. Chapter 2672, Just Stay Here Forever. Aren't they a little too strong? What rank are those 2 personal guards? The independent players present gaped in shock when they saw Yulan's 2 personal guards clearing the area before the town's main gate. Although the Faux Saint monsters had been weakened, ordinary Tier 3 personal guards still shouldn't be able to handle them. In fact, even the slightest mistake could result in a Tier 3 personal guard getting killed instantly by the numerous Faux Saint Destroyers. However, with just the help of 2 personal guards, Yulan had easily repelled the 10,000 plus Faux Saint monsters in front of the main gate. This was simply unbelievable. 2 dark gold guards? When Illusory Words saw the 2 personal guards standing beside Yulan, shock likewise filled her silvery gray eyes. The feat Yulan's 2 personal guards had just accomplished would be difficult even for a Tier 4 summoned creature. The only explanation Illusory Words could think of for this situation was that both personal guards were at the dark gold rank, as only dark gold guards had the power to match Tier 4 mythic monsters. However, in the current God's domain, let alone Dark Gold guards, even Fiend Gold guards were exceedingly rare, much rarer than even level 100 plus epic weapons. Despite being a super first-rate guild, Crimson Emperor had only 6 fine gold guards. As for Dark Gold guards, Crimson Emperor still had not obtained even a single one, yet Yulan actually had 2 for herself. What Illusory Words did not know was that only one of Yulan's 2 personal guards was at the Dark Gold rank, the other was at the Fine Gold rank. However, the Magic King Craig Midlands' special ability gave both personal guards a significant boost to their combat power. As a result, they currently possessed the strength to match even mythic monsters. Nevertheless, Illusory Words and Unyielding Heart did not relax at this unexpected development. In fact, their expressions further tensed up because the Faux Saint monsters that got repelled were charging forward once more. Moreover, they were attacking with even greater ferocity this time. In the next moment, several hundred Faux Saint Destroyers let loose an angry bellow before grouping up and executing combination combat techniques on Yulan's group. The might of their attacks rivaled a normal attack of a Tier 4 mythic monster. In the blink of an eye, over 30 such attacks assailed Yulan and her 2 personal guards. As for the Faux Saint monsters caught inside the rift, they quickly climbed out of it and rejoined the army in attacking Silverwing Town's defensive magic array. Sure enough, just 2 Dark Gold guards won't be enough to change anything. The strength of the Faux Saint army simply isn't something current players can hope to resist. When the various superpowers members saw this scene, they sighed ruefully. Dark Gold guards were existences that could be obtained only through luck. On a battlefield, a Dark Gold guard could exhibit combat power far greater than a mythic monster of the same level. However, that was only true against players. Against the Faux Saint army, the efforts of even 2 Dark Gold guards were negligible. After all, no matter how powerful a Tier 3 NPC was, they couldn't one-shot Great Lord-ranked monsters, much less Grand Lords. The Faux Saint army could easily pin down Yulan's 2 Dark Gold guards with just several hundred Faux Saint Destroyers. Even if the 2 Dark Gold guards eventually annihilated these several hundred destroyers, Silverwing Town would have long since fallen by the time they did so. However, just when the Faux Saint army was about to commence another round of attacks on Silverwing Town's defensive magic array, silver summoning arrays appeared outside the town's walls one after another, over 300 in all. Figures then emerged from these summoning arrays. Immediately afterward, fire, ice, lightning, and wind started bombarding the Faux Saint monsters outside the defensive magic array. Boom, boom, boom. For a time, a plethora of elemental mana inundated the Faux Saint army, and countless Faux Saint monsters screamed in agony, their voices echoing throughout Silverwing Town. How is this possible? When the various superpowers members saw the innumerable Faux Saint monsters outside the town getting sent flying one after another, their fists tightened involuntarily as shock filled their eyes. At this moment, over 300 personal guards stood outside Silverwing Town, every one of them exuding a frightening aura. It was obvious that they were not ordinary personal guards. Aside from the various superpowers members that were spectating the battle through their magic mirrors, the independent players standing atop the town's walls were also gaping in shock, their minds frozen with disbelief. This isn't real, right? Unyielding Heart suspected he was dreaming as he watched the 300-plus personal guards fighting outside Silverwing Town. As a Vice Guild leader of Unyielding Soul, he had seen powerful personal guards before. However, this was definitely the first time he had seen so many personal guards of such high caliber. Although the majority of these newly appeared personal guards were weaker than Yuan's 2 personal guards, they were still much stronger than ordinary personal guards. In fact, even the weakest personal guard present made Unyielding Heart feel powerless. Meanwhile, after Illusory Words saw the 300-plus personal guards, she could not help shifting her gaze to Shi Feng, who stood nearby. Is this the real reason behind his confidence? Every one of these 300-plus personal guards was stronger than a Grand Lord of the same level. At this stage of the game, it was unlikely that even the 5 great super guilds possessed such strength. It was no exaggeration to say that, so long as these 300-plus personal guards were present, Silverwing Town would not fall. While NPCs already possessed basic attributes superior to players, after becoming a personal guard, they would gain an additional 10% boost to their basic attributes. Combined with the boost from the town's magic array, these Tier 3 personal guards were far stronger than the town's Tier 3 NPC soldiers. One could even say that Silverwing Town's defenses were currently stronger than even that of main city-ranked NPC cities. After all, the NPC soldiers found inside main city-ranked NPC cities were mostly Tier 2 NPCs. Only a small number were actually Tier 3 NPCs. The only advantage the NPC soldiers of NPC cities had over Zero Wing's personal guards was levels. Meanwhile, although the Faux Saint army had an overwhelming numerical advantage and even possessed more than 100,000 Grand Lords in its ranks, Silverwing Town's magic towers were extraordinary. Now that the Faux Saint monsters couldn't attack the town's defensive magic array effectively due to the interference of Zero Wing's personal guards, they were nothing more than live targets for the magic towers and various war weapons. However, while Silverwing Town's players were rejoicing over the strength Zero Wing had just displayed, the 3 heavily injured Faux Saint Devourers had consumed a few Faux Saint Destroyers and finally recovered their strength. They immediately leaped forward and regrouped with the other 5 Faux Saint Devourers. Good, they've finally recovered. Thousand Eyes grew ecstatic when he saw this scene. Previously, Shi Feng had caught them completely off guard and sidelined 3 Faux Saint Devourers before the fight had even begun. As a result, the Faux Saint Devourers couldn't display their true strength. Now that all 8 Faux Saint Devourers had regrouped, they would finally be able to display their true strength. In the next moment, the 8 Faux Saint Devourers exchanged glances. After apparently coming to a tacit agreement, all 8 Devourers hurled their spears at the defensive barrier before them. The 8 spears then converged in mid-flight, their combined power so great that it crumbled the space around them and created a black hole, which transformed everything within a 50-yard radius into a field of nothingness. The power of this attack far exceeded that of the combination attack, the 5 Faux Saint Devourers executed before. Tier 5? Illusory Words felt stifled when she looked at the void field the black hole created. The phenomenon the Faux Saint Devourer's combination attack had created was known as Void Collapse, a phenomenon limited to Tier 5 attacks. Despite the debuff from Miniature World, the 8 Faux Saint Devourers had actually managed to execute an attack that reached the Tier 5 standard. An attack of such caliber could give even a main city-ranked defensive magic array a run for its money. An ordinary NPC city's defensive magic array would evaporate instantly when struck by this attack. Yet, despite knowing all of this, Illusory Words and Unyielding Soul could only watch as the Faux Saint Devourer's combination attack approached Silverwing Town's defensive magic array. After all, Tier 3 players or NPCs could not hope to stop such a powerful attack. The only thing they could do now was pray that Silverwing Town's defensive magic array could survive this attack. However, just when the black hole was about to reach the defensive magic array, a man clad in extravagant robes and holding a pitch-black wooden staff suddenly appeared outside Silverwing Town. The man then casually extended a hand toward the approaching black hole. A gigantic, aquamarine, threefold magic array promptly formed before this man and stopped the black hole's advance cold. The man then flicked his extended hand upward, and the threefold magic array deflected the gigantic black hole into the distance. When the black hole touched the ground, it exploded and heavily injured all the Faux Saint monsters within a 50-yard radius. Moreover, these Faux Saint monsters also got trapped inside a void and couldn't escape from it. The attack got blocked. Everyone who saw this scene was stunned. Thousand Eyes in particular nearly had his eyes fall out of their sockets. This was a Tier 5 attack, yet it had been deflected so easily. However, before anyone could snap out of their daze, the robed man suddenly waved his wooden staff. Dozens of black lightning arcs lashed down from the sky, bombarding the 8 Faux Saint Devourers. As if a truck had hit them, all 8 Devourers got embedded into the ground. Their HP bars also lost a visible chunk, their life auras weakening considerably. Everyone was at a loss for words when they saw the 8 6-meter deep craters that had suddenly formed on the battlefield. The strength that was just displayed could no longer be described as powerful. It practically challenged their worldview. Damn it, how is that Tier 4 NPC so powerful? Thousand Eyes scowled at the robed man hovering in midair. They had done their research on Craig Midlands, the Tier 4 NPC that protected Silverwing Town. This NPC's presence was the reason why Saint's Hand had not dared to approach Silverwing Town all this time. They had only done so after Shi Feng had riled up the faux saint monsters into attacking en masse. However, Craig Midlands' strength was simply monstrous. The Magic King was basically casting Tier 4 curses instantly. To top it all off, he was even double casting Tier 4 curses without incantations. Commander, we can't go on like this. If we continue fighting, I'm afraid the Tier 4 NPC will soon kill all 8 faux saint devourers. At that time, the guild leader will definitely fault us, the level 115 Tier 3 ranger standing beside Thousand Eyes advised hurriedly when he saw the faux saint devourers becoming heavily injured. In front of the Magic King Craig Midlands, the 8 faux saint devourers couldn't mount the slightest resistance. Their HPs were also rapidly decreasing. It was only a matter of time before their HPs hit 0. If not for Craig Midlands having his area of activity limited to Silverwing Town, he might even be able to annihilate the entire faux saint army single-handedly. Relay my command. Have all of the faux saint monsters retreat, Thousand Eyes said reluctantly when he saw the faux saint devourers' HPs continuing to plummet and the faux saint army barely landing any attacks on Silverwing Town's defensive magic array. They had lost. Moreover, they had suffered 2 consecutive losses. Understood. The Tier 3 ranger nodded before hurriedly relaying Thousand Eyes' command to the other Saint's Hand members. Following which, Saint's Hand's members took out a strange crystal from their bags and started chanting an incantation. Immediately afterward, the faux saint monsters attacking Silverwing Town fled to the surroundings as if they had just received a summons. Upon seeing the faux saint army retreating, Silverwing Town's players sighed in relief. Many players even cheered in celebration. After all, since the initial outbreak of the faux saint monsters, this was the first time players had achieved a massive victory against them. However, Shi Feng, who remained standing above the town's main gate, did not show any excitement on his face. Instead, he shifted his gaze toward a distant forest. Leave? Do you really think Silverwing Town is a place where you can come and go as you wish? Shi Feng said. He then took out a summon guard scroll from his bag and unfurled it. Since you've come here already, then just remain here forever. 2673, Frightening Tier 4, Chapter 2673, Frightening Tier 4. As Shi Feng activated his summon guard scroll, the players nearby immediately felt the ambient mana density rise. They also felt the space around them stabilize, the mana fluctuations from outside the town no longer reaching them. Immediately afterward, a middle-aged man clad in luxurious robes and holding a gem-studded staff appeared before Shi Feng. Although this middle-aged man did not have an imposing aura, when everyone checked his statistics, they were stupefied. Tier 4. Another Tier 4 NPC. Crap. Just how much strength does Zero Wing have hidden? When the various Superpowers members saw Versailles, they cursed out loud. It might have been fine if they hadn't seen the strength of a Tier 4 NPC yet, but after Craig Midlands' performance, they understood just how frightening Tier 4 NPCs were. There was simply no comparison between them and Tier 3 NPCs. A Tier 4 NPC could truly single-handedly turn the tide of a large-scale war. Now, it was revealed that Zero Wing possessed 2 Tier 4 NPCs. Moreover, both were magical class NPCs. At this moment, everyone finally understood why Shi Feng had killed Thousand Eyes and his team without hesitation back then. If their guilds had 2 Tier 4 NPCs as well, they most likely wouldn't be afraid of the faux saint monsters either. After all, the gap between Tier 3 and Tier 4 was simply too massive, not one that numbers could make up for. Meanwhile, Shi Feng's words enraged the Saint's Hand members hiding inside a forest several thousand yards away from Silverwing Town. What arrogance. That's right, it's just an additional Tier 4 NPC. Black Flame must be dreaming if he thinks he can kill all of us. Let him remain arrogant for now. Let's see how he continues remaining arrogant after the faux saint monsters grow and return after a while. They admitted that they were no match for Tier 4 NPCs. However, Shi Feng had to be dreaming if he thought he could kill them all with just 2 Tier 4 NPCs. Setting aside the several thousand yards separating them and Silverwing Town, just the fact that the faux saint army stood between them meant Shi Feng would take ages to reach them. Expecting to keep them here was simply a fool's dream. Silverwing Town's players shared the same opinion. They also thought that Shi Feng was boasting. Even though the faux saint army couldn't bring down Silverwing Town, it still held the absolute initiative in this war. The faux saint army and Saint's Hand's members could stay and leave whenever they wanted. Stopping them with just 2 Tier 4 NPCs was impossible. However, before Saint's Hand's members could finish speaking, Versailles waved his staff. Suddenly, the space before him shattered and formed a space-time vortex, following which Shi Feng and Versailles stepped into the space-time vortex and instantly arrived above the forest where Saint's Hand's members were hiding, quietly overlooking these players who were preparing to retreat. How is this possible? Saint's Hand's members were shocked when they saw Shi Feng and Versailles above them. Even this is possible? At this moment, aside from Saint's Hand's members, the various Superpowers members hidden in Silverwing Town were stunned as well. A special energy enveloped the entire Orc Empire, preventing the use of all forms of teleportation. In fact, one couldn't even summon flying mounts in the Empire. Players could rely on only carriages and land mounts to travel around, which was common knowledge for players operating within the Empire. This was one of the reasons why Saints' Hands members were not afraid of getting killed. After all, even though Tier 4 NPCs could fly, it would still take them some time to cross a distance of several thousand yards. With the number of Saints' Hands members present being over 1,000, so long as they split up and fled in different directions, it would be impossible for Versailles and Craig Midlands to kill them all. Now, however, Shi Feng and Versailles had teleported across a distance of several thousand yards. This was simply unbelievable. "Evacuate! Everyone! Split up and escape!" Thousand Eyes yelled with an indescribably grim expression on his face, reacting immediately to Shi Feng's arrival. Currently, the entire area around Silverwing Town was under the Soul Annihilation curse. Any player that died within this sealed region would be subject to the curse. Naturally, Saints' Hands members were no exception. In order to ensure the conquest of Silverwing Town, not only did Saints' Hands sacrifice 1,000 Tier 2, level 100+ players and 100 Tier 3 experts, but it had also dispatched over 500 Tier 3 experts and over 1,000 Tier 2 experts capable of absorbing the strength of the foe Saint Destroyers. If every one of these players got killed now, Saints' Hand would suffer unimaginable damage. As soon as Thousand Eyes finished shouting his orders, he took out a Tier 3 flight scroll from his bag. This was an item that granted players the ability to fly for a short time. The movement speed bonus provided was also much greater than that provided by a land mount. This scroll was one of his most important life-saving items. As for the other Saints' Hand members, they promptly snapped out of their daze after hearing Thousand Eyes' reminder and scattered in all directions, fleeing in a panic. If they died now, not only would their death penalties be doubled, but their souls would also be weakened for 15 days. Even Tier 3 experts could not afford such a penalty. After all, in the current God's domain, one would be eliminated from the front lines just for stagnating a few days. What more, 15 days? "You still think you can escape even now?" Shi Feng scoffed, his expression remaining indifferent despite seeing Saints' Hands members fleeing in all directions. As soon as Shi Feng finished speaking, a ripple of mana spread out from Versailles' body and instantly enveloped Saints' Hands members, restricting their movements. In the blink of an eye, all the Saints' Hand members found themselves immobilized. How is this possible? What is that NPC? Silverwing Town's players were stunned as they took in the scene displayed on the gigantic magic mirror hovering above the town. Craig Midlands' earlier performance had already been plenty astonishing. However, Versailles was actually outperforming him. Those were over 1,000 expert players. Moreover, many of them were even Tier 3 experts. Nevertheless, Versailles had rendered them immobile with just his mana domain. Is that really just a Tier 4 NPC? Illusory Words' mind reeled as she looked at Versailles. The fact that Craig Midlands could heavily injure 8 foe Saint Devourers was already plenty amazing. Now, Versailles was even more terrific. Just by unleashing his mana domain, the NPC had subdued over 1,000 expert players and gained full control over their lives. How could this still be considered a fight? This was basically a one-sided massacre. What Illusory Words and the others did not know was that Versailles wasn't just an ordinary Tier 4 Great Wizard, but a Tier 4 Great Wizard who had reached the world creation realm. He could create his own world within his mana domain. Unless one was at the Tier 4 standard, they wouldn't be able to resist his mana domain at all. In the next moment, Versailles swung his staff down at Saints' Hands members. Immediately afterward, a crimson magic array with a 200-yard radius appeared in midair. It attracted all the fire-type mana nearby, which coalesced into a fireball. As the fireball descended toward the ground, it continuously grew until it was the size of a mountain. Saints' Hands members and Silverwing Town's players all fell silent as they took in the fireball. For a time, it was as if time had frozen for everyone. Black flame, just you wait. You cannot stop the foe Saint army. It is only a matter of time before the foe Saint army destroys Zero Wing. Seeing the descent of the gigantic fireball, Thousand Eyes turned to glare at Shi Feng like a maniac. At the same time, he also kept ridiculing Shi Feng for overestimating himself. The foe Saint army will have to be able to grow first in order to do that, Shi Feng retorted nonchalantly to Thousand Eyes' maniacal laughter. As soon as Shi Feng said so, the gigantic fireball landed and exploded. Boom. Endless flames instantly spread across the forest, incinerating every one of Saints' Hands members. Along with the deaths of Saints' Hands members, the originally retreating foe Saint army went berserk. With bloodshot eyes, every foe Saint monster on the battlefield charged at Shi Feng. "Let's return," Shi Feng said to Versailles. Nodding respectfully in response, Versailles opened another space-time vortex and teleported back to Silverwing Town with Shi Feng. Only after Shi Feng arrived back at Silverwing Town's main gate did the players there snap out of their daze. Everyone then turned to stare at Shi Feng in amazement. He got the job done, just like that. Looking at Shi Feng's calm demeanor, it looked as if he had just taken a stroll through his backyard. Those were more than 1,000 expert players. However, Shi Feng had simply trampled over them like they were a bunch of ants. With such strength in his grasp, even if the various superpowers Tier 3 experts banded together, they would be helpless to do anything against Zero Wing. Foe Saint army? It was nothing but a joke. Meanwhile, after Shi Feng returned to Silverwing Town, aside from the 8 heavily injured Faux Saint Devourers that were still desperately trying to escape, the other Faux Saint monsters resumed attacking Silverwing Town like crazy. However, by this time, everyone understood that Zero Wing would definitely annihilate the Faux Saint army in the end. After all, even if the Faux Saint Devourers could escape the Magic King, they wouldn't be able to escape Versailles. As for the other Faux Saint monsters, they were merely live targets for Silverwing Town's magic towers and Zero Wing's personal guards, or Fire Dragon Empire, Flame Dragon City, Fire Dragon Auction House. Currently, the upper echelons of nearly 20 superpowers had assembled inside the Fire Dragon Auction House. This was a gathering of unprecedented scale in the entire Fire Dragon Empire. At this moment, the Tier 3 experts of these superpowers had also surrounded the auction house, preventing unaffiliated players from entering the building. However, despite being barred entry, a huge crowd of players, including the upper echelons of first-rate guilds and top adventurer teams, still waited outside the building. Every one of these players was very concerned about the results of the alliance discussion this time. After all, this alliance discussion could very well change the power structure of the entire Eastern continent. If they did not pay attention to the results of this meeting, they might end up getting eliminated from God's domain without knowing the reason. Meanwhile, inside the top-floor meeting room of the Fire Dragon Auction House, over 100 Tier 3 peak experts or above were currently seated at a round table. The combined aura these experts released would deter even domain realm experts from messing around. Currently, however, all of these experts were looking at the woman seated at the head of the table with respectful looks on their faces. White Feather, who stood behind the chairwoman, leaned forward and said quietly, "Vice Guild Leader, the various superpowers upper echelons are all here." In response, Cold Shadow nodded and said, "All right, let's begin." 2674 Relayed Message. Chapter 2674, Relayed Message. As soon as Cold Shadow indicated to start the meeting inside the large and spacious meeting room, White Feather stepped forward and swept her gaze across everyone present. Although White Feather did not say anything, everyone present promptly quieted down and focused their gazes on her, as they all understood that the alliance discussions were finally going to begin. Firstly, let me thank everyone on behalf of Mythology for attending the Faux Saint Alliance discussion. Although the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's invitees are unable to attend the meeting this time, due to special circumstances, the pavilion has sent a representative capable of making decisions for the guild. I believe it will not affect the implementation of the meeting results, so please rest assured, everyone, White Feather said from beside Cold Shadow. Upon hearing White Feather's words, the various superpowers' upper echelons present reflexively shifted their gazes to the white-clad elderly man representing the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. At this point, the sudden disappearance of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's Great Pavilion Master and 2 Pavilion Masters was already common knowledge among the superpowers. However, everyone had always thought that this was due to an internal dispute between the 2 Pavilion Masters and that they would definitely show up for today's meeting. Yet, to everyone's surprise, despite today's meeting being of utmost importance to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's continued existence, be it the Pavilion's Great Pavilion Master or the 2 Pavilion Masters, none of them had shown up. Only a few guild elders and 1 grand elder represented the pavilion at today's meeting. This situation inevitably piqued everyone's curiosity as to what had actually happened to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Since everyone is here, I won't waste words with you all. Let's address today's main topic, White Feather said as she swept her gaze across the people before her once more. She then clapped her hands twice. A holographic map of the entire eastern continent appeared in the center of the round table. Although many areas remained blacked out as unknown territory, the map included every location known by players at this stage of the game. In fact, it even displayed some level 120 to level 140 neutral maps, places that most of the superpowers attending this meeting lacked the ability to visit in great detail. What a detailed map. For a time, the various representatives present gasped over the contents of the map. Detailed maps of specific parts of God's domain might not be rare in God's domain, but compiling all of them into one continental map was not an easy task. This was especially true for level 100 plus neutral maps and forbidden lands. The various powers considered the information for these maps top secret and rarely shared it with others. Now, however, Mythology had actually shared its valuable map information with the superpowers present without hesitation. This was an incredibly generous gesture. However, after everyone spent some time studying the map, they noticed a few surprising points. Certain locations on the map were marked in dull gray and white. These locations were none other than the territories of God's domain's various NPC dark forces and the recently appeared Faux Saint monsters. Mythology's intel on the territories of the Eastern Continent's NPC Dark Forces mostly matched up with what the other superpowers had, and these NPC Dark Forces were mainly based in level 100+ neutral maps. However, the Faux Saint monster's territory marked on Mythology's map made everyone present doubt their eyes. How did the Faux Saint monster's territory grow so large? A gray-clad assassin wearing Shadowless Empire's guild emblem exclaimed. According to their information, the Faux Saint Monster's territory should encompass only the Purple Thorns Kingdom, Star Moon Kingdom, and the Orc Empire. However, according to Mythology's map, the Faux Saint Monsters were about to extend their reach into the 14 other neighboring kingdoms, as well as the Black Dragon Empire and Dark Knight Empire already. This was incredible. Is this really the Faux Saint Monster's territory? Is there some kind of mistake? Besides Shadowless Empire's Vice Guild leader, the representatives of the Super Guild's Pride Empire, Sky Dragon House, Sacred Temple, and Nine Heavens Pavilion, as well as the representatives of the other superpowers, were stupefied by Mythology's map. Although they had long known that the Faux Saint Monsters were not easy opponents and would definitely pose a huge problem for the Eastern Continent, they hadn't anticipated that the monsters' development speed would be so swift. Everyone need not doubt the validity of this map. It is the result of exchanging information with multiple super guilds. Moreover, this information is just a day old, Cold Shadow said. I know many of you present find this hard to believe, but this is reality. This is also one of the reasons why I invited everyone present to today's meeting. The Vice Guild leaders of the 4 other super guilds present nodded, acknowledging that their respective guilds had indeed traded information with Mythology. A day old? Doesn't that mean that the Faux Saint Monster's territory is even larger now? A level 116 female druid from the Moon God's Realm's Dark Pursuit asked. That's right. With their development speed, they should have come into contact with the borders of these kingdoms and empires already, Cold Shadow replied, nodding. I'm afraid it won't be long before their territory spreads to nearly half of the entire Eastern Continent. At that time, everyone present will not be able to avoid coming into contact with Faux Saint Monsters. The representatives that remained relatively relaxed before could not help growing nervous at Cold Shadow's words. Originally, they had come to this meeting merely to see if there were any benefits to be had. After all, they all believed that this meeting targeted Zero Wing. In their opinions, the matter of forming an alliance to resist the Faux Saint Monsters was just an excuse. Vice Guild Leader Shadow, since you've gathered us here, does that mean you have a plan to prevent this situation from occurring? The white-clad elder from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion asked with a grim expression. The sudden disappearance of the Great Pavilion Master and the 2 Pavilion Masters had already dealt a significant blow to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Now, there was also the threat of the Faux Saint Monsters. This development was simply a nightmare for the pavilion. He had seen how the Faux Saint Monsters destroyed Star Moon Kingdom's border cities. Although the Black Dragon Empire was strong, the Faux Saint Monsters were growing stronger by the day. After they gobbled up Star Moon Kingdom, it was only a matter of time before they did the same to the Black Dragon Empire. Upon hearing the white-clad elder's words, the other representatives present promptly turned to Cold Shadow. They all wished to know the reason why Cold Shadow had gathered them today. Of course, otherwise I wouldn't have invited everyone to come, Cold Shadow replied, nodding. Her lips curling up, she continued, I believe everyone already knows by now how powerful the Faux Saint Monsters are. It is simply impossible for us to stop these monsters from spreading their influence. Hence, before today's meeting, I formed a partnership with Saint's Hand's guild leader. A partnership? Everyone perked up their ears at Cold Shadow's words. The guild known as Saint's Hand was not foreign to those present. They also knew very clearly that Saint's Hand possessed tools that prevented the Faux Saint Monsters from attacking players. In fact, the guild even had a tool that could surely prevent the Faux Saint Monsters from attacking guild towns and cities. However, until this day, Saint's Hand had never shown any willingness to partner with other powers. The most it was willing to do was sell some of these tools at exorbitant prices. The conditions of the partnership are very simple. All we need to do is collaborate to take down Stone Forest City. At that time, not only will Saint's Hand sell us a stronghold barrier that can prevent the Faux Saint Monsters from attacking the towns and cities the barrier is set up in, but everyone present will also get some of Stone Forest City's shares, as well as a number of residential slots in the Freedom Hotel, Cold Shadow said, smiling. When Cold Shadow finished speaking, the eyes of the various representatives present glistened. Even if Cold Shadow had not mentioned partnering to take down Stone Forest City, they already had plans to do so. After all, Stone Forest City was simply too amazing. What made Stone Forest City amazing wasn't its location in a level 100 neutral map but the city's Freedom Hotel. After experiencing the Freedom Hotel's effects, practically every expert belonging to the various superpowers wished to have their own room there. That way, they would be able to not only accumulate the double EXP buff rapidly, but also expel much more quickly the foreign energies corroding their bodies. Having a room of their own would drastically increase their leveling speed. Moreover, depending on the quality of the room one rented in the Freedom Hotel, one could even train in the Freedom Hotel's excellent environment and achieve extraordinary results. At this point, the main reason why Stone Forest City was able to continue flourishing in Zero Wing's hands was the Freedom Hotel. Otherwise, the city would have long since fallen due to Starlink and the various superpowers' constant harassment. If they could secure Stone Forest City for themselves, not only would they have a better assurance against the Faux Saint Monsters, but they would even gain residential slots in the Freedom Hotel. This was definitely killing 2 birds with 1 stone. However, taking Stone Forest City down won't be easy. Aside from the NPC Night Division, quite a few superpowers have partnered with Zero Wing. Even with an alliance, I'm afraid capturing the city will be difficult. That's right, the flying ships are also constantly patrolling around Stone Forest City. If it really comes down to a fight, I'm afraid the number of Tier 3 experts we have is far from enough to capture the city. The Dark World's failed invasion has thoroughly proven this point. Moreover, I heard that Black Flame has already returned. His personal strength is extraordinary. Although many of the representatives present showed interest in Cold Shadow's plan, some representatives also shook their heads and expressed their worries. The fact that the various superpowers desired Stone Forest City was old news. However, it was precisely because they were incapable of dealing with Zero Wing's NPC Night Division that they had chosen to whittle down Zero Wing's economy in secret instead of taking direct action. Although Cold Shadow had brought this matter out into the open, the crux of the problem remained unchanged. Black Flame's return is indeed a problem, but he already has problems protecting himself. I believe you all should know about this. Moreover, aside from us, the Dark World's various powers will take action as well. After all, their hatred for Zero Wing has never subsided. They merely lack the opportunity to take action. When the time comes, the Dark World side will attack the teleportation gate in full force to lure Zero Wing's Night Division away, while our side will attack Stone Forest City. Even if the Night Division is powerful, it can't defend two locations simultaneously, Cold Shadow said. Moreover, Saint's Hand will take part in the attack. It will even bring some faux Saint monsters to help. Those NPC knights might be powerful when going up against players, but their performance will drop when going up against the faux Saint monsters. At Cold Shadow's mention of the faux Saint monsters, the various representatives present sucked in a deep breath. By this time, the strength of the faux Saint monsters had already been deeply ingrained into their hearts. These monsters simply weren't opponents players could handle. If an army of them attacked, even NPC cities would fall, let alone a measly guild city. Moreover, according to the intel they obtained, mythic-ranked faux Saint Devourers had already appeared in the ranks of faux Saint monsters. Once these faux Saint Devourers reached a certain number, even main city-ranked NPC cities were likely to fall. Right then, however, the various representatives present suddenly received message notifications, one after another, the synchrony of these messages making their arrival seem pre-planned. Following which, the originally excited venue suddenly fell deathly silent. Feather, what happened? When Cold Shadow saw everyone sinking into a daze, she automatically turned to White Feather for the reason for everyone's reactions. Just what kind of information did everyone receive that stunned them so much? They lost. The faux Saint army and Saint's Hand's forces that went to attack Silverwing Town lost, White Feather exclaimed, her eyes filled with shock and horror as she looked at Cold Shadow. Moreover, it was a tragic defeat. Every faux Saint monster and Saint's Hand member that went to Silverwing Town died. 2675 Change in Times on the Eastern Continent. Chapter 2675 Change in Times on the Eastern Continent. After White Feather finished speaking, the heavy atmosphere inside the meeting room grew even heavier. For a moment, it felt as if time inside the room had stopped as the room became indescribably silent. They lost? Moreover, all of them got killed? How is that possible? After snapping out of her shock, Cold Shadow felt that White Feather was kidding her. Either that, or there was a mistake in the information reported. The faux Saint army and Saint's Hand's failure to destroy Silverwing Town was already plenty unbelievable. Now, however, she was actually being told that not only did the faux Saint army and Saint's Hand suffer defeat, but Zero Wing had even annihilated them. She would rather believe that Zero Wing had instantly destroyed a superpower than this nonsense. After all, over 4 million faux Saint monsters had marched on Silverwing Town. Moreover, the weakest monsters in the army were Great Lord-ranked faux Saint saboteurs. Even a 6-man party led by a Tier 3 expert would need around 10 minutes just to kill one of them. Even if every faux Saint monster stood still and allowed Silverwing Town's players to wail away at them, it would take ages for the players to annihilate the faux Saint monsters. Meanwhile, it had been, at most, 2 hours since the faux Saint army launched its attack on Silverwing Town. How could Zero Wing possibly annihilate the army in such a short time? Besides, the Grand Lord-ranked faux Saint destroyers were monsters that would flee from battle once their high HP fell to a certain level. With more than 100,000 faux Saint destroyers fleeing in multiple directions, the players in Silverwing Town couldn't hunt down every one of them, even if the number of players was multiplied tenfold. Nevertheless, White Feather and the various representatives present all revealed a bitter smile filled with self-ridicule upon hearing Cold Shadow's question. They truly wished that the information their subordinates had just relayed to them was false. However, the report they received contained not just words but numerous images and videos as well. In fact, the report was so detailed that they could not help but wonder if they were dreaming. Normally, even when relaying urgent information, their subordinates would send them only a few paragraphs of text. Now, however, their subordinates were behaving like diligent, hot-blooded youths. Just the videos they included in the report numbered over a dozen. There were even narrative texts accompanying each video, as if their subordinates were afraid that they would not understand the events recorded. In response to Cold Shadow's question, Whitefeather did not bother wasting words on an explanation. Instead, she forwarded the report her subordinate sent her to Cold Shadow. When Cold Shadow finished looking through Whitefeather's report, her entire person fell into a daze, her reaction not much better than Whitefeather's and the others. An impenetrable defensive magic array. Over 300 personal guards capable of overwhelming the foe saint monsters. A Tier 4 NPC guard capable of heavily injuring 8 foe saint devourers in a single hit. A Tier 4 personal guard capable of immobilizing and vaporizing over 1,000 expert players with just a thought. Each piece of information was practically more exaggerated and unbelievable than the one before. If not for Cold Shadow being certain that Saint's hand aimed to annihilate Zero Wing and knowing that the foe Saint army marching to Silverwing Town was real, she would have thought that Saint's hand had joined hands with Zero Wing to toy with her. Meanwhile, aside from the superpowers attending the alliance discussion, the various powers all over the eastern continent were also in an uproar. So, this is Zero Wing's true strength? Amazing. It's no wonder Black Flame thought nothing of Thousand Eyes' threat and even killed him directly. With such strength, who could possibly take down Silverwing Town? A Tier 4 personal guard? It seems times are going to change on the eastern continent. Why? The various powers of God's domain had never thought that the foe Saint army would fail to destroy Silverwing Town, much less suffer such an overwhelming defeat. However, rather than the foe Saint army's defeat, what truly shocked the various powers was the strength of Tier 4 NPCs, or rather their gross misjudgment of the strength of Tier 4 NPCs. Previously, although they were in awe of Tier 4 NPCs, it was only at the level of the awe they felt for mythic monsters. Nowadays, however, the number of Tier 3 experts in God's domain was on a constant uptick. The number of Tier 3 skills and spells Tier 3 experts learned had also increased substantially. Tier 3 experts with fully unlocked mana bodies were also appearing one after another. Hence, expert players that possessed combat power approaching the Tier 4 standard were no longer as rare as before. In fact, killing level 100 plus mythic monsters had already become a normal occurrence for players in the current God's domain. Hence, no one felt much awe toward Tier 4 NPCs anymore. They all thought that Tier 4 NPCs were no longer anything special. At most, they were just slightly stronger than mythic monsters and could play a relatively significant role only in small-scale battles and not affect the big picture at all. However, after watching Craig Midlands' and Versailles' performances, the various powers realized that they had been sorely mistaken. Let alone being capable of affecting the big picture of God's domain, everything below Tier 4 was basically an ant before Tier 4 NPCs. The number of Tier 3 players or monsters that Tier 4 NPCs had to face did not matter. They could easily annihilate their opponents with a single wave of their hands. Previously, many of the Eastern Continent superpowers had felt gleeful over the fact that they had surpassed Zero Wing in the number of Tier 3 experts they possessed. In fact, their number of Tier 3 experts had grown so large that even Tier 3 personal guards would not be capable of stopping them. This was also why many superpowers had started having designs on Zero Wing's Stone Forest City. However, after Craig Midlands' and Versailles' performances, these superpowers realized that their thoughts were laughable. Zero Wing's main force had disappeared. Zero Wing was no longer as strong as before. Zero Wing was merely relying on its past prestige to survive. It was only a matter of time before the various superpowers devoured Zero Wing completely. What a bunch of nonsense. Every one of these assumptions was outrageously mistaken. Meanwhile, inside the Dark World, a commotion was also sweeping through the entire Otherworld due to the foe Saint army's defeat. Amazing. After this blow, the powers that are secretly taking action in the Dark World will have to think twice. Blue Rainbow balled her fists in excitement when she got to the end of her subordinate's report. Previously, although Dark Rhapsody had managed to develop rapidly due to its partnership with Zero Wing, the pressure the Dark World's various powers placed on Dark Rhapsody had also risen steadily. As a result, safeguarding the Dark World's teleportation gate became increasingly difficult. To make matters worse, World Domination had also pulled off a huge comeback, using some unknown method to raise the levels and strength of its guild members rapidly. It had also secretly allied with many of the Dark World's powers and incessantly ambushed Dark Rhapsody's members, inflicting significant losses on Dark Rhapsody. As a result, not only did Dark Rhapsody's influence in the Dark World not increase, but it was even decreasing with each passing day. Recently, the various rumors of Zero Wing's eventual downfall had even swayed the opinions of part of Dark Rhapsody's upper echelon, which, in turn, shattered the guild's unity. Those senior members all thought that Dark Rhapsody would only be doomed if it continued partnering with Zero Wing and had suggested that the guild partner with World Domination instead. However, with the appearance of a Tier 4 personal guard in Zero Wing who would dare continue opposing Dark Rhapsody's partnership with Zero Wing, meanwhile, during the time Zero Wing's various partners were rejoicing, the war at Silverwing Town had also entered its final phase. With the Fo Saint army annihilated, thousands of Zero Wing members were currently helping the various independent players tally their contribution in the war with excited expressions on their faces. Although the Fo Saint monsters did not drop any loot, they granted a lot of EXP, easily 3 or 4 times more than ordinary monsters of the same rank and level. This was also one of the reasons why many players still chose to operate in the Fo Saint monsters territory instead of heading for safer locations. Operating within the Fo Saint monsters territory might be very dangerous, but with how much EXP these monsters granted, so long as one did not die, one's leveling speed would be at least 2 times faster than if one grinded elsewhere. After Silverwing Town successfully annihilated the Fo Saint army without sustaining any casualties, the EXP everyone got was through the roof. The Zero Wing members that had participated in this war had leveled up once on average, with the lower leveled members even gaining 2 levels through this war. Their leveling speed was simply unprecedented. At the same time, Silverwing Town's victory induced the players and adventurer teams operating in the other guild towns established within the Orc Empire to make their way to Silverwing Town, all wishing to develop there. In fact, there were many Tier 3 experts seeking to join Zero Wing as well. This situation overjoyed Yuan and Melancholic Smile. Currently, what Zero Wing lacked the most were Tier 3 experts. Due to Zero Wing's main force members' absence and the fact that most level 100+ dungeons had a Tier 3 requirement for entry, Zero Wing had a very difficult time obtaining the rare materials available only in level 100+ dungeons. The guild could only purchase and trade for these materials. However, the various powers all considered these materials strategic resources and rarely ever chose to sell them. This, in turn, limited Zero Wing's production of level 100+ weapons and equipment. Meanwhile, as Silverwing Town's players were celebrating their victory, Shi Feng made his way back to Zero Wing's residence. He planned to log out of the game and get some rest. Previously, because he had killed another 8 Fo Saint Devourers, he had gained another 8 soul marks. Although none of these soul marks contained a soul array like before, they had refreshed his brain and triggered extraordinary activity. This definitely wasn't normal for him, as he had been online for over 10 days already. He needed to log off to rest and inspect his body. While waiting for the 30-second logout process to complete, Shi Feng suddenly received a call request from Yulan. Guild leader, Mythology's Feng Shihan, suddenly visited the main headquarters. Our people couldn't stop her and her entourage from entering the building at all. They're currently in the main lobby and she says she wants to have a discussion with you. She says it is related to Zero Wing's future. Do you wish to meet her? Yulan asked anxiously. Looking for me? Shi Feng was a little surprised by Yulan's words. Smiling, he continued, this is interesting. Have someone lead them to the top floor reception room. I'll head over immediately. 2676 Potential Elevated. Chapter 2676 Potential Elevated. Zero Wing's main headquarters, Shi Feng's room, along with the whoosh of high-pressure air escaping, the tightly shut lid of Shi Feng's gaming cabin opened up. At the same time, the strip of warning lights along the edges of the cabin lit up crimson. Sure enough. When Shi Feng climbed out of the gaming cabin and saw the cabin's console interface listing all sorts of warnings, he could not help a sigh of relief. Although he had anticipated that his abnormal brain activity came at a price of extraordinary energy consumption, he never thought that the consumption rate would increase to such an extent. Before the war with the Fo Saint army began, his cabin's nutrient solution reserve and emergency energy solution reserves had still been at 30% capacity. Now, however, these solution reserves were dry. In preparation for emergencies, Shi Feng had specifically outfitted his virtual gaming cabin with a special modification. Unlike the standard model, his cabin had an additional compartment that stored 20 bottles of energy solution, the effects of which rivaled those of A-rank nutrient fluids. These energy solutions would be used only when the normal nutrient solution couldn't sufficiently quickly provide him with the energy his body required. He had never thought that both his cabin's nutrient solution and emergency energy solution would be depleted. Not dwelling on the matter, Shi Feng promptly made his way to the nearby fridge and consumed a life potion, just in case. During the battle at Silverwing Town, he had relied on Versailles to kill all 8 Fo Saint Devourers. When the soul marks of all 8 Devourers entered him, his mind had entered a transcendent state. For a moment, he even felt omnipotent. It was as if his thought processes had shifted into overdrive. If other players encountered such a situation, they would definitely consider it a stroke of luck. However, Shi Feng, with over a decade of experience playing God's Domain, understood very clearly the precondition for enjoying this fortuitous opportunity, sufficient nutrients and energy to power his body. If he did not meet this condition, he might even lose his life because of this opportunity. After consuming the life potion, the slight burning and ache in his brain started to ease gradually, the incessant stinging he felt fading. However, as time passed, his recovery rate was also clearly slowing down. It was obvious that just one life potion wouldn't let him recover all of the energy he had exhausted. The life potion had resolved only the immediate dangers to his body. Although he currently looked fine, in reality, both his mind and body were still starving. Sure enough, not having enough S-rank nutrient fluids and life potions is very troublesome. Shi Feng rubbed his temple in frustration. Although he had resolved his current problems, if he continued developing at this rate, the burden on his body would keep increasing. And to cope with this burden, he would need more S-rank nutrient fluids or life potions. Moreover, due to the incident this time, many of Zero Wing's members would most likely require the help of S-rank nutrient fluids or even life potions to recover as well. If Zero Wing could not acquire enough of these energy solutions, the guild would have its development speed restricted and its growth potential reduced. For the current Zero Wing, credits were no longer a problem. After all, Zero Wing had partnered with quite a few superpowers. The guild could exchange coins or other in-game resources for credits with these superpowers. This was also the reason why Zero Wing did not face any financial problems now. However, S-rank nutrient fluids and life potions were a different story. As far as Shi Feng knew, only a limited number of S-rank nutrient fluids were sold every year, and the various international corporations monopolized over 80% of these S-rank nutrient fluids. Only a small number was actually sold to the public. This was why S-rank nutrient fluids sold at astronomical prices and were incredibly difficult to obtain. Shi Feng did not feel particularly surprised by this situation. After all, the S-rank nutrient fluid did not just possess powerful recovery abilities, it could also help maintain a person's youth to a certain extent. Meanwhile, youth was priceless. As for the life potion, it was a new solution the Green God Company recently created. Not only was its value far above that of the S-rank nutrient fluid, but it was also much rarer. Despite S-rank nutrient fluid being rare, it was still possible for people without connections, like Shi Feng, to obtain some from time to time. However, the life potion was not available to the public at all. Previously, the fact that he was able to obtain some was already plenty fortunate. During the time Shi Feng was having a headache over the rarity of S-rank nutrient fluids and life potions, a knock came from his door. "Instructor Shi, they're in the top-floor reception room already," Liang Jing said through the door. "All right, I'll head over now," Shi Feng answered. After tidying himself, he promptly left with Liang Jing and headed to the building's top-floor reception room. Top-floor reception room, currently, a man and two women were present inside the luxurious reception room that overlooked half of Fenglan City. Meanwhile, leading the group was none other than Cold Shadow, a vice-guild leader of mythology. At the same time, she was also one of the outstanding talents among the Feng family's younger generation, Feng Shihan. At this moment, however, Feng Shihan did not seem to be here as a representative of the Feng family, as the man and woman standing beside her were not members of the Feng family. Although one would not be able to tell through external appearances alone, the woman standing beside Feng Shihan was the female guardian knight White Feather. While White Feather's appearance in the real world was significantly different from her appearance in God's domain, the aura she exuded was exactly the same. However, what was most surprising was that White Feather was actually stronger in the real world than in God's domain. Although she was not a grandmaster martial artist, her aura trumped that of an actual grandmaster. If placed within one of the country's top dojos or training centers, she would definitely be regarded as an absolute prodigy, yet she was actually unknown in the fighting industry for some reason. As for the man standing beside Feng Shihan, he was none other than Matt, who had previously visited the Heaven's Rumble training center with Feng Shihan. Based on his aura, he was much stronger than before. When Shi Feng entered the room, the gazes of the trio promptly fell on him. Feng Shihan, in particular, looked at Shi Feng as if she was appraising an item rather than a person. "Miss Feng, long time no see. May I know what business you have with me to seek me out so urgently?" Shi Feng asked, going straight to the point. Previously, after he had displayed his strength as a grandmaster martial artist and suppressed Matt, both the Feng family and mythology had dropped all contact with Zero Wing in the real world. However, he also understood that this period of peace merely meant that his enemies were secretly making preparations for the next attack. After all, even an expert like Matt was merely an excellent disciple of mythology, not one of the guild's big shots or top-ranking experts. Otherwise, Matt wouldn't have listened to Feng Shihan's orders so obediently. "Instructor Shi, no, I suppose I should address you as guild leader Black Flame." "May I know if I am correct?" Feng Shihan asked, a faint smile appearing on her face as she gazed at Shi Feng. 2677 Identity Exposed? Chapter 2677 Identity Exposed? When Feng Shihan finished speaking, a moment of silence enveloped the entire room. "Black Flame? He's that Black Flame?" Standing behind Feng Shihan, Matt and White Feather gaped at Shi Feng in incredulity. By this time, there was most likely nobody among the superpowers that did not know the name Black Flame. In fact, this name was even feared among them. After all, Black Flame's individual strength was simply too astonishing. He had relied on his own strength to develop Zero Wing to its current scale, a feat that had already become a legend on the Eastern continent, which made him an existence that countless players looked up to and worshipped. However, Black Flame's identity was incredibly mysterious. Even now, nobody knew Black Flame's true identity in the real world. Many powers and players suspected that Black Flame possessed an incredibly powerful origin and that the power behind him was even more mysterious. Some people even believed that, despite Black Flame's in-game appearance, his actual age exceeded 35 already. He definitely wasn't as young as he looked in the game. After all, it was possible for players to adjust their appearances when creating their game characters in God's domain. It wasn't strange for someone to look a decade or two younger. However, Feng Shihan was saying that Shi Feng, someone who was still in his early 20s, was the legendary guild leader of Zero Wing Black Flame. This was incredible. Meanwhile, when Liang Jing, beside Shi Feng, heard Feng Shihan's words, she couldn't help tensing up inwardly. Shi Feng's true identity was a core secret of Zero Wing that only the guild's core upper echelon knew. She was apprised of this secret only because her responsibilities required her to know about it. Zero Wing was able to develop to its current state due largely to the mystery behind Black Flame's identity. Many superpowers had guessed that Black Flame actually had a powerful backer. Otherwise, he couldn't have become so powerful. However, as the various superpowers were unable to uncover any information regarding Black Flame's real identity, no matter what, they had never dared to take any drastic actions against Zero Wing. Now that Feng Shihan had discovered Shi Feng's identity as Black Flame, the consequences for Zero Wing would be unimaginable. However, Liang Jing quickly suppressed the urge to refute Feng Shihan's words. She knew very clearly that if she were to show any signs of panic or rebuttal now, she would only confirm Feng Shihan's deduction. The only thing she could do now was remain silent and let Shi Feng handle the problem. As Matt and Whitefeather stared at Shi Feng sighed. "That's right, Miss Feng is indeed correct. I am Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame," Shi Feng said, nodding. Upon hearing Shi Feng's acknowledgement, both Matt and Whitefeather goggled involuntarily, immense shock flooding their hearts. They never dreamed that Feng Shihan's deduction was actually correct. Liang Jing also could not help growing anxious in this situation. She hadn't thought that Shi Feng would come clean without hesitation. This was simply insane. "You're actually not even going to try to refute me?" Feng Shihan was a little surprised at Shi Feng's response. In her opinion, Black Flame's identity was pivotal to Zero Wing's development. The situation inside God's domain aside, just the various superpowers and corporations keeping a close eye on Zero Wing in the real world would be more than enough to land the guild in serious trouble. After all, with Black Flame's identity exposed, the various superpowers and corporations would no longer fear Zero Wing. "I doubt it would matter even if I tried to refute you. After all, I suddenly got stuck inside my virtual gaming cabin and lost contact with the outside world for so many days. With you constantly probing the situation inside Zero Wing's main headquarters, it'd be difficult for me to avoid suspicion," Shi Feng said. Ever since he left the space-time maze, he had a feeling that his identity as Black Flame had already been exposed. After all, many of Zero Wing's matters in the real world required his, or to be precise, Shi Feng's approval and input to proceed. Be it in God's domain or the real world, Zero Wing's management had fallen into a state where it lacked a unified command with both Shi Feng and Black Flame unavailable. It was very easy for others to suspect his identity in such a situation. As expected of guild leader Black Flame. "You were able to guess immediately why I suspected you to be Black Flame," Feng Shihan said, smiling. "Truthfully, if not for the unexpected incident this time, I would have difficulty confirming your Black Flame. After all, who would ever think that an unknown young man who just graduated from university recently and never received the standardized training of a superpower is actually an expert ranked within the top 30 of the God's Domain experts list? In God's Domain, any expert capable of ranking within the top 30 of the God's Domain experts list either came from a superpower or was an expert that had mingled in the virtual gaming world for several decades already. As for the young experts that were currently shining in God's Domain, while their talent was part of the reason why they had managed to achieve their current success, a larger part of the reason was their powerful backers. Otherwise, how would they obtain the large amount of resources and training they needed to grow? However, what about Shi Feng? Despite his youth and lack of backing, he had managed to climb his way into the top 30 of the God's Domain experts list. In fact, he might have entered the top 10 already. Who could possibly believe this? Matt and Whitefeather fell into deep thought, pondering this situation. If not for their great trust in Feng Shihan and their knowledge of Feng Shihan's personality and how she wouldn't do anything that was unlikely to succeed, they wouldn't have dared believe that Shi Feng was actually Black Flame. This was especially true for Whitefeather, who had personally witnessed Black Flame's strength before. After watching Black Flame fight, Whitefeather was certain that he wasn't some virtual gaming greenhorn. The ferocity and decisiveness that he had displayed in his actions, as well as his wealth of combat experience, was something not even she, someone who had been with mythology for more than a decade, could achieve. However, she was now hearing that an unknown, fresh university graduate was behind the character of Black Flame. "Miss Feng, you aren't here for only a small matter as verifying my identity, right?" Shi Feng asked calmly as he looked at Feng Shihan, who had a slightly excited expression on her face. "A small matter?" Guild leader Black Flame, do you know how much trouble Zero Wing will be in if the various powers find out about your identity? White Feather could not help but remind Shi Feng when she saw his nonchalant attitude. Even if mythology doesn't do anything, so long as we spread this information, Zero Wing will instantly be devoured by the various powers, leaving nothing. If the various powers were to learn of Black Flame's true identity, they wouldn't stop at just harassing Zero Wing. Yet Shi Feng actually placed no importance on this matter whatsoever. Feather, that's enough. I am indeed here for more than just this matter, Feng Shihan said as she gestured for White Feather to stand back. She then turned to Shi Feng and continued, since you are being so straightforward, I'll just go straight to the point. Guild leader Black Flame. By this time, I'm afraid I'm not the only person to have realized your identity. I believe it won't be long before this piece of information spreads to the various powers as well. When that happens, I'm sure you know what kind of outcome awaits Zero Wing. What are you trying to say then? Shi Feng asked, a smile forming on his face. Stone Forest City and the method to grasp the spiritualization realm, Feng Shihan said. So long as Zero Wing hands these two things over, Zero Wing will be able to avoid all those problems. Moreover, mythology will also supply Zero Wing with some S-rank nutrient fluids and life potions. I believe these should be things Zero Wing urgently requires right now, correct? 2678. Upgrading Silverwing Town. Chapter 2678. Upgrading Silverwing Town. Liang Jing's complexion paled at Feng Shihan's demand. Setting aside the method to grasp the spiritualization realm, just handing over Stone Forest City would be more than enough to doom the current Zero Wing. Over half of Zero Wing's current income came from Stone Forest City. Moreover, it was also because of Stone Forest City that so many experts were joining Zero Wing right now. It was no exaggeration to say that Stone Forest City was an integral part of Zero Wing. If they were to lose Stone Forest City, she could not imagine what would become of the guild. However, if they refused to hand over Stone Forest City, Zero Wing's situation wouldn't end up any better either. While Zero Wing might not face any problems in God's domain, it would be a piece of cake for others to ruin Zero Wing's operations in Fengwen City from the shadows. Guild leader Black Flame, I know this isn't an easy choice to make, but if Zero Wing lacks a sufficient number of S-rank nutrient fluids and life potions, wouldn't it be difficult for the guild to develop further? Feng Shihan said, smiling. I believe you, as a Grandmaster martial artist, should know this very clearly. God's domain was different from other virtual reality games. The game helped its players develop their minds to extraordinary standards, particularly when players raised their tiers and they received huge boosts to their brain activity. This discovery had spurred excitement in many people. However, in exchange for this boost in brain activity, the energy players needed to sustain their minds and bodies also increased significantly. Besides the current Zero Wing, many superpowers were having headaches over this energy problem. Meanwhile, as a result of this situation, S-rank nutrient fluids and life potions had become extremely rare on the market. It might have been fine if the volume required wasn't particularly high. It was still possible to purchase some of these energy solutions so long as one was willing to pay more credits. However, after the required volume reached a certain point, one wouldn't be able to purchase these energy solutions even if one had the money to do so. You're right. S-rank nutrient fluids and life potions are indeed the things Zero Wing currently requires the most. In fact, this problem is even more troublesome than the harassment of outside parties, Shi Feng said, nodding in agreement. After Shi Feng became a neutralizing grandmaster, even S-rank nutrient fluids were somewhat insufficient to maintain his body and mind at peak condition. Only life potions met his needs. There wouldn't have been a problem if he was the only person who required these high-quality energy solutions. However, if he wanted the other members of Zero Wing to improve themselves further and have a greater chance of reaching higher tiers, then they definitely could not lack a supply of S-rank nutrient fluids. If Zero Wing could not secure a large supply of S-rank nutrient fluids and life potions within a short period, even if the various superpowers did not secretly harass Zero Wing, it was only a matter of time before they surpassed Zero Wing. Guild leader? Liang Jing was startled when she heard Shi Feng's words. Stone Forest City was currently one of the few guild cities established in a level 100 neutral map. If Shi Feng were really to hand over Stone Forest City, Zero Wing would suffer immense losses in God's domain. At that time, the leveling speed of Zero Wing's guild members would plummet. In regard to this situation, both Matt and White Feather smiled. At least this kid is mindful of the situation. If he decides to sell Stone Forest City and the secrets of the spiritualization realm now, he can earn some money for them. If he waits until the various superpowers know his secret, nobody will want them even if he decides to sell them, Matt whispered. A neutralizing grandmaster would indeed be considered an absolute powerhouse in Fengwen City. However, experts of such caliber were only useful as a deterrent against ordinary powers, not against powerful major corporations. Not to mention, without sufficient S-rank nutrient fluids and life potions, Zero Wing's peak experts would have difficulty further developing themselves. After all, a lot of energy was required to maintain the accelerated brain activity of peak experts' energy that A-rank nutrient fluids couldn't provide. Hence, the various superpowers contested hotly for S-rank nutrient fluids and life potions, driving up the rarity of these solutions. If you have already made your decision, we can immediately close a contract, Guild Leader Black Flame, Feng Shihan said, smiling. No, a contract won't be necessary, Shi Feng said, shaking his head. I won't be selling Stone Forest City or the method to grasp the spiritualization realm. Silence momentarily filled the room after Shi Feng spoke. Both Matt and Whitefeather gazed at Shi Feng in shock, wondering if he had gone crazy. Did he really not grasp the direness of Zero Wing's situation? Guild Leader Black Flame, you need to think this through clearly. If you miss out on this opportunity, we won't offer you the same price next time, Feng Shihan said, a little surprised by Shi Feng's response. By then, the problems Zero Wing will have to face will be far greater than what you can imagine. Currently, mythology could be said to be Zero Wing's only lifeline. This was also the reason behind Feng Shihan's confidence that Shi Feng would not refuse her offer unless he really wished for Zero Wing's downfall. After all, without sufficient S-rank nutrient fluids and life potions, Zero Wing's future would be bleak. Thank you for your concern. If the various superpowers really wish to take covert action, I don't mind teaching them what a one-way trip is, Shi Feng replied calmly. The current Zero Wing was no longer the same as before. This was especially true after he had become a neutralizing Grandmaster. This was also why he did not particularly mind his identity getting exposed. After all, secretly dealing with a neutralizing Grandmaster wasn't easy. Very well. Since you have already said so, we will take our leave first, Guild Leader Black Flame, Feng Shihan said. After seeing Shi Feng remaining unfazed by her warning, she no longer tried to persuade him. Instead, she stood up and left the reception room. After exiting Zero Wing's main headquarters, Matt looked at Feng Shihan and asked, Vice Guild Leader, are we really going to leave just like that? The old instructor had told them to do their best to get their hands on the method to grasp the spiritualization realm. If they just left now, it would be much more difficult for them to obtain this method in the future. Relax. Zero Wing won't hold out for long. He might think that he has the power to protect himself after becoming a neutralizing Grandmaster, but the superpowers aren't as simple as he thinks they are. He also doesn't know how crazy they are right now, Feng Shihan replied, smiling. It won't be long before he seeks us out himself. We don't need to rush. I guess you're right. After giving the matter some thought, Matt nodded in agreement and dropped the subject. In order to secure the benefits available in God's domain, the major corporations backing the various superpowers were going all out. To make matters worse, the present state of God's domain had pushed many superpowers to the brink of destruction. As a result, these superpowers were growing even crazier. One could easily imagine what those starving superpowers would do with a fat piece of meat like Zero Wing placed before them. After Feng Shihan's group left, only Shi Feng and Liang Jing remained inside the top-floor reception room. Guild Leader, what should we do? Once that Feng Shihan returns, she'll definitely expose your identity to the various powers, Liang Jing said as she looked anxiously at Shi Feng. While Zero Wing had managed to retain Stone Forest City, a big problem now loomed. It's fine even if my identity gets exposed, they can spread it all they want. What we need to do remains the same, Shi Feng replied calmly. What do we need to do? Liang Jing asked curiously as she took in Shi Feng's calm expression. Earn money, Shi Feng retorted, chuckling. Whether it was developing the guild in God's domain or purchasing S-rank nutrient fluids and life potions, these actions required money to accomplish. Without money, nothing would get done. Currently, it was basically impossible for Zero Wing to obtain additional S-rank nutrient fluids and life potions from its usual sources. Fortunately, he had the invitation to participate in Green God Company's auction, which was also the only way for the guild to secure a large volume of these high-quality energy solutions. However, with how desperate the various superpowers were for S-rank nutrient fluids and life potions right now, if he did not prepare a sufficiently large sum of credits, he wouldn't stand a chance in the auction. Hence, what he needed to do now was earn money. Earn money? When Liang Jing heard Shi Feng's answer, she shook her head dejectedly and said, I'm afraid that will be very difficult right now. Due to the constant suppression of the various superpowers, we have no choice but to obtain resources by ourselves. However, the resources we obtain are barely enough for our own use. We don't have any surplus to sell. Moreover, Stone Forest City's player population has also been decreasing because of the harassment. In addition, the faux saint monsters have already conquered nearly half of Starmoon Kingdom. Our guild's income is decreasing by the day. Relax. That is in the past, Shi Feng said, chuckling. After saying so, Shi Feng had Liang Jing send someone to replenish the nutrient solution for his virtual gaming cabin. He then did some simple exercises and had a proper meal before logging back into God's domain without hesitation. Once Shi Feng was back in Silverwing Town, he promptly called out the town's interface and chose to upgrade the town. Shortly after, a system notification sounded in the ears of every player in Silverwing Town as they got teleported out of the town. 2679 Promotion Frenzy. Chapter 2679, Promotion Frenzy Orc Empire, Silverwing Town. After Zero Wing's victory over the Faux Saint army, independent players started flocking to Silverwing Town from all over the Orc Empire. The members of many powers also came for a better look at Silverwing Town's situation. As a result, Silverwing Town became incredibly lively for a time. As players crowded into Silverwing Town, a 20-man team entered the town in an orderly manner. The players who saw this team could not help gaping in shock. What? Even they have come to develop in Silverwing Town. Every member of this 20-man team was a level 115 plus tier 3 expert geared in dazzling equipment. Even the weakest piece of equipment they sported was at level 1110 fine gold rank. The two people walking in the lead were even geared in level 100 plus epic equipment. This was an incredibly rare sight even among the various superpowers experts. However, compared to the levels and equipment of these players, what truly surprised everyone was their identities. This was because this team belonged to Frost Heaven, a superpower originating from the frozen world, which had unified several of the neighboring kingdoms. Frost Heaven's strength could easily rank within the top 10 up-and-coming superpowers. Due to Frost Heaven's access to the frozen world's special bloodline legacy, many expert players were seeking to join the guild. Unfortunately, its recruitment conditions were incredibly stringent. As a result, a large majority of the applicants were disqualified. Now that Frost Heaven's members who did not operate within the Orc Empire had come to Silverwing Town, how could everyone not feel surprised? Although the surrounding players were quietly discussing Frost Heaven's members, the Frost Heaven members in question paid no heed to the players around them, taking their time walking down the main street while observing Silverwing Town. So, this is Silverwing Town? A black-clad level 1116 female summoner muttered after inspecting her surroundings. Calmly, she commented, "While the town's defenses are good, it's still considerably inferior to the other allied guild towns. It is completely reliant on those personal guards to stay afloat. This town is already quite excellent. At the very least, it has managed to stop the attacks of the Faux Saint army. It is worth recruiting into the alliance," said a female cursemancer who was similarly level 116, bitterly smiling at her companion's words. The Faux Saint army was something even ordinary NPC cities were incapable of stopping, let alone guild towns and cities. Just the fact that Silverwing Town was able to defeat the Faux Saint army was already an incredible feat. After all, not every guild town possessed the frozen world's special methods. While these personal guards are indeed strong, those Faux Saint monsters are no pushovers either. Those monsters have already spread out to over a dozen kingdoms and the Black Dragon Empire. With their growth rate, I'm afraid a large group of tier Faux Saint devourers will appear in a few days. At that time, these personal guards will most likely have trouble fending off the Faux Saint monsters, much less taking the initiative to hunt down those monsters, the black-clad summoner said as she shook her head. Moreover, our purpose in coming here is to observe whether Zero Wing is truly qualified to join us in dealing with the Faux Saint monsters or not. We're not necessarily here to recruit it. After all was said and done, personal guards could only be considered an external tool. The first reason for this was the incredible rarity of powerful personal guards. The second reason was the difficulty of resurrecting fallen NPCs. Currently, Silverwing Town might have a lot of players, but the town's tier 3 player population was pitifully low. I guess you're right. Zero Wing might seem to be flourishing right now, but it is actually in a very precarious situation. The guild simply doesn't know that Saint's Hand has already partnered with many superpowers. Even if the Faux Saint monsters don't take action against Zero Wing, Saint's Hand can simply supply the various superpowers with the necessary support tools to thrive in the Faux Saint monsters' territory, and in return, the various superpowers will do their best to suppress Zero Wing's members. If Zero Wing does not possess enough players to fight for it, it can only hole up in its guild town and rely on the protection of its personal guards, unable to do anything more, the black-clad cursemancer said, nodding in agreement after giving the matter some thought. Just like the summoner had said, a guild that could only defend and not retaliate did indeed lack the qualifications to join their alliance and become their partner. Meanwhile, as the level 116 summoner and level 116 cursemancer from Frost Heaven were conversing, a system notification suddenly entered their ears. System, Silverwing Town has been promoted to Basic City. You will be teleported out of Silverwing Town in 30 seconds. What's going on? The town got promoted? The system notification stunned the players in Silverwing Town, their minds falling into a daze for quite some time as they stared at their notification windows. As for Zero Wing's members, they revealed ecstatic expressions on their faces. As an advanced town, Silverwing Town had already been able to repel the Faux Saint army's attack effortlessly. Now that Silverwing Town was getting promoted to Basic City, it would pose a much more difficult challenge for the Faux Saint army. Before anyone could properly react to the situation, every player inside Silverwing Town was teleported out of it. At the same time, a magic array enveloped the town. How is this possible? The black-clad female summoner from Frost Heaven exclaimed as she gazed at the magic array veiling Silverwing Town in astonishment. Setting aside Silverwing Town's prosperity, its player population alone is still far short of the requirements of promotion. It should have taken the town at least another month to get promoted to Basic City. How could it get promoted so quickly? Frost Heaven had ample experience in promoting guild towns and cities. Hence, the team could tell that Silverwing Town's defenses already met the required standard for promotion, but its player population was still insufficient. This was a condition that could be fulfilled only by gradually accruing popularity among players. Yet now, Silverwing Town had actually gotten promoted. At this moment, aside from Frostheaven's members, even the other Superpowers members secretly operating within Silverwing Town were stupefied by this situation. A third guild city. Some Superpowers didn't even have 3 guild cities, yet not only did Zero Wing possess 3 guild cities now, but all 3 guild cities were actually established in strategic locations. This was especially true for Silverwing Town. After all, the Faux Saint monsters had already extended their sphere of activity to the dozen or so neighboring kingdoms, as well as the Black Dragon Empire. Due to the arrival of these Faux Saint monsters, many of the local maps had been transformed into high-level maps, with some even becoming level 120 maps. In addition, since these kingdoms and empires would have to deal with these Faux Saint monsters, plenty of kingdom and empire quests would definitely be issued in the future. Through these points, one could easily predict that the players of the affected kingdoms and the Black Dragon Empire would be operating in the Faux Saint monsters' territory in the future. However, as these maps were originally at the borders of the various countries, there were hardly enough shelters or strongholds for players to rest in nearby. Since the Orc Empire served as a hub connecting the various countries, the future development of any guild city there would be terrific. Meanwhile, shortly after Silverwing Town's players were teleported out of the town, news of the town's promotion spread like wildfire, quickly reaching the ears of the various powers and causing a frenzy. 2680, Silverwing City. Chapter 2680, Silverwing City Fire Dragon Empire, Flame Dragon City, Scorching Flame Restaurant. As soon as Cold Shadow logged back into the game, she was greeted by the sight of a tall and beautiful woman standing before her. This woman was none other than White Feather, who had similarly logged back into the game not long ago. However, White Feather wore an indescribably gloomy expression on her face. Did something happen? Cold Shadow asked, a hint of confusion appearing in her silver eyes. We just received news that Zero Wing's Silverwing Town has been promoted to Basic City. Many of the powers operating around the Orc Empire are now heading toward Silverwing Town. They all plan to establish a long-term partnership with Zero Wing. Some superpowers are also considering doing the same, White Feather reported in a quiet tone. Silverwing Town got promoted into a city? Cold Shadow was a little surprised when she heard White Feather's words. Realization then struck her. She smiled and said, "No wonder he rejected my offer without hesitation. It seems this was why he had the confidence to do so. Vice Guild Leader, if Zero Wing really gains the protection of several more superpowers, we will have a much more difficult time obtaining the method to grasp the spiritualization realm. Why don't we contact Saint's Hand and have it warn off those superpowers?" White Feather suggested worriedly. Their superiors had given them only one task, to obtain the method to grasp the spiritualization realm. Everything else was secondary. If Zero Wing gained the protection of several superpowers in the real world, any superpower that wished to target Zero Wing in secret would have a difficult time doing so. That won't be necessary. So what if those superpowers band together to protect Zero Wing? Cold Shadow said, smiling as she read the report White Feather forwarded to her. Now that Black Flame's identity has been exposed, Starlink won't let this opportunity get away. Before I logged back into God's domain, I received news that the old fellow behind Lu Xingluo has finally lost his patience and is planning to remove all of Zero Wing's roots in Fenglin City. With Zero Wing's current manpower, it won't be able to hold out for long. All we need to do is wait. Lu Xingluo himself did not possess any noteworthy skill sets. In fact, a large part of the reason why the Starling Guild was able to develop to such an extent was the old fellow supporting Lu Xingluo. Even several superpowers working together wouldn't be enough to stop that old fellow. Even in mythology, only a handful of people could go up against him. I understand. I'll have someone keep a close eye on Zero Wing during this period, White Feather said, nodding. During the time Cold Shadow and White Feather were conversing, Silverwing Town's promotion had finally completed. When the magic array disappeared, the town that previously sat atop a sand dune was no more. In its place was a magnificent city. Whether in terms of size or defensive standards, the new Silverwing City far surpassed the old Silverwing Town. In fact, even while standing outside the city, one could distinctly feel a dense stream of mana flowing into the city from the surroundings. What astonishing mana! Shi Feng was surprised when he sensed the influx of mana into the city. Upon Silverwing Town's promotion to Silverwing City, its core magic array had received a significant improvement. Due to that, as well as the city's 5 magic towers, Silverwing City could practically rival Stone Forest City in mana density. If players were to rest in Silverwing City, the effects they gained might not be as excellent as what they would enjoy when resting in Stone Forest City's Freedom Hotel, but the result would still be quite excellent. It definitely wouldn't be an exaggeration to call Silverwing City a sacred land for players to rest in. Due to the incursion of the Faux Saint monsters, many maps in the Orc Empire had transformed into level 100 plus neutral maps. Normally, players would have considered this a matter worth celebrating. Unfortunately, not only did these new level 100 plus neutral maps have very thin mana, but due to the Orc Empire's special circumstances, players also could not use flying mounts and return scrolls there. Moreover, there were still the corrosive foreign energies present in all neutral maps. As a result, most players were leery of operating in these newly created neutral maps. However, the appearance of Silverwing City in the Orc Empire could resolve many of these problems. At the very least, players would no longer have to travel to a distant NPC city to recover. In fact, players would enjoy a much faster recovery rate when resting in Silverwing City than in NPC cities. However, what truly excited Shi Feng wasn't the change to the city's mana density, but to the city's airport. Originally, Silverwing Town's airport was only the size of a sports arena. However, after Silverwing Town's promotion, the airport received a massive improvement as well. Now, not only had the airport tripled in size, but the number of airship platforms it housed had also increased by several fold. Now that Silverwing Town has become Silverwing City, I just need to spend some coins to open up air routes to the various kingdoms' capital cities. Once that's done, players from the various kingdoms can travel directly to Silverwing City. At that time, just the income from collecting transportation fees would most likely rival the Freedom Hotel's income. Shi Feng was filled with excitement and anticipation as he looked at the distant airport. In the past, airports had been one of the main sources of income for guild cities. After all, not every player possessed a flying mount or a private house in the various guild cities. Hence, the airships became one of the main modes of transportation for a large majority of God's Domain's player base. Previously, Silverwing Town's airport was allowed to have only one air route. However, after the town got promoted to Basic City, its airport could have up to 5 air routes. This number would also increase as the airport or city got upgraded. Before Shi Feng could recover from his joy over the airport's transformation, the sound of a system notification entered his ears. System, congratulations. Your Silverwing Town has been promoted into Silverwing City. The transportation firm has met the requirements for promotion to bronze rank. Do you wish to promote the transportation firm? It has reached the bronze rank already? Shi Feng was stunned when he saw the system notification. The transportation firm was a very special construction. Its promotion system was completely different from that of ordinary constructions. Instead of requiring money or a promotion order, one needed to meet a set of conditions to promote the construction. In the past, powers that owned a transportation firm had generally succeeded in upgrading their firm to the bronze rank only after their guild cities reached the advanced city standard. And as far as Shi Feng knew, even the best performing powers had managed to meet their transportation firm's promotion conditions only after their guild cities had reached the intermediate city standard. Now, Silverwing Town had just been promoted to Basic City, yet its transportation firm already met the conditions for promotion. Naturally, Shi Feng was surprised. Once a transportation firm reached the bronze rank, it would truly gain the ability to drive a guild city's economy. After all, at the bronze rank, the transportation firm would no longer limit its business to the country it was based in. It would expand its operations beyond the borders, becoming a hub that connected the neighboring kingdoms and empires. Even NPCs belonging to neutral powers would start using it as a hub. In other words, not only would it become possible to find merchandise traded by the various countries' neutral powers in the transportation firm, but the transportation firm itself could even become a place where NPC merchants would develop their business. To put it simply, so long as a guild city possessed a bronze-ranked transportation firm, the members of the ruling guild would gain a significant boost in income. The guild city in question would also have a much easier time becoming a main city. Meanwhile, after glancing at the system notification, Shi Feng chose to upgrade the transportation firm without hesitation. 2681 Arrogant Zero Wing, Chapter 2681, Arrogant Zero Wing. System, transportation firm can be reconstructed once after promotion at the cost of 40,000 gold and 100,000 magic crystals. Do you wish to proceed with the reconstruction? Note, promotion will take place even without the reconstruction. Reconstruct it, Shi Feng said without hesitation. While Zero Wing's funds were indeed tight, the guild still had around 100,000 gold and 400,000 magic crystals reserved for unexpected expenditures. And although reconstructing the transportation firm would not grant it any additional functions, there was one benefit, accommodating more NPC merchants to do business within it. If a transportation firm had more NPC merchants, not only would there be more quests available for players to pick up, but there would also be more merchandise for sale. Both of these factors would attract more players to develop in Silverwing City. As soon as Shi Feng made his decision, 40,000 gold and 100,000 magic crystals vanished from his bag. Immediately afterward, the transportation firm, which stood at the edge of the city, transformed into a cloud of black mist that expanded rapidly, growing to the size of 4 sports arenas in just 5 seconds, then dissipated. When the black mist cleared, a 5-story tall building appeared in its place. While Shi Feng was quietly observing the reconstructed transportation firm, Yulin suddenly contacted him. Guild leader, we finished setting up the city's security measures. We have also set the entrance fee to 10 silver as you instructed. We can open Silverwing City at any time, Yulin said excitedly. Previously, after news of Silverwing Town's promotion spread, many players from the neighboring kingdoms had eagerly made their way over to take a look at the city. Based on rough estimates, at least 2 million players had camped outside the city. With so many players seeking entry, Zero Wing could earn a small fortune just by collecting entrance fees. Previously, Silverwing Town couldn't collect any entrance fees since it was a town. Its main sources of income back then were shop rentals and the candlelight trading firm. Now that they could collect entrance fees from players visiting Silverwing City, the financial problem Zero Wing was currently facing would definitely be resolved. All right, open the city, Shi Feng said, chuckling. After receiving Shi Feng's approval, Yulan promptly deactivated the magic array inside the city lord's mansion that prevented outsiders from entering the city. Immediately, the opaque magic barrier enveloping Silverwing City shattered, and the city appeared before the eyes of everyone outside the city. The instant Silverwing City was open to the public, the crowd waiting outside the city walls was dumbfounded. Crap, how spectacular. Isn't this city on the same standard as Stone Forest City? The appearance isn't the only thing that's marvelous. The mana radiating from Silverwing City feels just slightly inferior to Stone Forest Cities. If it's too expensive, ordinary players like ourselves will have a difficult time developing in Silverwing City. Everyone was curious about Silverwing City's current situation. It might be fine if it were any other guild city, but Silverwing City was the only guild city in the Faux Saint Monsters territory. Previously, Silverwing Town was already able to fend off an army of more than 4 million Faux Saint Monsters as an advanced town. Now that it was a basic city, the Faux Saint Monsters would most likely be helpless against it for the foreseeable future. Hence, one could say that Silverwing City was currently the safest location within the Faux Saint Monsters territory. Meanwhile, safety was the #1 priority of both ordinary players and experts. At this stage of the game, many players would fall into despair over even a single death. After all, after reaching level 100 and beyond, not only did leveling up become much more difficult, but level 100 plus equipment was also incredibly precious. Losing a single piece of level 100 plus equipment would set a player back by days or even weeks. However, after the gathered players lined up at Silverwing City's main gate, they were stupefied by what they saw. An entrance fee of 10 silver? Is Zero Wing insane? The black-clad female summoner from Frost Heaven exclaimed, her eyes widening in shock as she looked at the Tier 3 personal guards collecting the entrance fee. Currently, guild cities located in neutral maps generally charge players an entrance fee of only 2 silver. While it was reasonable for Silverwing City's entrance fee to be a little more expensive, as it was the only guild city in the Faux Saint Monsters territory, a 10 silver entrance fee was 5 times the going rate. Moreover, the map Silverwing City sat on was not very high-leveled. Even after the transformation due to the Faux Saint Monsters, the map had only been upgraded into a level 80 neutral map, not a level 100 plus neutral map. If players wished to head to level 100 plus neutral maps to grind, they would still need to travel quite a distance. Hence, Silverwing City could, at best, be considered a transit station and resting place. Players didn't need to stop by the city to grind in the Orc Empire's level 100 plus maps. The female summoner from Frost Heaven wasn't the only person stunned by Silverwing City's exorbitant entrance fee. The various Superpowers members that were planning to enter the city were too. They could not help suspecting that Zero Wing had gone crazy for money. Originally, there were already very few players willing to operate within the Faux Saint Monsters territory. After all, the Faux Saint Monsters only allowed players to level up faster. They did not drop any weapons or equipment, and the coins and materials they dropped were inferior compared to the loot from other monsters. Not to mention, operating within the territory of Faux Saint Monsters was much more dangerous than operating elsewhere. While a 10 silver entrance fee wouldn't be much of a problem for Tier 3 experts, it was a huge expenditure for Tier 2 players. If Zero Wing insisted on a 10 silver entrance fee for Silverwing City, hardly any Tier 2 players would be willing to visit the city. Meanwhile, just how many Tier 3 experts were there in God's domain right now? Crap. Does Zero Wing take us for fools? Zero Wing really has gotten arrogant. A 10 silver entrance fee? Does Zero Wing really think we need to develop in the Orc Empire? A large number of Tier 2 players complained about Silverwing City's entrance fee, some even ranting in rage. Previously, they could continue operating within the Faux Saint Monsters territory only because it did not cost any money to enter Silverwing Town. By collecting a 10 silver entrance fee now, Zero Wing was basically chasing Tier 2 players like themselves away from Silverwing City. In the meantime, a heavy atmosphere shrouded a 1,000-man team standing some distance away from Silverwing City's main gate. Vice Commander, an entrance fee of 10 silver is simply too much. If we have to pay such a fee, after deducting all our daily expenses, our Tier 2 brothers will earn almost nothing. I suggest we head somewhere else to develop. It is simply impossible for us to continue developing in Silverwing City, a level 107, Tier 2 Berserker said as he looked at Solid Wind. I truly did not think that Zero Wing would be so ruthless. We should have followed suit with the other adventurer teams and headed to one of the kingdoms or the Dark Knight Empire to develop, a level 113 Tier 3 male elementalist grumbled. Wind, this price is indeed too high. We can't afford it in the long term. Why don't we head to the Dark Knight Empire and take a look there? I heard that there are guild cities established in level 100 plus neutral maps there as well. Moreover, those cities are also collecting a 10 silver entrance fee, Crazed Bull suggested. Many other members of the Blood Pact Adventurer team nodded their heads in agreement. Compared to paying 10 silver to Zero Wing for no good reason, it would be much better to spend that 10 silver in a guild city located in a level 100 neutral map. They would definitely gain a much better harvest there than in the Orc Empire. Alright then, however, we still have some quests we need to turn in, Solid Wind said, sighing. Bull, you and a few others will follow me inside. Everyone else, wait outside. The other Blood Pact members nodded in acknowledgement of Solid Wind's instructions. Aside from Blood Pact, the other adventurer teams made similar decisions, delegating the submission of their completed quests in the city to a handful of Tier 3 experts while planning to leave the Orc Empire entirely or head to one of the guild towns to continue developing within the Empire. Following which, despite the large number of players gathered outside Silverwing City, only a small number of Tier 3 experts actually entered the city. 2682 Madness, Inducing Silverwing City, Chapter 2682, Madness Inducing Silverwing City. As the various powers and adventurer teams' Tier 3 experts entered Silverwing City, the relatively empty streets of the city grew crowded. Sure enough, the city became much bigger after getting promoted. The density of the ambient mana also increased by a lot. It's a pity that the entrance fee is too high. If it were 5 silver instead, the neighboring kingdom's players would most likely pour in, Crazed Bull sighed as he looked at the streets teeming with NPCs. If possible, he really wished to continue his development in Silverwing City. Unfortunately, the entrance fee of 10 silver was simply unaffordable for ordinary Tier 2 experts. After all, many players would most likely enter Silverwing City multiple times a day since Tier 2 players weren't as resistant to the foreign energies in level 100 plus neutral maps as Tier 3 players were. They could survive in level 100 plus neutral maps for only a few hours per trip. Fortunately, Tier 2 players recovered from these foreign energies very quickly, so they generally could make 2 or 3 trips to level 100 plus neutral maps per day. However, each additional trip meant they had to pay another 10 silver coins to enter Silverwing City. Originally, earning money was already a difficult task in the Faux Saint Monsters territory. Paying an additional 20 or 30 silver per day would be onerous on Tier 2 players' finances. After all, Tier 2 players had plenty of other expenditures they needed to cover: training, repair fees, lodgings, food, and beverages. Moreover, if a Tier 2 player wished to reach Tier 3, they needed excellent equipment and powerful Tier 2 skills and spells. In order to earn money, some Tier 2 players would even invest a significant portion of their time grinding for materials in lower-leveled maps, which, in turn, caused their levels to lag. Currently, only Tier 3 experts could afford Silverwing City's 10 silver entrance fee. However, how rare were Tier 3 experts? Not to mention, with the abilities of Tier 3 experts, they had their choice of leveling grounds. They didn't need to remain in the Orc Empire. The other Tier 3 experts of Blood Pact bobbed their heads in agreement with Crazed Bull's words. They felt that Zero Wing was basically chasing away players from Silverwing City. With this, the several guild towns established in the Orc Empire would flourish while Zero Wing would have only an empty guild city. After conversing for some time, Blood Pact's members made their way to the transportation firm to turn in their completed quests. However, Crazed Bull and the others were stunned to see the massive transportation firm, which could easily fit 4 sports arenas. What's going on? What did Zero Wing do? The current transportation firm was on a completely different level than the one before. There was also an unbelievably large number of NPCs entering and leaving the building. Previously, there would usually be only a few dozen NPCs entering and leaving the building at any time. Now, however, not only had this number increased beyond 200, but many of these NPCs were even nobles or people of neutral races. Before Crazed Bull and the others could react to this situation, several teams of Tier 3 experts walked out of the transportation firm one after another, every player on these teams wearing ecstatic looks on their faces. Moreover, every one of these teams had either a luxuriously dressed NPC noble or a neutral NPC following behind them. It was obvious that these teams had picked up a quest commissioned by these NPCs. Am I dreaming? Why are there so many quests from NPC nobles and neutral NPCs? Crazed Bull rubbed his eyes in doubt at the scene before him. Normally, a quest commissioned by an NPC noble or a neutral NPC would appear in the transportation firm only once a day or every few days. Meanwhile, every one of these quests could spark a frenzy among the various top adventurer teams and large guilds. The reason for this was the minimum difficulty rating for these quests, which was 3-star advanced. Not only could players obtain a large amount of coins and contribution points by completing these quests, but they also had a fixed chance of receiving level 100 plus top-tier weapons and equipment or Tier 3 skill and spell books. Moreover, even if players weren't lucky and didn't get any of these bonus items, the monetary reward would be enough for players to purchase a piece of relatively good level 100 plus equipment for themselves. Hence, many adventurer teams secretly fought over these quests. Now, however, multiple teams had actually managed to pick up such a quest. Crazed Bull couldn't believe his eyes. Quick! We need to hurry inside and take a look. Solid Wind barked after snapping out of her daze. Upon hearing Solid Wind's words, the other Blood Pact members nodded and charged into the building. They wanted to know what exactly had happened to the transportation firm for there to be so many 3-star advanced quests. When Solid Wind and the others entered the transportation firm, they were stupefied at the scene before them. Inside the transportation firm's spacious lobby, long queues of NPC merchants snaked in front of the reception desks. At a glance, these NPCs easily numbered more than 5,000. Moreover, many of these NPCs were even NPC nobles and neutral NPCs. The gigantic, translucent quest crystal hovering in the center of the lobby actually displayed numerous 3-star advanced quests. The top few entries of the list were even 4-star quests, something they had never seen before. Delivery to the Black Dragon Empire's border fortress, Fret difficulty, 4-star. Requirement, Tier 3. Team must have at least one person that has completed 10 3-star advanced quests and 20 3-star quests. All other members must have completed at least 10 3-star quests. Remuneration, 50 gold and 3,000 contribution points. Additional rewards unknown. Recruiting 50 people. Delivery to the neutral zone, Silent City difficulty, 4-star. Requirement, Tier 3. Team must have at least one person that has completed 12 3-star advanced quests. All other members must have completed at least 5 3-star quests. Remuneration, 60 gold, 2,000 contribution points, and an elf's gift 15% chance to obtain a dark gold item of the same level, 25% chance to obtain a fine gold item of the same level. Recruiting 100 people. When the eyes of Solid Wind and the other Blood Pact members landed on the rewards of the 4-star quests, they wished they could accept these quests immediately. Setting aside the additional rewards, just the coins and contribution points these quests awarded were more than enough to make Tier 3 experts like themselves go crazy. Bull, log out and contact the commander. Have the commander negotiate with the other adventurer teams. We need to secure these 4-star quests before the others do, Solid Wind said urgently. It was impossible for an individual adventurer team to take on a 4-star quest. At least 2 adventurer teams worth of Tier 3 experts would be needed to challenge a 4-star quest. However, if they could complete a 4-star quest, they would raise Blood Pact's overall strength by a small margin. Alright, logging out now, Crazed Bull said as he hurriedly clicked the log out button. As for Solid Wind and the others, they promptly contacted the other Blood Pact members outside the city and had them come to the transportation firm right away. Their excitement was palpable to the other players around them. However, none of the surrounding players found the reactions of Blood Pact's members surprising at all. After all, Blood Pact wasn't the only group aiming for the 4-star quests. The members of other adventurer teams and guilds that had visited the transportation firm earlier had reacted in a similar fashion. They all either notified their superiors about the transportation firm or had their other companions rush to the transportation firm. For a time, large numbers of the Tier 2 players camped outside Silverwing City thronged to the city's main gate with bloodshot eyes. In the blink of an eye, the main gate swarmed with players. If not for everyone fearing the personal guards stationed by the gate, they would have most likely started a fight to enter the city. Meanwhile, when the black-clad summoner from Frost Heaven, who had already entered the city, saw the disturbance at the gate, she was stunned. What's going on? 2683 Crimson-Eyed Sword, Saint's Legacy, Chapter 2683, Crimson-Eyed Sword, Saint's Legacy. At this moment, the female summoner from Frost Heaven wasn't the only person surprised by the sudden turn of events at Silverwing City's main gate. The Tier 3 experts who had just entered the city were similarly stunned to see the mob of Tier 2 players desperately trying to get in. Have these people lost their minds? For current Tier 2 players, a 10 silver entrance fee was a significant expenditure. Not to mention, just a short while ago, these Tier 2 players were still complaining about the expensive entrance fee and hoping to see Silverwing City flop. Now, however, these same Tier 2 players were desperately trying to get the NPCs stationed at the gate to take their money, their bloodshot eyes making it seem as if they would start a fight if the NPCs refused to take their money. However, before the Tier 3 experts standing before the city gate could properly process the situation, batch after batch of Tier 2 players rushed into the city, their numbers simply staggering. As soon as these Tier 2 players got past the gate, they dashed toward Silverwing City's transportation firm like a pack of cheetahs, expressions of ecstasy writ large on their faces. What did Zero Wing do? The female summoner from Frost Heaven could not help her confusion when she saw the various powers and adventurer teams' Tier 2 members running past her toward a distant corner of the city. Just a moment ago, the players had clearly given up on Silverwing City because of its exorbitant entrance fee. Now, however, players were jostling to enter the city. Moreover, there did not seem to be an end to the stream of players pouring in. At this rate, Zero Wing would become filthy rich just from the entrance fees of Silverwing City. These people seemed to be rushing toward the transportation firm. Something must have changed there, the female cursemancer standing beside the summoner said as she looked at the direction the crowd of players was taking. The transportation firm? The female summoner found her companion's words a little hard to believe. She simply couldn't figure out what kind of changes the transportation firm could have undergone to provoke such a frantic reaction from so many Tier 2 players. However, the female summoner did not put too much thought into the matter. Instead, she and her team followed the crowd to the transportation firm. When Frost Heaven's members arrived inside the crowded transportation firm's lobby, their eyes widened involuntarily in shock, every one of them at a loss for words. Just by doing one delivery quest, every player involved could get a monetary reward of 60 gold, as well as other rewards. This was an income even Tier 3 peak experts like themselves were incapable of earning within 1 or 2 days, yet there were actually 6 of such delivery quests available. Moreover, aside from the 6 4-star quests, there were a ton of 3-star advanced quests, which similarly granted lucrative rewards that could match the total daily income of Tier 3 peak experts like themselves. If they focused on grinding and making money for an entire day, not only would they have to sacrifice a large amount of their training time, but the income they generated would also be limited to coins. They wouldn't receive any weapons or equipment. However, the 3-star advanced quests granted a large amount of coins upon completion, as well as contribution points and top-tier weapons and equipment. Doing these delivery quests was even more lucrative than raiding super large-scale team dungeons. With how low the drop rate was in team dungeons, there definitely wouldn't be enough weapons and equipment dropped for everyone in the team. Moreover, there was also the problem of class compatibility. On the other hand, every player that took part in the delivery quests would have a considerably high chance of obtaining a top-tier weapon or equipment that suited their class. One could say that, so long as players kept doing these 3-star advanced delivery quests, their income, EXP gain, and equipment acquisition rate would already rival those of Tier 3 peak experts. It's no wonder these people reacted so crazily. I truly underestimated Zero Wing. With these tempting quests, let alone a 10 silver entrance fee, even if the fee were 20 silver, there would still be a ton of players seeking to develop in Silverwing City, the black-clad summoner commented as realization dawned upon her. Since even a Tier 3 peak expert like herself felt tempted by the delivery quests available in the transportation firm, the attraction the firm held for Tier 2 players and ordinary Tier 3 experts was easy to imagine. Muxin, I just relayed this information to the guild leader. The guild leader says we can proceed with the partnership, the female cursemancer said. Isn't the guild leader being too hasty? Although the transportation firm's quests and Silverwing City's defenses will ensure the city's future as the trade hub of the Orc Empire and the neighboring kingdoms, it still won't be easy for Zero Wing to take the initiative to strike back at the faux Saint monsters. Zero Wing won't be of any help to our alliance at all. At best, we can only use its Silverwing City as a resting spot, the female summoner named Muxine said, frowning. Zero Wing's transportation firm was indeed amazing, but the alliance Frost Heaven formed was no ordinary existence either. Anyone who became a member of the alliance would gain benefits beyond what they could normally get from partnering with ordinary superpowers. This was also why she and her team had come to observe Zero Wing and verify its qualifications. Are we still going then? The female cursemancer asked as she looked at Muxine. Aside from being a domain realm expert and a vice guild leader of Frost Heaven, Muxine was also the heiress of the Boulder Corporation, a top-ranking international corporation that stood above even the Starline Corporation. Since the Boulder Corporation supplied more than half of Frost Heaven's resources, Muxine's standing in the guild was not at all lower than the guild leader's. Hence, the guild leader had to take Muxine's opinion into heavy consideration on important matters. Since the guild leader has already said so, let's go take a look first. If Zero Wing really has the potential and strength to fight the faux Saint monsters, letting it join the alliance isn't exactly impossible, Muxine said after giving the matter some thought. However, if I find Zero Wing wanting, then we'll have to choose another target to recruit. I'll get in touch with Zero Wing now then, the female cursemancer said with a sigh of relief at Muxine's answer. In her opinion, Silverwing City's potential was truly massive. Even without Frost Heaven's help, the city would still flourish. In fact, it might even become an integral location for the Alliance's fight against the faux Saint monsters in the future. However, if Muxine was really opposed to Zero Wing's joining the Alliance, then even the guild leader would have difficulty persuading her. While Muxine and the others were conversing, news regarding the transportation firm also spread quickly. As a result, many of the powers heading back to their respective kingdoms promptly did a U-turn, with some even planning to make Silverwing City a long-term headquarters of theirs. As Silverwing City's player population was booming, Shi Feng finished accepting the Crimson-Eyed Sword Saint's legacy. Sure enough, breaking through the limits of the epic mana body isn't that easy. Shi Feng breathed out a deep sigh as he looked at the shattered memory crystal in his hand. Originally, he thought that with the effects of the 8 soul marks and the Crimson-Eyed Sword Saint's legacy, he could instantly break the shackles of his epic mana body. Unfortunately, things didn't work out as he planned, leaving him still one step shy of a breakthrough. Although he had long since known that it was much more difficult to break through the limits of an epic mana body than it was for a gold mana body, he never thought that the difficulty would be this high. Despite relying on the Crimson-Eyed Sword Saints and Heavenly Blue Saints experiences, no matter how he tweaked the circulation of mana in his mana body, he still couldn't surpass the perfect state. Of course, that didn't mean Shi Feng had gained absolutely nothing from the Crimson-Eyed Sword Saint's guidance. By relying on Elvos's experiences and techniques, he could now circulate the mana inside his body 20% faster than before. For other players, such an improvement wouldn't yield any significant effects. However, for someone like Shi Feng, who possessed a natural domain, it was akin to a 20% boost to his reaction speed, a massive improvement. Moreover, his mana domain had also become much denser and more solid. If Shi Feng were to go up against a foe Saint Devourer now, he was confident he could beat the living daylights out of the mythic monster without even resorting to his mana technique and Black Dragon Soul. At this time, Yulan suddenly called Shi Feng and said, "Guild leader, some representatives from Frost Heaven have paid us a visit. They say they wish to discuss a partnership." Frost Heaven? Shi Feng was not unfamiliar with this name. In fact, this was a very famous name during his previous life. After all, Frost Heaven was one of the 12 great guilds of God's domain, a true titan in the game. However, Frost Heaven had maintained a very low profile during the early stages of God's domain, so much so that barely anyone had thought about the guild. To everyone's surprise, though, Frost Heaven had actually been the first superpower in the game to successfully produce a Tier 4 player, an incident that had propelled the guild into the spotlight and made it known by everyone in the game. "Do you wish to meet them?" Yulan asked when she saw Shi Feng turning contemplative. "Have them wait in the City Lord's Mansion's reception room," Shi Feng said, nodding. He then tidied up his workspace before leaving his 4th-floor office and making his way to the 1st-floor reception room. 2684 Mana Domain. Chapter 2684, Mana Domain Silverwing City, City Lord's Mansion. Under Yulan's lead, Muxin and the other Frost Heaven members arrived before the entrance of the City Lord's Mansion. Currently, a large number of NPCs, as well as players wearing the merchant's insignia, were lining up outside the tall walls of the mansion. The liveliness here could easily rival the frenzy at Silverwing City's main gate. This city is truly amazing. Despite having been promoted just recently, there are already so many NPC and player merchants coming forth to rent shops here. I doubt even the various superpowers' main headquarters received this much attention when they got promoted into basic cities, the female cursemancer from Frost Heaven exclaimed as she looked at the long line of NPCs and players standing outside the City Lord's Mansion. Aside from being the core that controlled the City Lord's Mansion also managed the city's lands and shops. Anyone seeking to rent or purchase land and shops inside the city had to visit the City Lord's Mansion to do so. Generally, however, neither player nor NPC merchants would rent a recently promoted city's lands and shops. They would generally do so only after thorough consideration and observation to determine whether an investment would really be profitable. However, despite Silverwing City having just been promoted and open to the public less than an hour ago, there were already close to 1,000 players and NPCs waiting to enter the City Lord's Mansion. This response was unbelievable. This should be considered normal. After all, Silverwing City is currently the only guild city in the Orc Empire. With that transportation firm here, high player traffic is guaranteed. These cunning merchant players and NPCs definitely won't let this opportunity get away. The only question now is, how many shops and lands is Zero Wing willing to rent out? Muxine said, her expression remaining unfazed as she took in the long queue before her. In fact, after seeing what Silverwing City had to offer, Muxin had already resolved to rent some of its lands and shops in preparation for her guild members' development in the city. Needless to say, merchant players and NPCs, who frequently traveled between large cities and possessed a keen sense for business, would definitely realize Silverwing City's potential and take action much more quickly than she had. The player merchants waiting outside the City Lord's Mansion turned their heads automatically toward Muxin's group, surprise flashing across their eyes when they recognized the group. What? Frost Heaven is actually planning to partner with Zero Wing? If that's the case, Zero Wing will really rise on the eastern continent. Indeed, Frost Heaven has 3 international corporations backing it. Even if Zero Wing receives only a small amount of support from Frost Heaven, it would no longer have to worry about funding and resources. It seems the various superpowers will have to fear Zero Wing in the future. After all, previously, Zero Wing was already close to rivaling ordinary superpowers in terms of experts and guild foundations. If Zero Wing receives Frost Heaven's support and resources, it would basically be a superpower already. By this time, even ordinary players were familiar with the superpower known as Frost Heaven. After all, the guild had not only successfully dominated multiple kingdoms, but also claimed a corner of the Apocalypse Empire. In addition, Frost Heaven's name resounded in the ears of merchant players like themselves, what with 3 international corporations backing the guild. Even the Eastern Continent's up-and-coming Starlink and various super guilds had to show respect to Frost Heaven. Muxin's group walked into the City Lord's Mansion under the watchful gazes of the merchant players outside. Inside the City Lord's Mansion, aside from the personal guards on security duty, there were plenty of Zero Wing experts training. The liveliness inside the mansion grounds was not the slightest bit inferior to the situation outside the mansion. Sure enough, the number and quality of Zero Wing's experts are still considerably inferior to the various superpowers. The female cursemancer shook her head and sighed as she eyed her surroundings. With the standards of Zero Wing's members, even if Muxin agrees to let Zero Wing join the alliance, the other allied guilds will most likely object. Many of Zero Wing's Tier 2 members had reached level 1-5 already, with the Tier 3 members boasting even higher levels. These players were also very well equipped, with the weakest piece of equipment on the Tier 3 experts being level 110 Fine Gold rank. When it came to levels and equipment standards, Zero Wing's members did not lose out to the various superpowers. However, Zero Wing's members had one fatal flaw. Their average combat standard was very low. Let alone Flowing Water Realm experts, Zero Wing barely had Refinement Realm experts. In this regard, Zero Wing was no match for the various superpowers at all. Hence, even though Zero Wing possessed a large number of powerful personal guards, it still couldn't be considered a superpower. After all, personal guards would remain a threat for only a certain period. Compared to players, NPCs had a much more difficult time developing themselves. The true way for a guild to grow strong was for it to have a large number of peak experts under its command. Although rumor had it that Zero Wing had several extraordinary experts, this small number simply wasn't enough for the guild to become a superpower, let alone get Muxin to agree to its joining Frostheaven's alliance. During the time the female Cursemancer was entertaining such thoughts, Yulan had brought Muxin's group to the City Lord's Mansion's first-floor reception room. "Please enter," Yulan said as she opened the doors for Muxin's group. After nodding in response to Yulan's words, Muxin entered the reception room together with her subordinates. The instant Muxin and the others entered the reception room, however, their bodies immediately felt heavier. They also sensed that they had lost control over the mana around them, and it seemed as if they had entered another world. A mana domain? The female Cursemancer gaped in shock at Shi Feng, who was currently seated inside the room. How is this possible? At this moment, let alone the female Cursemancer, even the other members of the Frostheaven contingent were stunned speechless by the current situation. As Tier 3 experts, they knew very clearly what a mana domain was. After all, this was something they occasionally encountered when raiding Tier 4 monsters. Not to mention, there were also Tier 3 skills and spells that allowed players to form a mana domain. Mana domains fell into two types, active and passive. Active-type mana domains were formed using skills and spells, while passive-type mana domains were formed without the use of skills or spells. Of the two types, the latter was generally an ability only NPCs at Tier 4 or above could grasp. However, the mana domain currently enveloping them clearly wasn't formed with a skill or spell. Instead, it was a byproduct of Shi Feng's circulation of his own mana. In other words, this was a passive-type mana domain. This type of mana domain was the main reason why Tier 4 NPCs were overwhelmingly stronger than Tier 3 NPCs. The moment this passive-type mana domain was activated, Tier 3 NPCs would be mere jokes in front of a Tier 4 NPC. Now, however, this ability that could normally be found only on Tier 4 NPCs had actually been mastered by a Tier 3 player. This was incredible. "You must be Frostheaven's representatives. I am Zero Wing's guild leader Black Flame," Shi Feng said as he swept his gaze across Muxin's group. Going straight to the point, he asked, "I heard from Yulan that you've come to discuss a partnership with Zero Wing. May I know what kind of partnership you have in mind?" 2685 Generous Remuneration, Tier 4 Promotion Quests. Chapter 2685, Generous Remuneration, Tier 4 Promotion Quest. As soon as Shi Feng finished speaking, the female Cursemancer and the other Frostheaven members inside the room promptly snapped out of their dazes. All the contempt they previously had for Zero Wing swept away. The number of peak experts Zero Wing currently had was indeed no match for the various superpowers. However, with Shi Feng's mana domain, he could boost a team's combat power by a significant margin. Moreover, if a superpower did not have any means of dealing with a mana domain, it wouldn't matter how many Tier 3 experts they sent at Shi Feng. Every one of them would just end up as cannon fodder. "Guild Leader Black Flame, you really are a straightforward person. In that case, let me introduce myself first. I am Muxin, a Vice Guild Leader of Frostheaven, and I am here on behalf of the guild to invite Zero Wing to join Frostheaven's alliance," Muxin said, looking at Shi Feng. "Your alliance?" Shi Feng looked at Muxin with some confusion. As far as he remembered, Frostheaven had always walked the path of a lone wolf, never forming alliances with others. "That's right, you can consider it an alliance targeting the Faux Saint monsters," Muxin explained, nodding. "So long as Zero Wing joins the alliance, not only will we attack and defend against the Faux Saint monsters together, but we will also share plenty of information with Zero Wing, especially information related to the Faux Saint monsters' activities. This way, if the Faux Saint monsters try to conduct any large-scale operations, we will be prepared for them." "What are the entry requirements?" Shi Feng asked. For the current Zero Wing, the offer of help in attacking and defending against the Faux Saint monsters wasn't particularly important. However, information regarding the Faux Saint monsters' activities was something that interested him greatly. Although Zero Wing's members could collect plenty of information regarding the Faux Saint monsters' movements, the scope of that information would drastically pale in comparison to what several superpowers working together could obtain. With such information, he would have a better grasp of the Faux Saint monsters' movements and could have Zero Wing make preparations ahead of time. After all, the problem of the faux saint monsters wasn't something that could be dealt with in the short term. In fact, these monsters would remain a big problem for Zero Wing far into the future. Guild leader Black Flame, you're overthinking things. There are no conditions for joining the alliance, Muxin said, a faint smile appearing on her face. If I have to give one, then it is receiving Frost Heaven's recognition. Does that mean Zero Wing has received this recognition already? Shi Feng asked curiously. Of course. Moreover, aside from inviting Zero Wing into the alliance, I also wish to extend an invitation to Zero Wing to take part in a secret operation our alliance is planning, Muxin said earnestly. Secret operation? Is it compulsory to join? Shi Feng asked when he noticed a hint of excitement on Muxin's face. It's not compulsory, but if Zero Wing is willing to help, I can personally provide you with a generous remuneration. For example, I can give you 50 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid, something that the various superpowers are currently in urgent need of, Muxin said. The other Frost Heaven members standing beside Muxin turned to her in shock. Muxin, what are you thinking? That's an absolute secret. Even within the alliance, only 2 other guilds have the qualifications to take part. If you invite Zero Wing, even if the Grand Elders agree, the other 2 guilds will most likely have strong opinions about it, the female Cursemancer murmured to Muxin. The female Cursemancer wasn't particularly surprised that Muxin had agreed to Zero Wing's joining the alliance. After all, with Silverwing City's benefits and Shi Feng's mana domain, Zero Wing indeed possessed the qualifications to do so. However, inviting Zero Wing to participate in the alliance's secret operation was a completely different story. The secret operation Muxin referred to was extraordinary. Frost Heaven and the 2 other superpowers involved in this operation had paid an enormous price to secure this opportunity. Muxin was simply insane to invite Zero Wing along. Relax. I'll just say that Zero Wing's participation will be taken from my share. That way, the 2 other superpowers should not have any problems, Muxin replied nonchalantly. You have truly lost your mind. You asked for this. It's your problem if Uncle Hong and the others get angry at you, the female Cursemancer said in a huff. As the heiress of the Boulder Corporation, one of the 3 main corporations supporting Frost Heaven, Muxin indeed possessed a considerable number of participation slots for the upcoming operation. However, if Muxin gave these slots to Zero Wing's members, Frost Heaven's guild leader and Grand Elders would definitely have opinions about it. In fact, if Zero Wing's participation adversely affected the operation, the Boulder Corporation's standing within Frost Heaven might even suffer. Meanwhile, seeing that the female Cursemancer had stopped speaking, Muxin returned her gaze to Shi Feng. What do you think of this, Guild Leader Black Flame? Muxin asked once more. Will we receive the 50 bottles only if the operation succeeds? Shi Feng asked after giving the matter some thought. He had a great yearning for S-rank nutrient fluids. Setting aside his own needs, he also needed plenty of S-rank nutrient fluids for the development of Zero Wing's core upper echelon. Unlike the various superpowers, Zero Wing did not have a major corporation backing it, so the guild had a much more difficult time obtaining S-rank nutrient fluids. He had to admit that Muxin had accurately grasped Zero Wing's weakness. Of course not. The 50 bottles are a deposit. If the operation is a success, I will pay you an additional 50 bottles, Muxin replied, her smile widening at Shi Feng's question. All right, I accept your invitation on behalf of Zero Wing, Shi Feng said. When he heard that the remuneration was 100 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids, he agreed to the offer without hesitation. When will this secret operation take place? And how many players do I need to send? I can't give you an exact time yet, but judging by the current development, the operation will need a minimum of 11 or 12 days before it can start. As for the numbers, it's best if you bring no more than 10 players, Muxin replied after giving the matter some thought. She then pointed at the female Cursemancer beside her and continued. Once the preparations on our side are done, I'll have Lixuan notify you. Very well. I will make all the necessary preparations beforehand, Shi Feng said, nodding. After Shi Feng agreed to Muxin's invitation, the 2 of them formally signed a contract. Before the start of the secret operation, Muxin would supply Zero Wing with 50 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid first, and so long as the operation was a success, Muxin would send another 50 bottles within 2 days of the operation's completion. Guild leader, do you really intend to take part in Frost Heaven's secret operation? Yulin asked worriedly after Muxin's group left the reception room. The fact that Frost Heaven is willing to offer 100 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid as remuneration just goes to show how difficult this secret operation is. In fact, the operation might even come with great risks. If something untoward happens, Starlink and Saint's Hand will pounce on this opportunity. Now that Silverwing Town had been promoted into Silverwing City, the number of players and powers operating in Silverwing City was continuously increasing. According to their current estimates, they could easily make over 300,000 gold per day from the entrance fees alone. After deducting the various expenditures of the city, they should still net over 100,000 gold. And this didn't even take into account the income from the transportation firm. To put it simply, they had no need to take any risks. They were more than capable of amassing enough money to purchase a large amount of S-rank nutrient fluids given some time. I understand, but we'll also need to live long enough to make that kind of money, Shi Feng replied with a bitter smile. If possible, he would prefer to refuse Muxine's offer as well. After all, S-rank nutrient fluids were not common goods that were readily available. Even for Frost Heaven, S-rank nutrient fluids were an extremely precious resource. The fact that Muxine was willing to pay such a hefty price for Zero Wing's help meant that the secret operation in question was incredibly difficult. However, 100 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid would alleviate a significant portion of the pressure on Zero Wing. Not to mention, now that his identity had been exposed, purchasing S-rank nutrient fluids would become even more problematic than before. After Shi Feng finished conversing with Yulan and had assigned all the necessary work in Silverwing City, he stealthily made his way to the core room located on the City Lord's Mansion's second underground floor. He then took out a tattered scroll from his bag. Although I haven't made all possible preparations, in order to ensure the success of my future operations, I have no choice but to get promoted as soon as possible. Gritting his teeth, Shi Feng unfurled the legacy scroll he obtained from the ancient Lich Zorok and chanted the incantation recorded on it. 2686 Legacy Land? Chapter 2686, Legacy Land. As Shi Feng chanted the incantation recorded on the legacy scroll, the divine runes on the legacy scroll started releasing an array of colorful lights that brightly illuminated the dimly lit core room. Following which, the divine runes detached from the legacy scroll and linked up into a ring before Shi Feng. A short moment later, an incomparably dark vortex appeared within this ring of runes. The black vortex was 3 meters tall. Just its existence alone thinned out the mana within the core room considerably. The vortex was like an insatiable beast that devoured everything. Just how harsh is the environment in the Legacy Land? Shi Feng was astonished when he sensed the incomparably thin mana around him. Originally, he had planned to challenge his Tier 4 promotion quest only after he had broken through the limits of his epic mana body. That way, he would have a much greater chance of success. After all, unlike the promotion quests for lower tiers, the Tier 4 promotion quest did not have any difficulty options for players to choose from. How much improvement they gained from their Tier 4 promotion quest depended entirely on how much progress they made in the Legacy Land. Of course, there were also some differences between Legacy Lands. Naturally, the harsher the environment at a Legacy Land, the more difficult it would be for players to obtain their Tier 4 Legacy. However, searching for Tier 4 Legacy Lands was arduous. In fact, when challenging the Tier 4 promotion quest, players generally spent 90% of their time searching for a Legacy Land. In short, players would be very fortunate to come across a Legacy Land. They didn't have the luxury to choose between different Legacy Lands. Hence, luck played a considerably important role when challenging the Tier 4 promotion quest. With luck, one would find a good Legacy Land and have an easier time obtaining the Tier 4 Legacy. Without it, one would find a Legacy Land with an extremely harsh environment and might suffer failure as soon as they set foot into the Legacy Land. This was a situation Shi Feng had faced before. After all, he had failed plenty of times at his Tier 4 promotion quest in his past life. Currently, although he couldn't determine what kind of Legacy Land the teleportation portal before him led to, judging by how the portal had devoured almost all of the core room's mana, he could tell that this Legacy Land had incredibly thin ambient mana. In fact, the ambient mana density in the Legacy Land should be even lower than that of the core room at the moment. However, before Shi Feng could continue his observation, a series of system notifications entered his ears. System, you have opened the Legacy Land's portal. Please enter the portal within 3 minutes, or the portal will automatically close. System, you have activated the promotion quest for the Tier 4 Blade Saint. Quest content, enter the Legacy Land and obtain the Ancient Legacy's power. Rewards unknown. System, once you enter the Legacy Land, you will be prohibited from having any contact with the outside world. If you die within the Legacy Land, you will be teleported out of the Legacy Land. Your levels will be reduced by 5, and your soul will be weakened for 3 days. Please consider your decision carefully. 5 levels? This Legacy Land is truly vicious. Shi Feng frowned reflexively when he heard the contents of the system notifications. Normally, dying in a Tier 4 Legacy Land would result in a loss of only 2 or 3 levels. The penalty for this one, however, was actually 5 levels. This was definitely the Legacy Land with the highest penalty he had ever heard of. However, Shi Feng did not hesitate for long before walking straight into the Black Vortex. If possible, he did not wish to enter such a harsh Legacy Land either. However, if he didn't enter, he would be deemed to have failed his Tier 4 promotion quest. If that happened, he would have to wait a considerable period before he could challenge his Tier 4 promotion quest again, an outcome he definitely didn't want. After all, aside from Frost Heaven's upcoming secret operation, the Divine Dragon's trial also awaited him. If he gave up on entering his Legacy Land now, he would have to face the Divine Dragon's trial with only a Tier 3 body, basically setting himself up for failure. Hence, he had no other choice but to grit his teeth and take on this Legacy Land. Fortunately, the Epic Legacy Scroll granted him 3 re-challenge attempts, 2 more than what the Dark Gold Legacy Scroll provided. Having a total of 4 challenge attempts increased his chances of success significantly. As soon as Shi Feng stepped into the black vortex, darkness enveloped his vision. At the same time, his body seemed to spin freely in empty space. By the time his vision recovered, the scenery before him had changed completely. Currently, he was free-falling. Moreover, not only was the sky dark, but spatial tears also filled the air around him. It was as if the world he had just arrived in was crumbling. There was no ground beneath him either. All he could see below was a bottomless abyss. To make matters worse, the mana was practically non-existent. Shi Feng was momentarily stunned by this situation. He had been to many legacy lands, but this was his first time visiting such a harsh legacy land. In fact, rather than a legacy land, this location looked more like a world teetering on the brink of destruction instead. If not for his epic mana body, he would have long since lost consciousness due to the extremely thin ambient mana here. Not daring to be careless, Shi Feng promptly activated Gale Domain to put some distance between himself and the bottomless abyss below. However, shortly after he started flying, a powerful suction force came from the bottomless abyss, which made his body feel incomparably heavy. Is long-term flight prohibited here? Looking at the bottomless abyss that was pulling him down, Shi Feng faintly understood the rules of this legacy land. He immediately headed for the nearest cliff. 400 yards, 300 yards, 200 yards. The longer Shi Feng remained in flight, the stronger the gravity acting on his body grew. Initially, the gravity was only twice as strong as usual. Eventually, though, it increased to more than tenfold. Moreover, it continued increasing by twofold every second. Not only did this situation cause his flying speed to decrease continuously, but it also made controlling his body increasingly difficult. Faster, I need to be faster. When the gravity approached unbearable levels, Shi Feng desperately tried to reach the cliff beside the abyss. When less than 20 yards separated him from the cliff, his ability to fly suddenly got neutralized. As a result, he plummeted toward the bottomless abyss like a meteor. To make matters worse, the gravity acting on his body still kept increasing, which, in turn, accelerated his speed of descent. This won't do. At this rate, I'll die from the wind pressure before I even hit the ground. After free-falling for a dozen seconds, Shi Feng already found the increasing wind pressure pushing against his body unbearable. At this rate, he would most likely die after another few dozen seconds of free-fall. He took out a bunch of advanced frost grenades from his bag and detonated them on his back. Boom, boom, boom. Along with the sounds of explosions, a series of ice flowers appeared in midair. Although Shi Feng ended up losing over 20% of his HP and got himself covered in a layer of frost from the frost grenades, the impact of the explosions propelled his body a lot closer to the nearby cliff. However, despite the distance to the cliff narrowing, his complexion remained grim. After all, if he collided with the cliff at his current speed, he was still unlikely to survive. In the next moment, the armor Shi Feng wore also started turning red hot. Just as he was about to crash into the cliff like a blazing meteor, he activated Heavenly Dragon's power, instantly increasing his basic attributes, defense, and HP by a significant margin. He then unsheathed the abyssal blade and stabbed it into the cliff. After getting stabbed into the cliff wall, the abyssal blade tore the rocky surface as Shi Feng continued sliding down. At the same time, his HP also started depleting rapidly. 75%, 60%, 30%. Fortunately, his body finally came to a grinding halt with his HP just below 500,000. After pulling himself out of the clutches of death, he breathed out a deep sigh of relief. If not for Heavenly Dragon's power, he really would have died just now. Is this really a legacy land? Confusion filled Shi Feng's heart as he gazed at the bottomless abyss beneath him. Although legacy lands weren't known for their friendly environments, none of them had such a harsh environment either. Currently, he couldn't see any signs of life in this legacy land, let alone monsters. Aside from the bottomless abyss, the only other thing within sight were the cliffs surrounding it. He couldn't find any traces of an ancient legacy at all. However, as Shi Feng was trying to figure out what he needed to do in this legacy land, several thunderous roars came from the bottomless abyss. A short moment later, gigantic figures emerged from the abyss. And upon seeing these figures, Shi Feng could not help being dumbfounded. How is this possible? Shi Feng's eyes widened with astonishment as he gaped at these gigantic figures. After all, these figures belonged to the rarely seen dragon race. Meanwhile, these dragons had clearly discovered his presence already. 2687 Infant Black Dragons. Chapter 2687 Infant Black Dragons. Before Shi Feng could snap out of his daze, the 3 black dragons with 60-meter wingspans flapped their wings and transformed into a blur as they flew straight at him. Infant Black Dragon, Great Lord, level 22, HP 40,000,040,000, crap. Shi Feng cursed out loud when he saw the 3 infant black dragons zooming toward him. Although his opponents were merely Tier 3 infant dragons, as creatures belonging to the apex race in God's domain, they were still far stronger than ordinary Tier 4 mythic monsters. Not to mention, there were 3 of them. With the power these infant dragons wielded, they could easily destroy the current Silverwing city. They simply weren't existences individual Tier 3 players could hope to go up against. In fact, even Tier 4 players would have to take the long way around if they came across a force of 3 Tier 3 infant dragons. To make matters worse, not only was Shi Feng currently stuck to a cliff, but an incredibly powerful gravitational force was also dragging on his body. Despite having Heavenly Dragon's power activated right now, he couldn't move his body normally. Clashing with these infant black dragons would simply guarantee an early death. He immediately unsheathed Killing Ray and stabbed it into the cliff wall as well. He then started climbing up the cliff with all his might using his 2 swords. However, the gravitational pull from the abyss was simply too powerful, and Shi Feng could not climb quickly even if he wanted to. In the end, before he could climb 20 yards, one of the infant dragons had already arrived before him and sent its massive claw smashing at him. The speed of the claw was also so fast that his only option was to receive it. "Scram!" Shi Feng bellowed as he swung the abyssal blade at the claw, the power the magic weapon carried so great that it even tore through space itself. When the abyssal blade came into contact with the infant dragon's claw, not only did the magic weapon repel the gigantic claw, but the force of the blow even pushed the infant dragon backward by more than 10 yards. This result shocked the infant dragon, and its golden eyes gazed at Shi Feng in astonishment. As a member of the apex race that represented destruction, it had actually lost to a lower existence of the same tier in a direct confrontation. Normally, something like this should be impossible, yet this impossible feat had actually occurred just now. However, despite having repelled the infant dragon's attack, Shi Feng did not show any signs of excitement at all. Due to the strength boost provided by the Heavenly Dragon's power and the dragon's domination passive skill, his strength indeed surpassed that of a level 122 infant black dragon. However, as he was currently stuck on the side of a cliff, the only thing he could do was passively defend against the infant dragon's attacks. He couldn't launch any counterattacks or run away. Meanwhile, Heavenly Dragon's power had a very limited duration. Once he lost the strength buff from the Berserk skill, he would have a much harder time coping with the infant dragon's attacks. Roar. As the repelled infant dragon roared angrily, another infant dragon appeared beside Shi Feng and attacked him. While Shi Feng had his hands full with the second infant dragon's attack, the first infant dragon, which had gotten repelled, actually opened its mouth and used dragon breath on him. Even with his current basic attributes, Shi Feng did not dare take on the dragon breath of a true dragon. Gritting his teeth, he yanked Killing Ray out of the cliff and let the gravity drag himself down. When produced by a true dragon, a Tier 3 dragon breath carried enough power to rival even ordinary attacks at the peak Tier 4 standard. Moreover, dragon breath was an AoE attack, so defending against it with normal attacks was impossible. Although Shi Feng had the option of using his mana technique, with how thin the ambient mana was in this legacy land, by the time he gathered enough mana to execute Light Shadow, he would have already been burned up by the infant dragon's dragon breath. Boom. In the next moment, a black beam struck at the spot where Shi Feng was originally hanging and bored a hole into the cliff. As for Shi Feng, after dodging the attack, he quickly stabilized himself further down the cliff. As expected of a true dragon breath, I'd probably get pushed back even if I used Light Shadow against it. Shi Feng could not help his astonishment as he gazed at the massive hole that had appeared some distance above him. With just one attack, the infant black dragon had carved a hole with a 30-yard radius into the sturdy cliff. Shi Feng, on the other hand, was just barely able to stab his swords into the cliff, even with the boost from Heavenly Dragon's power. Without the Berserk skill's help, he would be able to stab only half their length into the cliff, at best. However, before Shi Feng could fully appreciate the infant black dragon's Tier 3 dragon breath, the 2 other infant dragons used their dragon breaths on him as well. Roar. 2 black beams instantly shot at Shi Feng, the range they covered making it utterly impossible for him to avoid them. Seeing this, Shi Feng instinctively activated Absolute Defense to block the 2 dragon breaths. However, because the cliff he was clinging to got vaporized, he lost his foothold and started plummeting toward the bottomless abyss once more. It seems it's over. Shi Feng could not help a bitter smile when he looked at the bottomless abyss beneath him, then the 3 infant black dragons chasing after him. Not only was there a bottomless abyss that exerted an insane gravitational pull on him, but there were even 3 infant black dragons roaming the area. The difficulty of this legacy land was simply unheard of. He couldn't even keep himself alive for more than a few minutes in this legacy land, much less search for the ancient legacy hidden here. In other words, this legacy land was basically made to toy with players seeking to challenge their Tier 4 promotion quest. However, just as Shi Feng was mentally preparing himself to give up on his Tier 4 promotion quest, several gleaming lights suddenly appeared on the pitch-black cliff. The lights carried a faint hint of divine might that made his soul shudder involuntarily. The ancient legacy fragments, shock and excitement flashed in Shi Feng's eyes when he looked at the fading lights. Just now, he'd concluded that this legacy land was a prank on players. However, it now looked like that was not the case at all. Although the gleaming lights coming from the cliff had soon vanished from sight due to his rapid descent, he was certain he had sensed divine might coming from those lights. The Tier 4 promotion quest was basically a quest for players to enter a legacy land and obtain as much of their legacy's power as possible. Normal classes generally needed to accumulate 70% of their legacy's power to reach Tier 4, while peak classes needed roughly 85%. He had seen quite a few streaks of light on the cliff, which meant that there should be a considerable number of legacy fragments there. If he could reach that location, he might be able to obtain enough legacy power to complete his promotion quest. After reaching this conclusion, Shi Feng abandoned the idea of giving up on this legacy land. Locating the legacy fragments hidden within a legacy land was generally incredibly difficult and time-consuming. Now that he knew where they were, he naturally couldn't give up without trying. However, despite his change of mind, thinking back to the 3 infant black dragons gave him a huge headache. It might have been fine if his opponents were any other Great Lord-ranked monsters. In fact, even if he had to go up against 3 Tier 4 mythic monsters simultaneously, he was confident he could collect the legacy fragments while keeping himself alive. However, going up against 3 Tier 3 dragons simultaneously was simply too much. In fact, 1 infant black dragon would most likely be more than enough to whittle him to death within a short time. After all, the gravitational pull the abyss exerted was simply too powerful. While subjected to this gravitational pull, he couldn't bring out even half of his strength. At the same time, he didn't have any footholds he could shift to, which made dodging and blocking the infant dragon's attacks extraordinarily difficult. No, that's not right. So long as I can create a sufficient number of footholds, it might be possible to go up against 3 infant black dragons simultaneously with the dragon's domination's effects. While free-falling down the cliff, Shi Feng suddenly recalled the gigantic holes the infant black dragons created. If he could carve out a sufficiently spacious path into the cliff, then defending himself against the 3 infant dragons wouldn't be an impossible dream. After thinking up to this point, he no longer waited for the abyss's gravitational pull to kill him. Instead, he took out the epic legacy scroll from his bag and activated it, starting another challenge for this legacy land. 2688, Legacy Land's True Purpose. Chapter 2688, Legacy Land's True Purpose. As soon as Shi Feng activated the legacy scroll, darkness enveloped his vision once more, and the world seemed to spin around him. Everything was just like how he first walked into the dark vortex in the core room. The legacy scroll was a treasure highly sought after by the various superpowers, something they were willing to trade even fragmented legendary items for. And it was so coveted because it allowed players to re-challenge the same legacy land. While this function might not seem like much, it was heaven sent for players challenging their Tier 4 promotion quest. Normally, players had only one opportunity to challenge a legacy land. So long as they died, they would be teleported out of the legacy land, and the portal to the legacy land would disappear and reappear in another random location. Even if players found another legacy land portal later on, the chances of that portal leading to the same legacy land were abysmally low. Hence, it was almost impossible to challenge the same legacy land twice, which, in turn, made it impossible to learn from experience. For players, the difference between having a lot of experience when challenging a legacy land and challenging it cold was massive. Their chances of successfully clearing their Tier 4 promotion quest would skyrocket if they had foreknowledge of their legacy land. Hence, the various superpowers in the past had been willing to go as far as exchanging fragmented legendary items for legacy scrolls. In the eyes of ordinary players, this transaction would seem somewhat stupid. In reality, however, the difference between Tier 3 and Tier 4 was like the difference between life in the mud and in the clouds. Moreover, as players reached higher levels, the disparity in strength would only widen. After all, the opportunities Tier 3 and Tier 4 players could encounter and secure during the later stages of the game were completely different. Moreover, there was the difference in the amount of basic attributes Tier 3 and Tier 4 players gained whenever they leveled up. Meanwhile, after a short moment in the darkness, Shi Feng reappeared in the sky above his first legacy land. And like before, his body started free-falling toward the bottomless abyss below him. Moreover, the cooldown of all of his skills and spells had been refreshed, the current situation making it seem as if he had gone back in time. Good. A quick check found that even the additional skills of his weapons and equipment had been refreshed. He immediately activated Gale Domain and flew straight to the nearest cliff. Previously, he had wasted a lot of time observing the legacy land. As a result, by the time he activated Gale Domain, the gravitational force acting on his body had already increased considerably, which had, in turn, reduced his speed and maneuverability by a significant margin. This time, though, as he had activated Gale Domain almost as soon as he arrived in the legacy land, he was able to fly at nearly double the speed he had before. In the end, he managed to reach the nearest cliff in just 15 seconds, with a lot of flight time 1 remaining. Break. After arriving before the cliff, Shi Feng immediately executed Light Shadow at it. Boom! An explosion rang out as rubble went flying. However, to Shi Feng's surprise, the Phantom Greatsword had only managed to carve out a single tear the size of a human adult, barely enough for one person to stand in. Light Shadow's power was actually reduced this much? Shi Feng frowned at the tear in the cliff. The power of Light Shadow was much weaker than he expected. He had given his all in that attack, yet it had barely reached the intermediate rank Tier 4 standard. Had he used such an attack against the infant black dragon's dragon breath, he definitely would have ended up dead. However, Shi Feng did not dare to waste time. Quickly, he executed Light Shadow against the cliff once more. By the 8th time he executed Light Shadow, Gale Domain finally expired. Fortunately, he had managed to carve out an adequate foothold for himself. With this foothold, he should have enough space to dodge and block the infant black dragon's attacks. However, when Shi Feng gazed down at the bottomless abyss, he could not help massaging his temple. Although his current situation was much better than before, he still had massive problems to deal with. Setting aside the 3 infant dragons, just the fact that he needed to carve a path down the cliff was already a huge problem. Each use of Light Shadow only allowed him to carve out a small hole fit for one person to stand in. The hole was also only 1 meter deep. However, by his estimates, he needed to descend several kilometers to reach the area where he had seen the legacy fragments. In that case, he wouldn't be able to reach the legacy fragments even after executing Light Shadow for a month. Although he could increase the destructive power of his attacks by using Berserk skills were meant to save his life. They should not be used unless absolutely necessary, especially in this godforsaken legacy land. There were simply too many unknown dangers here. If he used up his Berserk skills too quickly, he would definitely die when a truly dangerous situation popped up. It seems I have to find a way to increase the power of my attacks. After giving the matter some thought, Shi Feng concluded that this was his only option. Using summoning tools was impossible while inside a legacy land. Players weren't allowed to summon their personal guards here. In such a situation, the only way he could reach the legacy fragments as quickly as possible was to raise the raw power of his attacks. However, such a feat was easier said than done. The mana technique Light Shadow was currently the strongest move in his repertoire. Even bronze combat techniques could not hold a candle to it. However, if he simply relied on Light Shadow to carve a path down, he wouldn't reach the legacy fragments even if he tired himself to death. He needed a qualitative improvement to his raw power. If I wish to increase the power of my attacks, aside from breaking through the limits of my mana body, the only other option is to improve my mana technique. Without any inspirations, trying to break through the mana body's perfect state is utterly impossible. In that case, I have no choice but to try to master the second sword, Holy Devour. As Shi Feng sensed the mana surrounding him, an idea struck him. Although the environment here is extremely harsh and the density of the mana here is close to 0, my brain doesn't feel any discomfort. The environment here is roughly similar to that inside the Legacy Gate. Could the environment here be created for the purpose of helping players learn mana techniques? Having thought up to this point, Shi Feng felt that there was a high possibility of his guess being correct. Legacy lands were termed as such because they provided guidance to their challengers. They weren't created to extinguish all life. Meanwhile, in low mana environments, players would have an easier time not only sensing the mana flowing within their mana bodies, but also training in mana techniques. This was because the ability to control one's mana played an important role in executing a mana technique. And in a low mana environment, players wouldn't have to deal with as much interference from the ambient mana as they normally would, which, in turn, allowed them to perceive and control their mana better. Moreover, it was important for players seeking to get promoted to Tier 4 to possess an adequate degree of mana control, aside from fully unlocking their mana bodies. After all, the birth of a mana domain relied heavily on a player's ability to control mana. Shi Feng unsheathed the Abyssal Blade and started trying to execute the second sword, Holy Devour. The most important point to take note of when executing Light Shadow was the shaping of mana. The complexity of the technique involved in doing so could inspire despair even in peak experts. Only Domain Realm experts that had developed their mana control to a certain extent could execute Light Shadow. Holy Devour, on the other hand, required its user to materialize mana. Without sufficient understanding of the operating principle and structure of mana, executing Holy Devour would be utterly impossible. Previously, Shi Feng had not held much hope of learning how to execute Holy Devour while he was still at Tier 3. After all, the degree of perception and control of mana required to execute the technique reached inhuman levels. However, due to the Faux Saint Devourer's soul marks, his perception of mana had undergone a qualitative transformation. In the next moment, Shi Feng shut his eyes and lightly raised the Abyssal Blade with both hands. He then manipulated his mana domain to start gathering as much mana as possible around the Abyssal Blade. After draining all the ambient mana, Shi Feng abruptly opened his eyes and swung the Abyssal Blade at the cliff wall before him. Holy Devour. 2689 Simplified Holy Devour. Chapter 2689 Simplified Holy Devour. As Shi Feng swung down the Abyssal Blade, a bundle of blazing red flames enveloped the magic weapon, causing even the surrounding space to tremble. In the next moment, the blazing red flames devoured the cliff wall before him. Boom! Along with the sound of an explosion, countless stone fragments went flying. Originally, the cave Shi Feng had dug for himself was only the size of a small room. Now, however, the cave had grown to the size of a small house. Moreover, its walls were extremely smooth, as if they had been polished. So strong! Surprise flashed in Shi Feng's eyes as he took in the cave before him. He had only been trying to execute Holy Devour. He never thought that he would actually succeed on the first attempt. Although the second sword he executed was many times weaker than the Heavenly Blue Saints version and could even be considered incomplete, the power of his attack was already close to the upper-ranked Tier 4 standard. With such destructive power, his efficiency in carving out a path to the legacy fragments should improve by several dozen times. However, just as Shi Feng thought of using Holy Devour once more, his consciousness suddenly wavered, and a stinging pain assaulted his brain. Sure enough, it is still too much for my current self to execute Holy Devour. Shi Feng could not help a bitter smile at this situation. He had indeed succeeded in executing Holy Devour. However, the amount of concentration he had consumed by using it once was equivalent to executing over a dozen bronze combat techniques simultaneously. With such a high consumption rate, he would run out of concentration after using Holy Devour 3 or 4 more times. Moreover, he was able to achieve such a result only because his concentration had reached the Tier 4 standard already. Had his concentration remained at the Tier 3 standard, he would have most likely passed out as soon as he executed the first Holy Devour. However, just as Shi Feng was thinking of how he could further perfect his Holy Devour to reduce the burden on his concentration, a tremor suddenly rocked the cave. Before he could react to this unexpected development, the rubble scattered around the cave suddenly gathered and formed a humanoid golem that was as tall as he was. The moment the golem took shape, it released a frightening pulse of mana that froze the ambient mana, making it impossible for him to manipulate the ambient mana at all. Outer Path Guardian, non-elemental creature, Grand Lord, level 21, HP 53, 1000, 520,000. A non-elemental creature? Shi Feng was a little surprised when he saw the Outer Path Guardian. He'd never heard of the non-elemental creature label before. Normally, if a monster wasn't an elemental creature, they would be labeled with their race, such as giant, elf, wild creature, orc, and so on. Before Shi Feng could properly digest this situation, the Outer Path Guardian suddenly appeared before him. Its 2 arms then transformed into razor-sharp rock blades that cut at him, the attack speed it displayed surpassing that of ordinary Grand Lords and nearly rivaling mythic monsters. However, Shi Feng was no pushover either. With his extraordinary combat standard and basic attributes, even mythic monsters of the same level would have difficulty landing attacks on him, let alone a Grand Lord whose speed was merely close to rivaling mythic monsters. In the next moment, Shi Feng brandished the abyssal blade. Swords transmigration. Pung, pung, pung. In the blink of an eye, Shi Feng deflected over a dozen attacks. Immediately afterward, he sent a counterattack cutting at the Path Guardian. In the next moment, a pitch-black swordlight cut at the Path Guardian's body. A metallic clang echoed in the cave as the swordlight came into contact with the Path Guardian. However, to Shi Feng's surprise, not only did his attack fail to injure the Path Guardian, but the impact even made himself stumble half a step back. The abyssal blade he wielded also vibrated violently, as if it had just struck on an impenetrable wall. What kind of monster is this? Shi Feng stared at the Outer Path Guardian in astonishment. The abyssal blade was capable of cutting through even the skin of superior mythics, yet not only did the magic weapon fail to scratch the Outer Path Guardian's body, but the Grand Lord didn't even lose a single HP from the attack. The Guardian's defense was simply heaven-defying. Regardless of Shi Feng's surprise, the Path Guardian did not stop its actions, launching attacks at him one after another. Even after fighting for several minutes consecutively, the Path Guardian showed no signs of weakening or slowing down at all. It was like a tireless machine. Although Shi Feng had landed over 100 attacks on the Path Guardian, he had failed to cause any damage whatsoever to the Grand Lord. Even Light Shadow was useless against it. Shi Feng's head ached as he continuously deflected the Path Guardian's attacks. Previously, he had seen hope of obtaining the legacy fragments. He never imagined that a monster like the Outer Path Guardian would appear after he destroyed the cliff wall. Despite the Path Guardian having only a little over 50 million HP, which was very low for a level 21 Grand Lord, he actually failed to make a dent. At this rate, he would collapse from exhaustion before he could even secure the legacy fragments. Time passed quickly. Before Shi Feng realized it, over a dozen minutes had elapsed already. However, despite having attacked every possible weak point he could find on the Outer Path Guardian, he still hadn't damaged the Grand Lord. To make matters worse, the frozen ambient mana meant that he experienced none of the recovery effects he would normally experience when surrounded by mana. He would collapse from exhaustion after another hour of fighting at this rate. Screw it. Shi Feng gritted his teeth and gripped the abyssal blade with both hands before executing Holy Devour against the Outer Path Guardian. If even this is no good, I'll have no choice but to use Berserk skills. Holy Devour was currently the strongest move he could execute without transforming into a Black Dragon King. If even Holy Devour was incapable of harming the Path Guardian, he would have to use a Berserk skill to boost his strength further, something he wished to avoid doing if possible. Immediately, a scorching inferno engulfed the Outer Path Guardian. Boom! In the next moment, the Path Guardian's body shot out of the blazing inferno like a cannonball and smashed into the back of the cave. Cracks formed on the Path Guardian's originally invulnerable body, and the Grand Lord's HP also fell by over 3.7 million. It was effective? Shi Feng was surprised as he looked at the Path Guardian lying on the ground. Previously, even Light Shadow failed to damage the outer Path Guardian. However, not only did Holy Devour succeed in damaging the Path Guardian, but its effects even far exceeded his initial expectations. Did I break through its defensive limit? Shi Feng wondered. However, he quickly shook his head and denied the thought. No, that's not right. Even if my attack exceeded the Guardian's defensive limit, it shouldn't have produced such overwhelming results. He had plenty of experience in surpassing a monster's defensive limit. Hence, he knew that exceeding a monster's defensive limit wouldn't allow him to suddenly go from dealing 0 damage to dealing over 3.7 million damage. Moreover, normally, even if one failed to exceed a monster's defensive limit, the monster should still receive some form of damage after receiving an attack. A non-elemental creature, a mana screen, and Holy Devour? Shi Feng continuously racked his mind as he watched the Outer Path Guardian slowly standing back up. Although he had successfully damaged the Path Guardian already, in his current state, he could execute Holy Devour only 1 or 2 more times. Hence, his situation remained dire. It was necessary for him to identify the reason why he had succeeded in damaging the Path Guardian. Otherwise, even if he activated his Berserk skill, he would only end up wasting it. Following which, Shi Feng arrived before the Path Guardian and executed Light Shadow against it. However, just like the last time he had used the mana technique, he failed to inflict any damage on the Grand Lord. Since Light Shadow is ineffective against it, I'll have to use another method. Seeing the Path Guardian slashing its 2-blade hands at him once more, Shi Feng sidestepped, then slipped behind the Guardian. He concentrated his mana within the Abyssal Blade as if he were executing Holy Devour, but did not let any of the mana escape the magic weapon. Consequently, instead of a blazing inferno, only a small layer of flames appeared around the Abyssal Blade as he sent the magic weapon slashing down at the Path Guardian's back. In the next moment, the Abyssal Blade actually cut into the Path Guardian's sturdy body, inflicting over 1.6 million damage on the Grand Lord. Sure enough, Shi Feng's eyes glowed with excitement at the success of his attack. After seeing that Holy Devour was highly effective against the Path Guardian while Light Shadow was completely ineffective, it was clear to Shi Feng that the Path Guardian's defensive limit had nothing to do with why one could deal damage to it while the other couldn't. Instead, the reason for this situation lay in the difference between the two techniques. The method of utilizing mana. Light Shadow was a technique that gave shape to mana, whereas Holy Devour was a technique that caused mana to go berserk before materializing it to exhibit a frighteningly destructive power that could destroy even the very essence of matter. Currently, although he did not fully execute Holy Devour, he had materialized his mana and concentrated it on the Abyssal Blade. By doing so, he was able to drastically reduce his consumption of mana and concentration while still utilizing the effects of materialized mana. Only, the raw power and scale of his attack were considerably smaller compared to those of the real Holy Devourer. Basically, he had executed a simplified version of Holy Devour. Meanwhile, after achieving success once, Shi Feng promptly started bombarding the Path Guardian with attacks. In terms of combat power, the Outer Path Guardian was significantly inferior to ordinary mythic monsters. The only thing that made it a challenging foe was the fact that it could be damaged only after certain conditions were met. However, now that Shi Feng had met these conditions, the Path Guardian's 53.5 million HP was nothing. In less than 2 minutes, Shi Feng had depleted all of the Outer Path Guardian's HP. The Guardian's rocky body then crumbled and scattered on the ground. Meanwhile, along with the Outer Path Guardian's death, not only did Shi Feng's experience bar fill up by a significant margin, but a stream of black mist also flowed into his heart. In the next moment, fragmented images appeared before him one after another. At the same time, a system notification also entered his ears. System, you have obtained 5 legacy power points. Tier 4 legacy completion rate at 0.5%. When legacy completion rate reaches 85%, you may attempt to activate your Tier 4 legacy. Legacy power? Shi Feng was surprised to see the system notification. He never thought that killing the Outer Path Guardian would actually grant him legacy power. Collecting legacy power using this method would be much easier than trying to descend into the abyss and reach the legacy fragments. Meanwhile, shortly after the Outer Path Guardian died, its body exploded into bundles of light that hovered quietly in midair, expelling all the mana in the surrounding space. 2690, Unknown Metal Fragments. Chapter 2690, Unknown Metal Fragments. What a powerful phenomenon. Shi Feng's heart was filled with surprise when he saw the dozen or so items quietly hovering in midair. He had seen many kinds of monster loot before. He had even seen loot accompanied by a holy chant. However, this was the first time he had seen or heard of the phenomenon the Outer Path Guardian's loot created. Currently, all mana within a 50-yard radius of the dropped items was getting banished from the area. Even the mana within his body was rapidly depleting. Right now, if a player with a silver mana body were standing here, they would most likely have lost consciousness instantly from mana exhaustion. Seeing this situation, Shi Feng did not dare hesitate for too long. Immediately, he stepped forward and tried to store the loot in his bag space. However, the instant he touched one of the dropped items, a system notification entered his ears. System, this item should not be stored as it has an extremely powerful repulsion toward mana. Storing it in your epic spatial bag involves a certain degree of danger. Do you wish to store this item in your epic spatial bag? Should not be stored. Shi Feng was quite surprised at the system notification. However, despite his surprise, he still chose to store the loot in his epic spatial bag. After all, he would lose his life if he didn't put the items into his bag space and allowed the mana repulsion field to continue existing. As he stored the items in his bag one after another, the mana environment within the cave gradually recovered. Upon seeing this, he could not help a sigh of relief. How close. These items truly are strange. Had I been a few seconds later in taking action, they probably would have drained all my mana. Sitting down, Shi Feng shuddered involuntarily as he checked the 15 new items inside his bag space. Previously, the Outer Path Guardian was already plenty astonishing, as it could actually freeze the mana around it, preventing players from using the ambient mana. For players that relied heavily on skills and spells during combat, this was a fatal ability. However, these dropped items were even more amazing. They had directly banished all the mana within a 50-yard radius. Not even the mana within his body was exempt. This situation was simply unheard of. If players encountered these extraordinary items without any means to store the items, they would definitely meet their deaths. Despite Shi Feng's wariness toward these items, he could not hold back his curiosity and started inspecting them. After he used his identification skill on these items, he was stunned. He couldn't appraise any of these 15 metal fragments. Even after he activated omniscient eyes, all he got was that these metal fragments were named as unknown metal fragment, and that they were originally part of a weapon. Crap. What kind of weapon was it? Isn't it a little too amazing? Just its fragments alone are so powerful already. Even legendary weapons are not that powerful. Shi Feng was astonished when he saw the little information omniscient eyes obtained. In God's domain, legendary items usually deteriorated into fragmented legendary items because their core component had suffered damage, which prevented them from exhibiting their true might. However, if a legendary weapon got shattered into numerous fragments, rather than becoming multiple fragmented legendary weapons, the legendary weapon would become garbage. Only if the shards were recast and more material was added was there a chance of them becoming a fragmented legendary weapon. Yet, despite not having undergone any rework, the fragments in his bag still exhibited such a powerful mana repulsion effect. Even the strongest legendary weapons he had heard of were unlikely to be so powerful. However, Shi Feng did not dwell on the metal fragments. After getting enough rest, he left them sitting inside his bag space and resumed attacking the cliff wall. Since he now knew that the Outer Path Guardians provided legacy power and that the Guardians spawned from the rubble of the cliff, he naturally wouldn't let this opportunity to kill two birds with one stone get away. However, despite Shi Feng repeatedly using Holy Devour on the cliff wall, not every attack of his caused an Outer Path Guardian to spawn. Roughly one Guardian spawned for every 3 or 4 attacks he executed. As a result, his accumulation of legacy power wasn't going as fast as he initially expected. Moreover, because of the Legacy Land's harsh environment, which severely hampered stamina and concentration recovery, Shi Feng's recovery rate wasn't particularly fast despite the high-ranking foods and beverages he consumed. At best, it was like he was resting inside an ordinary town. Fortunately, he was familiar with the harsh environments of Tier 4 Legacy Lands and had made preparations beforehand. Long before he could challenge his Tier 4 promotion quest, he had already tasked Melancholic Smile with stockpiling a large amount of high-ranking foods and beverages in the guild's warehouse for both himself and the rest of the guild's core upper echelon. Hence, he currently had more than enough high-ranking foods and beverages to last him for 2 whole months. As Shi Feng relentlessly attacked the cliff and killed Outer Path Guardians, his experience bar filled up rapidly. His mastery over the simplified Holy Devour also improved. Only as the number of Outer Path Guardians he killed increased, the number of unknown metal fragments he obtained conversely decreased. Initially, each kill yielded him more than 10 fragments. Eventually, that number dropped to single digits. Now, he got just 1 or 2 from every kill. As Shi Feng progressed down the cliff, he had unknowingly spent 9 days inside the Legacy Land. After 9 days of constant grinding, Shi Feng had reached level 24. If not for Demon God Atlok's Soul Curse, he would have already reached the level 25 threshold. As for the accumulation of legacy power, he had reached 83% completion rate already, just 2% away from the minimum requirement to activate his Tier 4 legacy. As for the unknown metal fragments, he had collected a total of 96. Meanwhile, a lot had also happened in the outside world during these 9 days. Thanks to the 50 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluids Muxin provided as a deposit, Shi Feng could afford to consume 1 bottle per day, meeting the energy requirements of his brain. His body's condition also improved considerably. However, if he wished to recover to his peak state, he still needed life potions. Aside from that, Zero Wing's main force members also started exiting the spatial maze one after another. However, as Fire Dance, Aqua Rose, Gentle Snow, and 24 or so other players had taken different paths midway through the maze, they remained trapped inside. Along with the return of the majority of Zero Wing's main force, the prosperous Zero Wing flourished even more. After returning to the eastern continent, Zero Wing's main force members continuously raided large-scale and super-large-scale team dungeons, enriching the guild warehouse with plenty of rare materials. Including the rare materials brought back from the western continent, Melancholic Smile and the others produced batch after batch of level 120 weapons and equipment. Now, when it came to level 120 weapons and equipment, Zero Wing surpassed the various superpowers. For a time, Zero Wing entered the spotlight of the neighboring kingdoms and empires, and many expert players and well-known adventurer teams applied to join Zero Wing. However, during all of this, a very shocking matter got exposed: the true identity of Zero Wing's mysterious guild leader, Black Flame. When this information spread, it shocked the eastern continent's various powers. This was especially true for Unyielding Soul, Crimson Emperor, and the Secret Pavilion, superpowers that were partners of Zero Wing. None of them had ever thought that Zero Wing was truly a guild that had no background whatsoever and that a youth like Shi Feng had developed it from scratch. God's Domain's various powers no longer feared Zero Wing. Many powers started secretly targeting Zero Wing's internal members. At the same time, they spent huge sums to snatch the Heaven's Rumble Training Center's disciples and customers of Zero Wing's virtual combat platforms. They even offered astronomical prices to poach Zero Wing's core members, resulting in a brain drain of Zero Wing's internal members and core members day after day. Guild leader, another dozen core members have applied for withdrawal today. In addition, quite a few training centers and dojos disciples have come challenging our training center's disciples, and several of our disciples got injured. Even Master Lei Bao himself got challenged by a mysterious half-step grandmaster martial artist on his way home, and ended up suffering heavy injuries. That mysterious expert warned Master Lei Bao that if he remained in Zero Wing, there would be more of such incidents. Moreover, several superpowers have sent representatives to our headquarters. They say that so long as we let them become shareholders of Zero Wing, they'll make all these problems go away, Liang Jing reported in frustration. However, these still aren't the most crucial matters. The biggest problem is that the suppliers that previously provided us with S-rank nutrient fluids and state-of-the-art training facilities now refuse to do business with us. Moreover, nobody is commissioning our guild for tasks anymore. At this rate, we can only rely on exchanging coins for credits to maintain our guild's daily operations. I understand. For now, make use of Silverwing City's income to fill in the gaps, Shi Feng said, nodding. Also, did you find out which superpower sent that expert that injured Lei Bao? I checked with the Secret Pavilion. Although the other party hid themselves quite thoroughly, the Secret Pavilion still managed to find out who sent that expert. It's Dragonheart Island's Warblood Adventurer team, Liang Jing said. Warblood? In an icy tone, Shi Feng said, it seems these superpowers really think Zero Wing is some kind of pushover. Do they honestly believe I can't do anything against them? Guild leader, we don't have the home ground advantage on Dragonheart Island. Moreover, Starlink and a few other superpowers have partnered with Warblood. They also have a medium fortress. Right now, our forces are tied up defending Silverwing City and Stone Forest City. If we dispatch a large number of experts to Dragonheart Island, I'm afraid, when Liang Jing heard Shi Feng's words, she hurriedly tried to dissuade him from taking any rash actions. I know. I'll handle this matter myself, Shi Feng said calmly before hopping back into his virtual gaming cabin and logging into God's Domain. 2691. Breaking Through the Limit. Chapter 2691, Breaking Through the Limit. The gravitational force here is almost the same as what I felt when those infant black dragons appeared. If I continue digging downward, those dragons will most likely notice my presence. After killing another Outer Path Guardian, Shi Feng poked his head out of the platform he had carved for himself to look at the bottomless abyss. After 9 days of arduous effort, he had finally reached the altitude where he first came into contact with the infant black dragons. Although the infant black dragons were only Tier 3 Great Lords, they were existences that no individual Tier 3 player could hope to go up against. Not to mention, there were 3 infant black dragons moving together here. Currently, the best way for him to complete his Tier 4 promotion was through killing more Outer Path Guardians and steadily accumulating his legacy power to 85% completion rate. Then, he could activate his Tier 4 legacy. However, as he carved his way down the cliff, the frequency of the Outer Path Guardian's appearance decreased. In fact, the Guardian he had just killed took him nearly an hour to spawn. At this rate, he would most likely enter the 3 infant black dragons' perception range by the time he could spawn the next Outer Path Guardian. In that case, he would have to fight the Outer Path Guardian while simultaneously dealing with the 3 dragons' attacks. Sure enough, the main god system won't let players enjoy such an easy promotion. In the end, I still have to obtain one of those legacy fragments. Shi Feng could not help a sigh as he looked at his legacy power points. With his current standards, so long as he activated a berserk skill, swiftly killing an Outer Path Guardian while dealing with the attacks of the 3 infant black dragons should be possible. However, he was still short of 3 Guardian kills to reach the minimum 85% completion rate. Even though he had multiple Berserk skills, the likelihood of him being able to spawn and kill 3 Outer Path Guardians during the limited duration of his Berserk skills was extremely low. After all, the last Outer Path Guardian had taken him nearly an hour to spawn. At best, he would be able to kill 1 Guardian after getting discovered by the Infant Dragons. As for the remaining 2 Outer Path Guardians, he could forget about them because no matter how he looked at it, coping with the Infant Dragon's attacks for 2 or 3 hours while he continued carving the cliff was simply impossible. This left him with only one option to complete his promotion quest, obtaining a legacy fragment. While legacy fragments didn't carry equal amounts of legacy power, each contained at least 10 points to as much as 40 points. With his current legacy power points, he needed only 1 legacy fragment to meet the minimum requirement to activate his Tier 4 legacy. Although the completion rate of one's Tier 4 legacy would somewhat influence the success rate of the Tier 4 promotion quest, it wasn't absolute. Legacy power only allowed players to activate their Tier 4 legacy. The more legacy power players managed to collect, the larger the portion of their Tier 4 legacy they could activate. However, after activating and unraveling the secrets of their Tier 4 legacy, players needed to learn the unraveled knowledge in order to complete their Tier 4 promotion quest. Clearing this portion of their promotion quest depended entirely on their own capabilities. The amount of legacy power they accumulated before had no bearing on this part of the quest. And if players failed to learn an adequate amount of knowledge from their legacy within the stipulated time, they would still fail their Tier 4 promotion quest. In the past, the main reason why most Tier 3 experts failed to reach Tier 4 was precisely this second portion, not the failure to acquire a sufficient amount of legacy power. This was also the reason why the stronger a legacy was, the more difficult the Tier 4 promotion quest would be. The stronger a legacy was, the more complex the information contained within it. For example, legacies belonging to the giant and elven race contained incredibly abstruse information. Hence, those playing as giants and elves faced much greater difficulty when challenging their promotion quests. Even if players geared themselves in powerful weapons and equipment, these items would just allow them to obtain more legacy power and open up more knowledge for them to learn. Players still had to rely on their own learning capabilities to complete their Tier 4 promotion quest. Hence, Shi Feng could activate his legacy at 85% completion rate. Reaching 100% wasn't necessary for the completion of his promotion quest. However, trying to reach and obtain the legacy fragments below wouldn't be easy. After all, he had to go up against 3 infant black dragons in the process. There was only so much he could do within the limited duration of his Berserk skills. The part where he obtained the legacy fragments would be especially challenging. If a player that did not know how legacy fragments worked were in his shoes right now, they would most likely lose their lives during this process. Players would not automatically obtain the legacy power contained within a legacy fragment. Instead, after securing the fragment, they usually spent between 10 to 20 minutes absorbing the legacy power. And although players did not need direct contact with a legacy fragment to absorb its legacy power, if they went too far away from the fragment, the process would get interrupted and the fragment would shatter. Due to these reasons, players generally needed to complete the process in a safe environment. With the 3 infant dragons harassing Shi Feng, he obviously wouldn't be able to absorb a legacy fragment in safety. He would have to do it while fighting. However, with the Berserk skills he had, he simply wouldn't be able to last that long. No, it's not exactly impossible. If I can hold on for some time in my normal state, it might be possible to secure a legacy fragment. After giving the matter some thought, Shi Feng decided to take the risk and try to secure a legacy fragment. After all, he was no longer the same as when he first entered the legacy land. Not only was he able to execute Holy Devour now, but he had even mastered a simplified version of Holy Devour. Although this simplified Holy Devour was not as powerful as the real deal, the raw power it contained was still superior to that of Light Shadow. With this simplified Holy Devour, he might be able to hold his own against the infant black dragons. After taking a deep breath, he took out the Ring of Gospel from his bag and activated Miniature World and Ring of Brilliance. Now that he had gotten this far in his promotion quest and he had to go up against the 3 infant dragons no matter what, he no longer had any reason to hold back his cards. Upon Ring of Brilliance's activation, the density of the ambient mana gradually increased. As for Shi Feng himself, his basic attributes rose by 5%. Although Ring of Brilliance's effects were significantly weakened, every little improvement counted now. After activating both of the Ring of Gospel skills, he jumped off the platform and allowed gravity to drag him down toward the bottomless abyss. A few seconds after he started his freefall to the abyss, a series of dragon roars came from some distance away. As he had predicted, the 3 infant black dragons flew out of the abyss and charged straight at him once more. A short moment later, one of the infant dragons arrived before Shi Feng and sent its gigantic claw smashing at him. Seemingly unaffected by Miniature World, the dragon's claw still carried enough power to tear through space. This hit will determine whether I can succeed or not. Having prepared for this attack beforehand, Shi Feng promptly lashed out against the approaching claw with the abyssal blade. In the next moment, the blazing red abyssal blade cut at the infant dragon's massive claw. Boom. When the two attacks collided, a loud metallic clang echoed throughout the abyss, and dazzling sparks illuminated the space around Shi Feng and the infant black dragon. Surprisingly, the dragon's massive claw actually got knocked off course and smashed into the cliff wall nearby, digging out a huge chunk of the cliff. Shi Feng, on the other hand, came out of the clash completely unscathed. Moreover, the impact accelerated his descent into the abyss even further. Good, there's a chance. Shi Feng grew ecstatic when the abyssal blade deflected the infant dragon's claw. Previously, his greatest worry was that he would not be able to block the infant black dragon's attacks. After all, he did not activate Heavenly Dragon's power, unlike before. Besides, the infant black dragons had the home ground advantage, free of the abyss's suppression. Even with the effects of Miniature World, he would most likely have a difficult time deflecting the infant dragon's attacks. Fortunately, the simplified Holy Devour was sufficiently powerful. Now, even without activating a berserk skill, he could hold his ground against the infant black dragons. With this, what he needed to do next became a lot simpler, following which, Shi Feng continued free-falling while frantically deflecting the three infant dragons' attacks. When he was about to reach the location of the legacy fragments, he activated Gale Domain and forcefully changed his angle of descent toward the legacy fragments. After spotting the location of the legacy fragments, Shi Feng promptly activated Power of Darkness, increasing all his basic attributes by 20%, then executed a two-handed slash at the cliff wall, Holy Devour. A raging inferno immediately devoured the cliff wall, creating a hole with a 30-yard radius. At the same time, a fragmented statue the size of a human adult landed inside the hole, radiating a faint glow and a soul-shuddering divine might. System, you have discovered a legacy fragment. Do you wish to absorb the fragment's legacy power? Absorb, Shi Feng said without hesitation. As soon as he finished speaking, the fragmented statue released an aurora of lights that pierced his body. Crap, just how much legacy power is in this thing? Shi Feng was stunned when he saw the loading bar that appeared before him. According to the loading bar, the absorption process would take 33 minutes. This absorption time far exceeded his expectations. It also far exceeded the total duration of all of his berserk skills. However, under the circumstances, he did not have the leeway to go for a different fragment. If he chose to give up on this fragment, then all of the effort he had put into killing all those Outer Path Guardians would go to waste. At this time, the three infant black dragons noticed what Shi Feng was doing. Immediately, all three of them used Dragon Breath at him. Damn it! Shi Feng's complexion darkened when he saw that the three Dragon Breaths covered the entire cave he was in. Instinctively, he activated Absolute Defense to protect himself. After the three Dragon Breaths landed, the size of the cave increased significantly, which gave Shi Feng a lot more room for maneuvering. Following which, time flew as Shi Feng desperately defended himself against the three infant dragons' attacks. 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20 minutes, only 30 minutes. Only 30 minutes had elapsed by the time the duration of Shi Feng's final berserk skill, Disintegration Power, expired. Although he had done his best to fight in his normal state as much as possible and only use his berserk skills when absolutely necessary, he still exhausted all his berserk skills by the 30-minute mark. Without the support of any berserk skills, he had no choice but to rely on the simplified Holy Devour to defend against the three infant dragons' attacks. However, although the simplified Holy Devour required less concentration to execute than even Light Shadow, the burden from spamming the technique still took its toll on him. As a result, his complexion grew paler as more time passed. Human, your time is up. You're almost out of stamina and concentration already while we are still able to continue fighting. Don't even think of leaving alive after you've trespassed into the territory of black dragons. The leading infant black dragon spoke in an ancient language. Despite Shi Feng having no knowledge of this language, his mind actually understood the infant dragon's words. No sooner had the infant black dragon finished speaking than the two other infant dragons increased their attack rate, giving Shi Feng no room to catch a breather. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, as the three infant black dragons' attack rate continuously increased, Shi Feng had no choice but to use his trump cards one after another. Darkness Domain, Thunder God's Descent, Divine Steps. Void Shield. However, his complexion paled subsequently with each trump card he expended. His brain was also plagued by a stinging pain that dulled his control over his body. Is this it for me? At this moment, Shi Feng could tell that he had already exceeded the limits of his concentration and that he was losing control over his physical body. Now, he couldn't execute the simplified Holy Devour anymore, completely reliant on dodging the three infant dragons' attacks to keep himself alive. Void Shield's duration was also about to run out, and as soon as it did, the three infant dragons would instantly kill him. Just as Void Shield's duration was about to end, however, a system notification sounded in Shi Feng's ears. System, congratulations. Your Tier 4 legacy completion rate has reached 102%. Do you wish to activate your Tier 4 Legacy? 2692 Tier 4 Legacy that surpasses 100%? Chapter 2692 Tier 4 Legacy that surpasses 102%? 102%? Despite his waning consciousness, when Shi Feng heard the system's mechanical voice, he could not help getting startled. In his previous life, he had never heard of anyone accumulating their Tier 4 Legacy's completion rate beyond 100%. At best, one could raise it to 100% and fully unlock all the information their Tier 4 Legacy offered. Now, however, his Tier 4 Legacy had reached 102% completion rate. Just what did that mean? Shi Feng did not dwell on the matter. Now that he had met the requirements to activate his Tier 4 Legacy, he activated it without hesitation. Unfortunately, even after he had chosen to activate his Tier 4 Legacy, the 3 infant black dragons showed no signs of letting up. In the next moment, one of the dragon's claws smashed down at Shi Feng. Damn it. Even if players managed to activate their Tier 4 Legacy, it did not mean that their promotion quest was over. Only after learning an adequate amount of the information contained in their Tier 4 Legacy and leaving the Legacy land safely would players be considered to have completed their Tier 4 promotion quest. Since there was no room for Shi Feng to dodge the approaching claw and he had no concentration left to execute the simplified Holy Devour, he chose to block the attack with his 2 swords. Boom! Shi Feng's entire body smashed into the ground with a boom. At the same time, cracks formed on his void shield. Thank goodness I have the void shield to absorb the attack's damage. Otherwise, that move would have taken away at least 1/5 of my HP. Shi Feng inwardly celebrated when he saw the cracks on the void shield. With the infant black dragons having the home ground advantage, even if he had the heavenly dragon's breath strengthening him and suppressing the dragons, the disparity in strength between the two sides was still massive. Only if he activated a berserk skill would he stand a chance against the dragons. However, as soon as Shi Feng pulled himself out of the ground, another claw attack came at him. To make matters worse, before the claw attack even arrived, Void Shield's duration ended, and the barrier protecting him shattered into oblivion. The movement speed bonus he received from Void Shield also disappeared. As a result, he could rely on only his normal speed to dodge the approaching claw. Foolish human, now that you've lost your final card, even though you managed to activate your legacy, you still won't leave this place alive. The leading infant dragon said as it looked down at Shi Feng, a hint of ridicule glinting in its golden pupils. It was in no hurry to attack him at all. Sure enough, it is still too much for me. Shi Feng did not try to refute the infant dragon's mockery. Instead, he simply looked at the 3 infant dragons quietly. According to his original plan, after he had activated his legacy, he would rely on his life-saving measures to put more distance between himself and the abyss to lessen the abyss's suppression effect. He would then try to learn his legacy while escaping. However, he never thought that absorbing the legacy fragment would take up so long that, by the time he finished absorbing the fragment's legacy power, he would have used up all his berserk skills and life-saving skills already. In fact, he had even pushed his concentration to its very limits. It wouldn't be strange if he simply collapsed and lost consciousness right now. Meanwhile, even though he succeeded in activating his Tier 4 legacy, in his current state, trying to learn his Tier 4 legacy while going up against the 3 infant black dragons' attacks was simply a fantasy. Although there were differences in complexity between the Tier 4 legacies found in God's domain, normally, the more powerful a legacy was, the more difficult it would be to learn it. While he did not know how complex the Blade Saint's Tier 4 legacy was, it shouldn't be easy. Going by his past experiences, players would have only 1 short hour to learn their Tier 4 legacy after activating it. So long as they could learn one of the several topics offered, they would acquire their Tier 4 legacy and complete their Tier 4 promotion quest. In the past, Shi Feng had never once managed to learn a topic from his Tier 4 legacy within 1 hour. As for the experts that reached Tier 4, the majority of them had just barely managed to finish learning one topic within 1 hour. And even the record holder for the fastest person to learn a topic from their Tier 4 legacy had spent nearly half an hour to do so. In his current situation, where he had to fight 3 infant black dragons in a high-gravity environment, just how was he supposed to learn a topic from his Tier 4 legacy within half an hour? As Shi Feng was smiling bitterly, the sound of a notification entered his ears. System, you have activated your Tier 4 legacy. You have unlocked all 4 learning topics of your legacy. You have 1 hour to learn them. So long as you learn just one topic listed below, you will be promoted to Tier 4. Formless Blade action type requires Sword Peak Tier 4 legacy skill. When activated, attacks any target within a 300-yard radius 13 times. Every attack carries 180% strength and causes 204% darkness damage. Cooldown, 15 seconds. Learning condition, achieve 75% skill completion rate. Magic Light Assault action type requires Sword Peak Tier 4 legacy skill. When activated, user will transform into the image of a sword that attacks a target within a 500-yard radius. When transformed, movement speed is increased by 300%, strength by 100%, and agility by 100%. Cooldown, 18 seconds learning condition. Achieve 78% skill completion rate. Blade Guard action type requires Sword Apex Tier 4. Legacy skill. Draw upon the power of a sword to create a formless wall that absorbs 100% physical damage from one attack. Duration, 3 seconds cooldown, 21 seconds learning condition. Achieve 80% skill completion rate. Blade Domain type requires Sword Apex Tier 4. Legacy skill. Inject one's own mana into a sword to create a blade domain that covers a 500-yard radius. While Blade Domain is active, user may control up to 7 magic swords, each carrying 180% strength and causing 300% divine damage. Duration, 5 minutes cooldown, 1 hour learning condition. Achieve 85% skill completion rate, 4 legacy skills at peak rank and above. Moreover, there is even the extremely rare Apex Domain skill. Is this the effect of a 102% completion rate? Shi Feng could not help doubting his eyes when he saw the content of the system notifications. In God's domain, even for peak legacies, one would be fortunate to see even one peak legacy skill during the Tier 4 promotion quest. In fact, players that activated their Tier 4 legacy at 100% completion rate would only have a chance to learn 2 peak legacy skills. As for Apex legacy skills, there was only a certain chance for them to appear for peak legacy holders. For most players, though, Apex legacy skills were akin to myths. After all, just learning one peak Tier 4 legacy skill would grant Tier 4 players the strength to go up against superior mythic ranked monsters of the same level. Unlike ordinary Tier 3 skills and Tier 3 legacy skills, which relied on mana for activation, Tier 4 legacy skills could also use legacy power. By using legacy power to activate a Tier 4 legacy skill, players could continue infusing mana into their skill past the minimum requirement in order to raise the power of their legacy skill. And once a peak Tier 4 legacy skill reached its maximum power, a Tier 4 player fully geared in epic weapons and equipment could use it to stand toe-to-toe against superior mythic ranked monsters of the same level. It was also due to the existence of peak Tier 4 legacy skills that many peak experts had chosen not to complete their Tier 4 promotion quests, despite having the ability to do so. For the majority of Tier 3 experts, though, just reaching Tier 4 was already a dream. What more trying to learn a peak Tier 4 legacy skill? Now, however, not only did Shi Feng have 2 peak Tier 4 legacy skills to choose from, but he even had 2 Apex Tier 4 legacy skills. However, Shi Feng's expression quickly darkened slightly. In the past, out of all the advanced Tier 4 legacy skills he was offered during his promotion quests, even the most powerful one only required him to execute the skill at a 70% completion rate to learn it. Now, even the easiest peak legacy skill he was offered required him to achieve a 75% completion rate, whereas the most difficult, Blade Domain, required an 85% skill completion rate that was basically asking him to unleash 100% of Blade Domain's power. Normally, when using Tier 4 skills and spells, Tier 4 experts would only be able to achieve a 70% completion rate or so. Even Tier 4 peak experts would be able to activate a Tier 4 skill or spell at 85% completion rate only after long training. After all, the complexity of Tier 4 skills and spells was much greater than that of Tier 3 skills and spells. Now, however, he was given only 1 hour to learn at least one peak legacy skill to such a high standard. This was simply impossible. During the time Shi Feng was silently cursing the learning requirements, the 3 infant black dragons hovering in midair swooped down at him. Die, human. The 3 infant dragons appeared almost simultaneously around Shi Feng and sent their claws smashing at him, their claws forming a perfect encirclement that left no room for evasion. Screw it, it's all or nothing. Since there was no way for him to dodge the incoming claws, Shi Feng gritted his teeth and chose to learn the most difficult of the 4 legacy skills offered. Blade Domain, 2693, Blade Domain's My, Chapter 2693, Blade Domain's Might. Just as the 3 dragon claws were about to hit Shi Feng, paragraphs of texts and numerous images suddenly filled his mind. These texts and images were none other than the introduction to Blade Domain. Right after these texts and images appeared, an invisible ripple from the abyssal blade spread up to 500 yards into the surroundings in the blink of an eye. Boom, 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 boom. A moment after the ripple appeared, a frightening shockwave rocked the cave Shi Feng stood in. It was so powerful that even a large boulder the size of a human adult went flying out of the cave and plunging into the bottomless abyss. When the 3 infant black dragons hovering above Shi Feng saw this, their eyes widened in shock as they stared at the human, who was clearly near death's door. So, this is an Apex Tier 4 legacy domain? Shi Feng was astonished as he looked at the 3 massive claws that had stopped just 1 yard away from him. Currently, each of the 3 dragon claws was blocked by a 4-meter-long magic sword, unable to proceed even an inch further. System, Blade Domain activated successfully. Skill completion rate, 65%. Learning condition not met. You may use Blade Domain again in 30 seconds. 65%? It seems I made the right bet. Shi Feng breathed out a sigh of relief when he saw the system notification. Truthfully, he was not confident of learning a Tier 4 skill. After all, he had never learned one before, let alone Peak and Apex Tier 4 legacy skills. He had been fortunate to activate the Tier 4 skill successfully on his first try. In the past, when he was learning the advanced Tier 4 legacy skills of his class, it took him over 10 minutes just to activate the skills once successfully. And although he was now a domain realm expert, he still was not confident of successfully learning Peak or Apex Tier 4 legacy skills within an hour. Meanwhile, in order to resolve his current predicament, he couldn't rely on a skill that provided only offensive or defensive capabilities. A skill that increased his movement speed temporarily also wouldn't do him much good. If he wished to survive, his only option was to learn a domain skill, which could be used for both offense and defense. Moreover, a domain skill was very useful for group combat. Aside from that, he had taken the initiative to learn Blade Domain, which should have been the most difficult skill to learn out of the 4 available options, because he had a big advantage to rely on, his affinity for mana. Previously, his affinity for mana was subpar at best. His control over mana wasn't particularly good either. However, after having his soul strengthened by a soul array, his affinity for and control over mana had risen to whole new heights. Due to this reason, he had chosen to learn Blade Domain. Given the current circumstances, it would seem that he had made the right decision. He had not only succeeded in activating Blade Domain on his first attempt, but even achieved a 65% completion rate. He could also sense that he still had plenty of room for improvement. According to his past experiences in learning skills, if he could successfully activate a skill at 65% completion rate on his first try, then he should be able to raise his skill completion rate to 80% or beyond within the next hour. Human, don't celebrate yet. Although a Tier 4 domain skill is indeed powerful, without a Tier 4 body, you won't be able to exhibit its true power at all. The leading infant black dragon sneered when it saw Shi Feng sighing in relief. After saying so, the infant dragon swept its tail at Shi Feng and shattered the magic sword that had managed to stop its claw attack earlier. When the 2 other infant dragons saw this scene, they promptly copied their leader's actions, executing a tail swipe. This situation forced Shi Feng to reconstruct the magic swords frantically to defend against these tail swipes. For a time, magic swords continuously formed and shattered around Shi Feng. However, as forming magic swords required the use of mana, after 20 seconds of this process, Shi Feng had already lost 10% of his mana. At this rate, he would run out of mana in just 3 more minutes and would no longer be able to sustain Blade Domain. Human, die. So long as we are here, you humans will never lay your hands on the ancient legacy here. The leading infant black dragon bellowed as it looked at Shi Feng's pale complexion. At this time, controlling his mana started to feel somewhat taxing. When trying to mold mana into a specific form, one would have an easier time doing so with abundant mana. In other words, as Shi Feng's mana decreased, the difficulty of molding his mana into magic swords would conversely increase. He estimated that if his mana were to fall below the 30% threshold, Blade Domain would most likely be unsustainable. Die. When the infant black dragons saw that Shi Feng had already lost 20% of his mana, they simultaneously executed a Tier 3 draconic skill, Darkness Smash, with their tails. Combined with their strength, the power this skill could exhibit easily reached the intermediate Tier 4 standard. It simply wasn't an attack the magic swords could hope to stop. Don't even think of killing me so easily. After seeing that 30 seconds had gone by already, Shi Feng activated Blade Domain once more. This time, he was much more careful when activating Blade Domain. He utilized only the minimum amount of mana to draw the required magic array on the Abyssal Blade. Boom. In the next moment, a crater formed in the ground before Shi Feng. At the same time, an astonished look appeared on the infant dragons' faces. Shi Feng had blocked their attacks again. How did he improve so quickly? When the infant black dragons saw the magic swords that had formed before them, they could not help eyeing Shi Feng warily. System, Blade Domain activated successfully. Skill completion rate, 75%. Learning condition not met. You may use Blade Domain again in 30 seconds. What the infant dragons did not know was that when they were forcing Shi Feng to create more magic swords and deplete his mana, they had also been helping him familiarize himself with the process of creating Blade Domain's magic swords. As a result, he became increasingly adept at manipulating the domain skill's mana. Hence, he succeeded in activating the skill a second time with much greater efficiency. So, that's the case. The activation of Tier 4 skills and spells is no longer dependent on just the technique of players. Instead, it requires the integration of mana control and technique. It's no wonder I had such a difficult time learning Tier 4 legacy skills in the past. When Shi Feng saw the power of his Blade Domain increase by a significant margin, realization immediately dawned upon him. After thinking up to this point, he started using even less mana to conjure the magic swords, thereby reducing the volatility of his mana and improving its finesse. Following which, time elapsed. Every time Shi Feng activated Blade Domain, he managed to improve its completion rate slightly. 77%, 79%, 81%. As blade domain kept strengthening, the three infant black dragons grew increasingly dispirited. Initially, they were overwhelming Shi Feng. Eventually, they ended up fighting on par with him. Now, he actually held the upper hand in battle, relying on 6 magic swords to suppress them and reduce the number of attacks they could execute. After 50 minutes or so had passed, system, blade domain, activated successfully. Skill completion rate, 85%. Learning condition met. Do you wish to be promoted into a tier 4 blade saint and utilize blade domain as the core for your mana body? Brode. Float. 2694 Sword Emperor, at last. Chapter 2694, Sword Emperor at last. As soon as Shi Feng chose to proceed with his promotion, he felt as if a hidden door in his mana body had opened, and beyond the door was a mana treasury. Not only did the opening of this door increase the total amount of mana he wielded by a significant margin, but even the excess mana his body radiated had undergone a qualitative transformation. If the mana he radiated before was in a gaseous state, then the mana he radiated now would be in a liquid state. The density and purity of his mana were on a completely different level than before. Moreover, as the dense mana inside this treasury spread throughout his body, Shi Feng's waning consciousness perked up considerably. He could conjure up 6 magic swords with little to no effort, and the mana constituting these magic swords was so dense that the swords looked and felt as if they were solid metal. In the next moment, Shi Feng sent a magic sword stabbing at the leading infant black dragon. The sword crossed the distance of 10 yards instantly, and caught the infant dragon completely off guard. The magic sword pierced the infant dragon's tough scales and left a deep gash on its body, the injury causing the infant dragon to shriek in pain. As for the 2 other infant dragons, although Shi Feng had also sent magic swords stabbing at them, as the 2 of them were farther away, they were able to react to his attack in time, defending themselves with their claws. Even so, when their claws clashed with the magic swords, both infant dragons got knocked back by over a dozen yards, the impact causing their claws to tremble. At a glance, it was obvious that the strengths of the 2 sides were no longer on the same level. Is this the true strength of a tier 4 class? Shi Feng was surprised and excited when he saw the magic sword successfully injuring and repelling the infant black dragons. System, congratulations. You have become a tier 4 blade saint sword emperor. You have activated the Apex Legacy Core. All basic attributes plus 2000. All resistances plus 150. Mana recovery rate increased by 100%. All basic attributes increased by 100%, and physique increased by 100%. All physical and magical attacks below Tier 4 received will be weakened by 30%, rewarding 100 legacy skill points. Just in terms of basic attributes, he had already reached a realm that Tier 3 players could only look at in despair, let alone the boost to his physique. If a Tier 3 player did not possess a set of extraordinary weapons and equipment, they would merely be cannon fodder in front of a Tier 4 player. Besides, there was the astonishing transformation in the quality of his mana. He was like an entirely different creature compared to when he was still at Tier 3. In God's domain, mana was the foundation of all life. Without mana, there would basically be no life. From fighting the infant black dragons, Shi Feng understood just how much a player's mana would affect the potency of their skills and spells. Now that his mana was practically liquid, even if he had the same basic attributes, combat standards, and physique as a Tier 3 player, the said Tier 3 player still wouldn't last more than a few moves against him. After all, the power of the skills the 2 of them wielded would be on completely different levels. However, even though Shi Feng had successfully repelled the 3 infant black dragons, he did not dare to idle around. He immediately manipulated his mana and formed his mana domain, then flew up and away from the bottomless abyss. He had no intention of clashing with the 3 infant dragons at all. Currently, he might have reached Tier 4 already and even gained the strength to hold his own against the 3 infant black dragons, but that was it. Killing the 3 infant dragons was still impossible for him. After all, now that he had gotten promoted to Tier 4, he could no longer spam Blade Domain like before. Once Blade Domain's duration ended, he would be forced to utilize his own body to clash with the infant dragons. With his limited stamina, he would definitely fall first before he could kill the 3 infant dragons. Now that he had already achieved his goal, he naturally had no reason to continue fighting the 3 infant black dragons. The sooner he left this dangerous place, the better. Fortunately, so long as players reached Tier 4 in God's domain and managed to form the passive type mana domain, they could fly using their own mana, no longer reliant on external items to do so. Despicable human, don't even think of leaving. The 3 infant black dragons saw through Shi Feng's thoughts. They widened their mouths and blew dragon breath at him without hesitation. In the next moment, the 3 dark beams the 3 infant dragons released merged into one and rapidly extended towards Shi Feng, the resultant beam turning everything in its path into an empty void. The AoE of the beam made escaping its range and time impossible. However, despite the combined dark beam's approach, Shi Feng showed no sign of fear at all. On the contrary, a hint of excitement and anticipation gleamed in his eyes. He had just been promoted to Sword Emperor and was still unfamiliar with his new strength. When he was controlling Blade Domain's magic swords, he had merely executed the most basic forms of attack using them. He was extremely eager to see just how strong he was now that he had risen to Tier 4. Meanwhile, the 3 infant dragons' combined dragon breath was undoubtedly the perfect target for testing his strength. In the next moment, Shi Feng started executing his defensive combat technique, Swords Orbit, using the 6 magic swords he had conjured, creating a defensive sphere that covered a 30-yard radius around him. Boom. When the massive beam of light came into contact with the beautiful galaxy of stars around Shi Feng, space around them suddenly transformed into an empty void, as if Armageddon had just arrived. If other players were to see this scene, they would definitely be dumbfounded. While looking at the empty void that had formed above them, the 3 infant black dragons revealed a smirk on their faces. The combination attack they had just executed was far stronger than a single dragon breath. It was also the strongest move the 3 of them possessed. Although Shi Feng had already been promoted to Tier 4, if he received the attack without using an invulnerability skill, he would still sustain heavy injuries. However, when the empty void started recovering to its original state, the smirks on the infant dragons' faces disappeared, replaced with a look of shock. After all, at this moment, let alone Shi Feng suffering injuries, even his equipment wasn't scratched. It was as if their combination attack was nothing but a light breeze to him. Even an advanced combat technique has been strengthened to such an extent. Shi Feng was astonished as he looked at the empty void around him. Although he had known that Swords Orbit was up to defending against the 3 infant black dragons' combined dragon breath, as he now possessed much greater basic attributes, he never thought that he could stop their attack so easily. Earlier, he had clearly used Swords Orbit just like normal, yet it was as if the technique had transformed into a magic array. The moment he executed Swords Orbit, the ambient mana had actually gathered around him and strengthened the power of his technique to the point where it was equivalent to a Tier 4 defensive skill. Given Swords Orbit's performance, Shi Feng suddenly felt that, if not for Blade Domain's limited duration, he might really have a chance of killing one of the 3 infant black dragons. Meanwhile, seeing that Blade Domain's duration was about to run out, Shi Feng hurriedly controlled his mana and flew to the space-time vortex in the sky above the bottomless abyss and disappeared from the Legacy Land, leaving behind 3 dumbfounded infant black dragons. 2695, sudden change, in God's domain. Damn it, that heaven-blessed bastard got away. We're doomed. What should we do? How do we explain this to that great personage? Anger and panic filled the eyes of the 3 infant black dragons as they watched Shi Feng leave the bottomless abyss through the space-time vortex. A sense of helplessness also suffused their trembling voices when they spoke. Our original plan is already ruined now that the legacy has been stolen. That great personage will definitely not spare us once he finds out. At this point, all we can do is scatter and flee. Otherwise, none of us will survive. That's our only option now. Hopefully that great personage will focus his anger on that heaven-blessed bastard so that our chances of survival will be a little better. After the leading infant dragon spoke up, the 3 quickly reached a consensus. They then flapped their black wings, their hearts brimming with anger at Shi Feng as they fled the bottomless abyss. Simultaneously, they also gloated over the misfortune awaiting him. Meanwhile, on the other side of the space-time vortex, Shi Feng was wholly unaware of the discussion that had just taken place among the infant black dragons. After experiencing a momentary blackout like before, he found himself back inside the secret room of Zero Wing's residence in Silverwing City. I did it. Tier 4. I became a real Tier 4. An indescribable sense of joy and excitement welled up within Shi Feng as he observed the liquid mana surging toward his body from all around. The dense mana continuously replenished his body's depleted mana and mended his haggard spirit. He had finally accomplished the goal that had eluded him in his previous life. Moreover, he had even reached Tier 4 with the hidden class Blade Saint. In terms of basic attributes and skills, what the Blade Saint class offered was leaps and bounds stronger than ordinary Tier 4 classes. Now he was a true powerhouse in God's domain, and even the various NPC kingdoms would have to respect him. As Shi Feng reveled in his success, the system's cold, monotonous voice suddenly entered his ears. System announcement: God's domain will undergo a major update. Simultaneously, the new expansion pack, Hero's Return, will be activated. All players will be logged out in 30 minutes. The update's estimated duration is 1 natural day. The system announcement appeared 3 times consecutively. Inevitably, everyone in God's domain was shocked. Shi Feng was no exception. A major update? How is this possible? Shi Feng looked at the system announcement displayed before him in confusion. Even after he reread it several times, incomprehension and doubt still filled his eyes. The first major update occurred 3 years after God's domain's official launch. There had already been plenty of Tier 4 players in the game at that time, and Tier 3 players were everywhere. Some players had even started attempting their Tier 5 promotions. Yet now, how long had it been since God's domain launched? God's domain's first major update was also the most memorable event for Shi Feng. The update had shaken the entire world, transforming God's domain into the world's only game and entertainment. After the first major update, God's domain had become a completely different world from before. no longer the virtual reality game everyone thought it was. God's Domain had become an existence beyond everyone's imagination. Players were no longer players but a group of special entities in God's Domain. Be it God's Domain's NPCs or monsters, both had existed as real people after the update, with their own lives and personalities. They had existed for the sake of survival. These changes had made God's Domain a completely different world. No longer just a virtual reality game, but an existence that could instead affect the real world. At this moment, Shi Feng wasn't the only person puzzled by the sudden arrival of this major update. Many players and the upper echelons of major powers were similarly surprised and confused by this situation. A major update? And it's even going to take one natural day? What is going on? Crap, I haven't even reached Tier 3, yet the system's going through an upgrade. Is the system trying to take my life? For a while, players in God's Domain voiced their complaints about and exasperation over the sudden system update. The update duration of one natural day caught everyone off guard, and they didn't know what to do with this unexpected free time. After all, at this point, God's Domain had long since become a part of their lives. Logging into God's Domain every day had already become an instinct. The previous system updates had lasted only a few to a dozen real-world hours. This 24-hour system update was simply maddening. Anyone who entered God's Domain as part of the first batch of players knew that the difficulty of leveling up and killing monsters would increase substantially after a system update. The requirements for players' techniques would also increase. Hence, the major update would undoubtedly be a nightmare for players who had yet to reach Tier 3. The arrival of this update would also bring a massive change for the various powers in God's Domain. After all, this update would reduce the number of players capable of reaching Tier 3. The difficulty and resources required to nurture their guild's internal experts would also increase. This, in turn, would cripple their current development plans, and they would have to restart their planning from scratch. However, while some powers felt dissatisfied and angry over this major update, others were overjoyed, especially the new powers and corporations that had joined the game just recently. The increase in the difficulty of leveling up and obtaining resources would undoubtedly destabilize the status quo in God's Domain. If the newcomers properly grasped this opportunity, they could replace God's Domain's veteran powers. The atmosphere among God's Domain's various powers became extraordinarily tense. While frantically poaching talents and purchasing resources, many of these powers also drastically reduced the resources for ordinary and low-potential members. In turn, this prompted many guild players to leave their respective guilds for greener pastures. While God's Domain's various powers were taking action, Liangjing hurriedly contacted Shi Feng. Guild leader, all major powers are currently purchasing coins and resources on a large scale. Shall we start buying as well? Liangjing asked anxiously. That won't be necessary. Shi Feng couldn't help chuckling when he heard Liangjing's words. Haven't those superpowers been constantly preventing us from acquiring funds? We'll now dispose of all the coins we earned through Silverwing City during this period. Let them buy as much as they want. Guild leader? Shi Feng's words took Liangjing aback, her mind unable to comprehend his intentions. The various powers were currently doing all they could to purchase coins and resources, yet Shi Feng wanted to sell Zero Wing's coins in bulk. Once the system update ended, Zero Wing would end up in a pinch. Just do it. Shi Feng smiled but didn't offer any additional explanation. According to past system updates, purchasing coins and resources in bulk was indeed the correct move. However, the system update this time would be different from previous ones. After the major update, not only would resources not be scarce, but obtaining them would become easier instead. Even leveling up would become less taxing. However, the major update wasn't all sunshine and rainbows either. After the major update, whether external or internal, the requirements for players' promotion would become more stringent. Notably, the changes made toward mana would require a greater understanding and control of mana to manipulate it properly. Hence, all peak experts in his previous life had also been master magicians. Right. Once everyone goes offline, have Melancholic and the others meet me in the conference room. I have something to discuss with them, Shi Feng said. He hadn't gained only a newfound understanding of mana during his Tier 4 promotion quest, but also a strange metal that repelled mana. This was his first time seeing such a metal. So long as this item wasn't damaged beyond repair, they could refine it into a weapon or equipment. The mana repulsion effect was beneficial to players. After all, mana was everything in God's Domain. There would be no life without mana. Naturally, monsters couldn't survive without mana. If he could successfully recast the metal, he would have the capital to contend against the various superpowers. Such an item would be helpful when he explored dangerous, forbidden lands to acquire resources necessary for conquering the Tier 4 promotion quest. In God's Domain, high-level forbidden lands contained most of the resources capable of helping players reach Tier 4. Although Shi Feng had already reached Tier 4, if he visited these places by himself, the best he could do was survive. He wouldn't be able to conduct a proper exploration of these locations. During his previous life, the various superpowers typically sent teams of Tier 4 players to explore these places. Going alone would be suicide. Okay, I'll contact them now. Liangjing then disconnected the call. Frozen World, Frostheaven City, Frostheaven's headquarters. Due to God's Domain's sudden system update, Frostheaven had also hurriedly convened a meeting to discuss the changes that would occur to the game. Currently, over a dozen people sat in the magnificent conference room. Every one of these people was an existence capable of shaking the real world with their every step. At this moment, however, these people had nervous expressions as they looked at the middle-aged man seated at the front of the room. This middle-aged man looked very amiable. Although he had an unyielding appearance, the aura he gave off felt like a spring breeze. However, none of the people present could relax in his presence. "That's it for the meeting," the middle-aged man said, adjourning the meeting. He then shifted his gaze to Muxin and the petite girl beside her, saying, "Muxin, Kerui, both of you stay behind." "Yes, sir." As if they had received an amnesty, everyone unrelated promptly rushed off, leaving the middle-aged man, Muxin, and the petite Kerui sitting quietly inside the large conference room. "Uncle Hong, do you have good news to share?" Muxin asked fawningly as she looked at the stern middle-aged man. "Little girl, you're still pretending? Do you honestly think you can hide the fact that you've invited Zero Wing from everyone?" Nonchalantly, the middle-aged man added, "You should know how rare this opportunity is. This will be a gathering of titans. Even those so-called superpowers can only dream of joining. This is also an opportunity for Frostheaven to become a true titan, yet you invited some unknown outsiders to participate." Upon hearing this, Muxin automatically turned to Kerui beside her. In response, Kerui stuck out her tongue playfully and smiled, expressing, "So what if I told on you?" Muxin sighed and shook her head in helplessness toward this little sister of hers. "Uncle Hong, while they are indeed outsiders, you shouldn't underestimate their strength either. This goes especially for Black Flame," Muxin said unhurriedly. "How strong can he be? He's merely a peerless expert in the eyes of ordinary people." The middle-aged man referred to as Uncle Hong shook his head. "You should know what kind of people we are dealing with. Those people are the truly talented, possessing frightening potential and special bloodlines. They even have the full support of those major corporations. The peak experts on the Secret Pavilion's experts list and the various superpowers peerless experts are but the tip of the iceberg." Uncle Hong is right. "Being just stronger than average is nothing to those people," Kerui said as she nodded with a smile. "However, Black Flame is really strong. He can single-handedly contend against Tier 4 Faux Saint Devourers. Although he can't be a part of the main force this time, he can still provide support from the sidelines," Muxin explained. "He can hold his ground against a Devourer." Uncle Hong was slightly surprised by this information. "It seems this person is indeed strong. What's so amazing about contending against a Devourer using brute force?" "Plenty of my subordinates can too," Kerui said disapprovingly. Upon hearing Kerui's words, Muxin had to resist the urge to pinch the girl's cheeks. She just explained, "Uncle Hong, that person has a mana domain as well. He will be of significant help with our plans." "He has a mana domain?" This revelation piqued Uncle Hong's interest. "This will indeed be of help to us. However, I'm afraid these things still aren't enough. You should know as well that an individual's strength is very limited in this upcoming operation. Moreover, the location we're visiting this time is extraordinary. So, I will have to personally inspect whether Zero Wing's members can join this operation." "You'll inspect in person?" Muxin exclaimed in surprise. Uncle Hong's identity was preeminent. The guild leaders of super guilds, and even those at the helm of major corporations, had to treat him with respect. If he visited Zero Wing's headquarters and news of it got out, it would cause a sensation among the various major corporations. "Of course." In a severe tone, Uncle Hong said, "The operation this time is of utmost importance. We cannot afford carelessness. But the time is almost up. This system update is also going to take one whole day." "We'll be tight for time if we proceed with the inspection," Muxin objected. "Don't worry, we'll just pay Zero Wing's headquarters a short visit." "It won't take much time," Uncle Hong said, smiling. "Since you've made up your mind, leave Zero Wing's inspection to me, Uncle Hong," Kerui suddenly suggested. "Zero Wing is a local tyrant. If they join in the operation this time, they will behave arrogantly. Also, seeing how much Big Sis admires that person's strength, I'm thinking of bringing Tian Cheng of Frostheaven's 10 Swords along. 1. We can test whether Black Flame is as strong as Big Sis says. 2. We can show Zero Wing that not just anybody can join Frostheaven's secret operation. Even if Zero Wing passes the inspection, they'll know how to behave during the operation." Muxin fell speechless upon hearing her little sister's words. The 10 Swords were geniuses the Boulder Corporation had nurtured using all their technology and resources. Every one of them was a monster among monsters. They were also among the core combatants for the upcoming operation. It would be overkill to test Zero Wing using one of the 10 Swords. "Muxin, what do you think?" Uncle Hong asked. "I don't have any objections." Muxin agreed after giving the matter some thought. In her opinion, Shi Feng shouldn't have any problems going up against Tian Cheng with his strength. "Good. Then, if Zero Wing's strength is no good, you'll have to modify your agreement with them," Uncle Hong said, nodding. "I understand." Muxin nodded obediently. Although she was the Boulder Corporation's heir, she couldn't go against her Uncle Hong's decisions. "Big Sis, I have great expectations for you." Karui revealed a cute smile before logging off. Hopefully his performance won't disappoint Uncle Hong too much, Muxin prayed inwardly after seeing Karui leave. She had incurred a considerable expenditure to invite Zero Wing this time. If she annulled their contract, she would have to provide a lot of compensation. Meanwhile, in the top-floor conference room of Zero Wing's headquarters, Shi Feng, who had just logged off, was sorting through the unknown metals information when he heard a knock on the door. Subsequently, the door to the conference room opened slowly, and a clear and pleasant voice came from outside. Guild leader, they're here. 2696 ancient fragments under Liang Jing's lead, Melancholic Smile, and several other people entered the luxurious and spacious conference room. Dressed in white lab coats, the group looked very much like a bunch of scientific researchers. At this time, Melancholic Smile and the others looked much more worn out than before. Exhaustion was apparent on their faces, and their hair was a mess, as if they had just recovered from a serious illness. Shi Feng couldn't help his surprise at this situation. "What's the matter with you? Why do you all look so haggard?" Shi Feng asked curiously. Since Zero Wing was now a large organization, it had plenty of management and production talents. There was no need for Melancholic Smile and the others to handle everything personally. "Guild leader, I want to file a complaint," protested Cream Cocoa, who had a shy personality. A complaint? Shi Feng was taken aback. Cream Cocoa was a master forger of Zero Wing. She also ranked among the top 3 in forging standards. It was only a matter of time before she became a Grand Master Forger. Countless people in Zero Wing were hoping to get her to make them a weapon. If these people were to form a line, it would stretch from one end of Fenglan City to the other. After all, although Cream Cocoa and other master forgers had a meager chance of producing epic weapons and equipment, their chances of making dark gold weapons and equipment were considerable. In God's domain, epic weapons and equipment were exceedingly rare. Even the core members of first-rate guilds wouldn't necessarily own one. Hence, level 100 plus dark gold weapons and equipment could already draw envy from passers-by. What more custom-made dark gold weapons and equipment? To put it simply, nobody in God's domain would dare bully Cream Cocoa. Anyone who did would be fortunate if Cream Cocoa just outright ignored them. "Yes, I want to complain, Guild leader," Cream Cocoa said resolutely. "What do you want to complain about?" Shi Feng asked curiously. "Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow," Cream Cocoa said with her cheeks puffed out. "They're too much. Guild leader, you need to give me justice. They're bullying you? That can't be right." Shi Feng couldn't help being surprised once more. Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow were the vice guild leaders of Zero Wing. They managed the guild properly, and everyone in the guild also respected them. He found it hard to imagine the two bullying a cute girl like Cream Cocoa. "The whole forging department has been working overtime, but we are still short 300 weapons after 3 days. No matter how you look at it, we can't complete them within the next 2 days. Melancholic Smile and the others nodded in agreement with Cream Cocoa's words. Customized level 100 plus dark gold weapons were not cabbages. They were delicate works that required all of a forger's attention. The slightest mistake would lead to failure. That many? The number Cream Cocoa reported shocked Shi Feng. 500 customized dark gold weapons was a significant number. Moreover, these weapons were level 100 plus weapons. So many of such weapons could elevate a first-rate guild's core team's overall combat power to a whole new level. "What weapon did those two ask you to make?" Shi Feng asked. "It's this one." Cream Cocoa pulled out a tablet from her coat and swiped her finger across the screen, transferring the information on her tablet to the conference table's holographic projector. The projection of a black spear appeared above the table. The spear was as tall as an adult human, and engraved on it were intricate magic patterns. The spear looked extraordinary at a glance. What a powerful spear. Surprise filled Shi Feng's eyes as he read the spear's detailed information. Thunder Spear, dark gold consumable, level 110. Equipment requirement, strength 2000, ignore levels plus 30, ignore defense. Throwing distance increases according to the wielder's strength with a maximum of 3,000 yards. Causes 1,000% lightning damage to a 20-yard radius upon impact. How is this even a weapon? It's a long-range missile. Unfortunately, the spear was only for one-time use. If it had no limit, raiding field bosses would be child's play. Even Tier 2 players could easily challenge Tier 4 mythic bosses with such a spear. If they could mass-produce this spear, siege warfare would become a joke. However, Shi Feng also had to admit that the Thunder Spear's production was truly challenging. The required materials were secondary, costing only 20 gold or so in all. The crucial problem was the drawing of the magic patterns. If one weren't at the Master Magician standard, the production success rate would drop dramatically. "Guild leader, please talk to the vice guild leaders. 5 days is too short. We need 10 days at least," Cream Cocoa pleaded pitifully. "I can talk to them about it." Shi Feng nodded. He felt that Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow were indeed being difficult. "That's great. You're the best, guild leader." Cream Cocoa breathed out a sigh of relief. However, no sooner had Cream Cocoa finished speaking than Shi Feng did a U-turn, saying, "However, I hope you all can do your best to make 3,000 Thunder Spears during this period." "Guild leader?" Cream Cocoa couldn't believe her ears. "I'm not trying to trouble you." Slowly, Shi Feng explained, "This item is indeed very important, especially with Zero Wing lacking in high-end combatants. With this trunk card, we can teach those hostile superpowers a lesson. The various superpowers currently didn't recognize Zero Wing as a superpower because of the guild's lack of high-end combatants. However, a sufficient number of Thunder Spears could compensate for the guild's inadequate combat power. Of course, I won't make you work in vain. Shi Feng chuckled as he looked at Cream Coco's bitter face. He then brought out the unknown metal's information and said, "So long as you guys can complete this task, I'll let you research this metal." Cream Coco immediately criticized Shi Feng's words in her mind, lumping her guild leader and vice guild leaders in the same group. He was completely ignoring her wishes and ruthlessly using her as a beast of labor. She couldn't engage at all in the crafting job she liked. However, after seeing the information displayed above the table, she fell into a daze. Besides Cream Coco, Melancholic Smile and the other master forgers present were also stupefied, a passionate flame igniting in their eyes as they stared at the projection above the table. "It expels all mana? How is this possible? There's such a metal in God's domain?" Cream Coco and the others muttered to themselves as if possessed. The exhaustion on their faces had also vanished completely as countless thoughts flooded their minds, as if the door to a new world had just opened to them. Shi Feng wasn't surprised by this situation either. For those devoted to the forging profession, a material like this only appeared in their dreams. After all, mana was the foundation of all things in God's domain. If one could completely expel mana from an object, one would be unstoppable. Just the thought of producing a weapon using such a metal excited these master forgers greatly. "Why does this look familiar?" Cream Coco mumbled as she read the metal fragments information. "Familiar? You've seen them before?" Shi Feng asked with concern. These metal fragments were so mysterious that even his omniscient eyes couldn't glean any information from them. Hence, he planned to give it to the forging department for research. I think I read about them in an ancient book." Cream Coco nodded after giving the matter some thought. This type of metal existed in ancient times. However, it wasn't something that appeared naturally in God's domain but was created by ancient gods. Moreover, based on the appearance of these metal fragments, they should originally be parts of a whole. "You're right. These metal fragments indeed look like the fragments of a sword," Shi Feng said, nodding, "yet, for some reason, they can't be fused like fragmented legendary items." "Although they can't be fused, I have a way to put these fragments together," Cream Coco said, "but I'm not certain if this kind of patchwork will allow the weapon to exert its former power and effects." "You have a way?" Shi Feng was even more surprised to hear this. These fragments were extraordinary. If they could be repaired to a certain extent, and the resulting weapon only had the effect of expelling mana, it would still be a great weapon. "There shouldn't be any problems," Cream Coco said with greater confidence. "Okay, I'll leave these metal fragments with you. Just ask Melancholic for the materials you need." Shi Feng did not doubt Cream Coco's confidence. After all, her talent was no joke. Only the short time she had come into contact with God's domain limited her. "You said it yourself, guild leader. You must open all materials in the guild's material warehouse to me," Cream Coco said, beaming at Shi Feng. All lifestyle players desperately needed precious materials. However, let alone legendary materials, even inferior legendary materials were hard to come by. Not even super guilds would give lifestyle players of her caliber free use of such materials. Now that Shi Feng gave her carte blanche to use such materials, she naturally couldn't let this opportunity get away. "Sure," Shi Feng nodded. After giving the matter some more thought, though, he added, "However, you still need to use them conservatively. Collecting those materials wasn't easy." "Please rest assured, guild leader. I promise you I won't use them all," Cream Coco promised with a smile, afraid that Shi Feng would take back his approval. Cream Coco behaved like a child who had just gotten a new toy, and Shi Feng didn't know whether he should cry or laugh as he looked at her. Afterward, he sent all the information relevant to the metal fragments to Melancholic Smile and the others. As for whether the fragments could be repaired, he would leave that to luck. By the way, guild leader, the Azure Chamber of Commerce's members arrived yesterday. They are currently training with our guild's core members, and Duan Hanshan is their leader. However, as you have been busy, I didn't bother you about it, Liang Jing suddenly said. Duan Hanshan came in person? This piece of news puzzled Shi Feng. Duan Hanshan was a giant in the Azure Chamber of Commerce. Typically, sending a management staff for a training meeting between guilds would be more than enough. It was inconceivable that a big shot like Duan Hanshan came in person. "Do you want to meet them now?" Liang Jing asked. "Since Duan Hanshan came here in person, as the guild leader, I naturally have to meet him." "Make the necessary arrangements," Shi Feng said. "I'll get it done now." Liang Jing promptly left the conference room. Meanwhile, as Shi Feng discussed the ancient fragments with Cream Coco and the others, 2 men and 2 women walked towards Zero Wing Tower, and leading this group was an amiable, middle-aged man. After observing Zero Wing's internal members coming and going from the building for some time, Karui, the cute girl in a red dress, turned to the peerless beauty beside her. Smiling, she said, "Big sis, it looks like Zero Wing is only average. Not only are there barely any people here, but most of them haven't even reached the refinement realm yet. I can't imagine what powerful expert Zero Wing can offer the operation this time." Although Zero Wing's headquarters' prosperity wouldn't necessarily have any relation to Zero Wing's strength, it should still reflect some of it. Muxin remained silent in response to Karui's comment. While she knew that Zero Wing had just recently emerged, she never thought that the guild's headquarters would have so few members stationed in it. Moreover, the average strength of these members was appallingly weak. Let alone superpowers, they couldn't even hold a candle to the members found in the various pseudo-superpowers headquarters. Alright, let's go in and have a look. Uncle Hong frowned slightly. However, he didn't dwell on the matter, entering the lobby of Zero Wing's headquarters together with Muxin and the others. 2697, inspecting Zero Wing Tower's lobby with a ceiling soaring 9 meters high, the lobby looked very much like a small stadium. Aside from the reception for visitors, it also had a cafe and a lounge area, as well as a virtual combat platform for the guild's internal members to entertain themselves and visitors. Due to these reasons, quite a lot of people had gathered in the lobby. When Muxin and her companions entered the lobby, they quickly noticed several hundred people thronged the virtual combat platform. These people were spectating a duel between Zero Wing's internal members, and the scene was very lively. After seeing Muxin's group entering the lobby, one of the front desk receptionists approached them and asked, "Hello, are you here to look around Zero Wing's headquarters, or do you have other business to attend to here?" "My 2 nieces are interested in Zero Wing, so I brought them here for a visit today," Uncle Hong explained with a smile. "Certainly." The receptionist smiled and took out 4 visitor cards. "You may visit up to the 9th floor with this visitor card. The floors beyond are only for internal members. If you have any questions after your tour, feel free to consult with the front desk." Uncle Hong nodded and accepted the visitor cards. Afterward, the receptionist returned to her position at the front desk and allowed Muxin's group to roam about the building freely. Zero Wing sure is generous. They're actually allowing outsiders to tour their headquarters. "This will save us a lot of trouble," Karui commented in surprise as she received a visitor card from Uncle Hong. Usually, the various large guilds would place tight restrictions on their headquarters. Aside from the lobby, they generally wouldn't allow outsiders to visit other locations. "They might be trying to lure more people to join Zero Wing," Muxin said. She more or less understood Zero Wing's circumstances. Although Zero Wing was prospering in God's domain, it remained an unknown entity in the real world. Despite having gone to great lengths to secure a guild headquarters, Zero Wing still lacked talents. Letting visitors tour its headquarters would undoubtedly give players unaware of Zero Wing's existence a better understanding of the guild. "There are quite a few people here, but it's a pity that there are hardly any experts. Even the 2 people dueling are only at the half-step refinement realm," Karui commented as she looked at the battle taking place at the virtual combat platform. She could tell the 2 duelists' combat standards at a glance. "I think we should be more cautious when partnering with such a guild. Our plan involves a lot of things. If outsiders see that we can't even find capable helpers, they'll start looking down on Frost Heaven." "How unexpected. Zero Wing really cannot be underestimated. They've actually kept such talents hidden," Uncle Hong praised as he looked at the several youths. "Talents?" Karui stared at those ordinary-looking youths in confusion. "Young miss, you shouldn't underestimate those people. Although their auras aren't apparent, they are bona fide experts. That blue-haired guy in particular has completely restrained his aura. If I hadn't scrutinized him, I'm afraid I wouldn't even be aware of his existence," Tian Cheng, the seemingly vulnerable and honest youth standing beside Karui, explained quietly. "Honestly, I'm not confident I can win against him. How is that possible?" Tian Cheng's words stunned Karui. She suspected that the latter was joking with her. Tian Cheng was one of the peerless geniuses Frost Heaven cultivated. Not only had he reached the domain realm at a young age, but he also had a naturally gifted brain. His processing speed was much faster than ordinary people's. Even the older generation domain realm experts wouldn't necessarily be his match. How could Zero Wing possibly cultivate an expert rivaling Tian Cheng? "They shouldn't be Zero Wing members," Muxin suddenly said. "They're not?" Uncle Hong was slightly surprised. For such youthful experts to appear in Zero Wing's headquarters, how could they not be Zero Wing members? "I've seen their information before. Although they look somewhat different in God's domain, their appearances are roughly the same. That blue-haired youth should be Solitary Frost, the strongest of Azure's younger generation. I heard even Violet Sword values him greatly," Muxin explained. Unlike Uncle Hong, who managed the guild from behind the scenes, Muxin was responsible for the guild's intelligence network. Hence, she had a much better understanding of God's domain's various powers than Uncle Hong, especially when it came to the various superpowers' younger generation. She placed great importance on collecting such information. Why would Azure's peerless genius run all the way here? Karui grew even more puzzled at this revelation. The various superpowers treasured their peerless geniuses. They would shower these geniuses with all sorts of precious resources and require them to undergo strict training regimens every day. They wouldn't let these people leave their headquarters at will. Tian Cheng was a similar case. If not to inspect Zero Wing's strength this time, he wouldn't have received permission to leave Frost Heaven's headquarters. Zero Wing really is interesting. Not only did Azure's peerless genius come running over, but so did an old fellow from Azure, Uncle Hong said as he gazed at a cool-headed, middle-aged man resting and drinking tea in a corner of the lobby. "Old fellow?" When Karui checked the focus of Uncle Hong's attention, her mouth dropped wide open subconsciously. The man Uncle Hong was looking at was none other than Duan Hanshan, the strongest person of the Duan family's second generation. Duan Hanshan's reputation in the virtual gaming industry was in no way inferior to Uncle Hong's. Or, to put it in another way, she had grown up listening to the stories of these men. For such a big shot to visit Zero Wing's headquarters personally was definitely big news. At the same time, Hong Xinyuan noticed Duan Hanshan. Duan Hanshan also noticed Hong Xinyuan's presence. The two of them then smiled at each other. "Come, let's head over," Hong Xinyuan said, smiling. After saying so, Hong Xinyuan made his way to Duan Hanshan. As for Muxin and the others, they obediently followed him while bating their breaths. "Old Hong, what brings you here?" Duan Hanshan greeted Hong Xinyuan with a smile. "My two nieces are interested in Zero Wing, so I came to look around," Hong Xinyuan replied perfunctorily. "However, I'm curious as to why the Western continent's ice demon is here. There still shouldn't be much interaction between the Eastern and Western continents." The Azure Chamber of Commerce mainly operated on the Western continent, and the businesses it had on the Eastern continent were very few. No matter how he thought about it, there shouldn't be much contact between Azure and Zero Wing. Narrowing his eyes, Duan Hanshan refused to believe a single word from Hong Xinyuan's mouth. He then stroked his beard and said flatly, "It's nothing. I just brought some of Azure's newcomers for a training meeting with Zero Wing." "You guys are here for training?" Hong Xinyuan reflexively arched a brow at Duan Hanshan, doubt coloring his face. Let alone Hong Xinyuan, even Kerui thought Duan Hanshan was messing with them. Although she was a newcomer who had just entered the virtual gaming industry recently, she knew that the Azure Chamber of Commerce possessed an extraordinary foundation. It stood high above ordinary superpowers. In comparison, Zero Wing was a new guild that had just emerged along with God's Domain. Who would believe that Azure would send its top talents to receive training from Zero Wing? Don't believe me? Duan Hanshan chuckled. "If we were in a super guild's headquarters, I would definitely believe you, but Zero Wing?" Hong Xinyuan chuckled and shook his head. Some guild operations indeed had to be kept confidential and could not be disclosed to outsiders. However, in Hong Xinyuan's opinion, Duan Hanshan's excuse was simply too poor. Saying that Azure's top talents had come to teach Zero Wing's newcomers would be more believable. "I knew you wouldn't believe me." Duan Hanshan's smile grew even brighter when he heard Hong Xinyuan's reply. He then pointed at the nearby virtual combat platform and said, "We're going to have a coaching battle with Zero Wing in a moment. Since you don't believe me, how about we make a bet?" "Bet? How are we betting?" Hong Xinyuan asked out of curiosity. "Didn't you bring a newcomer too?" Duan Hanshan glanced at Tian Cheng. Calmly, he said, "I can see he's quite good. How about you have him replace one of my newcomers? However, this is a precious spot, so I can't just let your newcomer join for free. I'll have to collect 5 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid as a deposit." Hong Xinyuan nearly choked at Duan Hanshan's proposal. Not only was Duan Hanshan asking his side to contribute manpower, but he was even asking for 5 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid. Duan Hanshan was too shameless. "Don't be in a hurry to reject me." Upon seeing Hong Xinyuan's dark face, Duan Hanshan added, "If you win this bet, I'll pay you back double." "It seems you're quite optimistic of Zero Wing's members." Hong Xinyuan was somewhat surprised. 10 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid were enough to supply a top talent for half a year, a significant amount to any superpower. Sort of. Duan Hanshan nodded. "However, if you lose, you'll have to compensate me with an additional 10 bottles. Why did Duan Hanshan make it sound as if they would lose no matter what? When had Frost Heaven's reputation fallen to such a degree? "How about it? Wanna bet?" Duan Hanshan asked hastily when Hong Xinyuan remained silent for some time. However, Hong Xinyuan wasn't a young and arrogant rookie. He didn't pay any attention to Duan Hanshan's goading at all. Instead, he turned to look at the honest-looking Tian Cheng. "Tian Cheng, what do you think?" Hong Xinyuan asked. 2698 Zero Wing's hidden strength. Upon hearing Hong Xinyuan's question, Kerui hurriedly signaled Tian Cheng to agree. After all, this was an excellent opportunity to disrupt Muxin's plan. Tian Cheng was the 5th strongest person among Frost Heaven's 10 swords. Out of everyone in Zero Wing, only Black Flame could possibly contend against him. However, Tian Cheng surprisingly did not answer right away. "Uncle Hong, may I use my full strength in the match?" Tian Cheng asked. The 10 swords were different from Frost Heaven's ordinary members. It was imperative that they conceal their strength from outsiders. Unless they received explicit orders from the upper echelon, they couldn't show their full power even if it meant suffering defeat. Tian Cheng's question didn't surprise Duan Hanshan. After all, this was also the case with the Azure Chamber of Commerce. Only during the annual competition before did Solitary Frost and the others have their restrictions lifted. "You can use your full strength when necessary," Hong Xinyuan said after giving the matter some thought. Zero Wing's Black Flame possessed the strength to contend against the mythic-ranked foe Saint Devourers. If Black Flame stepped forward as Zero Wing's representative, Tian Cheng would undoubtedly lose if he held back his strength. Such an outcome wasn't what Hong Xinyuan wished to see. After all, his goal here today was to establish Frost Heaven's prestige. "I don't have any problems then." Fighting spirit flared in Tian Cheng's eyes. "Good, I'll leave it to you then." Hong Xinyuan nodded in satisfaction. He then turned to Duan Hanshan and said, "Old Ice Demon, we have a deal." Initially, Hong Xinyuan had been considering how to go about making Zero Wing aware of Frost Heaven's might after doing a brief inspection of Zero Wing's headquarters. Now, it would seem he could save his efforts. That settled. Duan Hanshan chuckled. He then turned to the blue-haired youth nearby and said, Gu Hanwan, step down for now. Let this kid take your place. Him? After scanning the honest-looking youth standing beside Duan Hanshan, Gu Han asked reluctantly, Are you sure? Immediately, both Tian Cheng and Hong Xinyuan had the urge to puke blood. Just how much were others underestimating Frost Heaven nowadays? However, Hong Xinyuan did not explode in anger. He merely signaled Tian Cheng with his eyes, conveying, You know what to do. They would let the Azure Chamber of Commerce know just how powerful Frost Heaven was through this duel. After a while, the coaching battle between Zero Wing and the Azure Chamber of Commerce officially began. At this time, more people thronged the virtual combat platform. Whether it was Zero Wing's members or Azure's members, both were ecstatic. I heard the best record so far is only 16 seconds. 16? In that case, Frost Heaven's newcomer should last 10 seconds. 10? Bullshit. I bet he won't last more than 6 or 7 seconds. The sudden substitution for the coaching battle sparked a heated discussion among the audience. In particular, Azure's members placed all their focus on guessing how many seconds Tian Cheng could last in the duel. This situation had Karui gnashing her teeth and dumbfounded Muxin. Is it because Frost Heaven hasn't made any major movements recently? Is everyone treating us as pushovers already? Muxin felt that something was amiss as she eavesdropped on the discussions. The behavior of Azure's members was too strange. Every one of them spoke as if being able to last only several seconds against Zero Wing's representative was something to be proud of. None of them possessed the consciousness of an expert at all. After Tian Cheng sat within the virtual combat cabin, the door on the other side of the cabin slowly opened. A young and beautiful girl then walked in, sat on the battle seat directly opposite Tian Cheng, and gently donned the link helmet. However, contrary to Tian Cheng's expectations, his opponent did not exude an expert's temperament and sharpness at all, the girl next door type. Are you kidding me? Anger immediately stirred in Tian Cheng's heart when he saw this girl. Initially, he thought that Zero Wing would send a great expert to fight him. He'd even sought permission from Hong Xinyuan to use his full strength. However, not only did Zero Wing not send Black Flame to face him, but even the guild's 2 vice-guild leaders did not show up. Instead, it fielded a little girl. Zero Wing was thoroughly underestimating Frost Heaven. Old Ice Demon. This is the guild you have high hopes for? Hong Xinyuan chuckled involuntarily as he inspected Violet Cloud. After seeing Duan Hanshan's confidence, Hong Xinyuan had very nearly believed that there was more to Zero Wing than met the eye. However, given the current circumstances, it would seem he had been worried for nothing. Although Violet Cloud was indeed talented for reaching the Void Realm at such a young age, she was still way behind when compared to Tian Cheng. In fact, Tian Cheng should end the fight within seconds, of course. Upon seeing the smile on Hong Xinyuan's face, Duan Honshen similarly smiled and suggested, Why don't we add to the wager then? What? Are you regretting your decision? Hong Xinyuan smiled. No. In addition to the previous wager, how about we bet 100,000 magic crystals? Duan Hanshan suggested happily. What if I don't accept? Hong Xinyuan asked. In Hong Xinyuan's opinion, Duan Hanshan was simply trying to scare him into canceling their bet. With the major update God's domain was undergoing, the prices of magic crystals and various materials were bound to increase. Hence, the various superpowers were currently doing their best to collect as much of these resources as possible. No one was willing to sell. Moreover, 100,000 magic crystals was a considerable sum, one even Hong Xinyuan wouldn't wager casually. It doesn't matter if you refuse. It's up to you, Duan Hanshan said indifferently. Okay, I'll bet with you, Hong Xinyuan agreed after seeing Duan Hanshan give up so readily. Good. I knew you were a good person, Duan Hanshan chortled. A good person? Hong Xinyuan found Duan Hanshan's words strange. Meanwhile, during their conversation, the holographic screen outside the combat cabin also displayed the battlefield Violet Cloud and Tian Cheng stood on. The battlefield was a barren wilderness, with the two players 100 yards apart from each other. Both of them retained their attributes, levels, and equipment from when they logged out of God's domain. At this time, Tian Cheng sported 6 pieces of epic equipment. The spear he held also gave off a dark glow and made the surrounding space tremble slightly, even while idle. With one glance, it was obvious that the spear was an extraordinary magic weapon with attributes that definitely surpassed those of ordinary epic weapons. As for Tian Cheng, he had already reached level 119, his level ranked at the top even among the entirety of God's domain. Now you know how powerful our guild is, Karui muttered. However, contrary to Karui's expectations, the crowd outside the combat cabin didn't reveal any surprise or exclaim in shock, remaining remarkably calm. On the other hand, complicated feelings flashed in Muxin's eyes as she looked at the holographic screen. It was as if she had just seen something unbelievable. Karui followed her elder sister's gaze. Violet Cloud, level 21. Violet Cloud was 2 levels higher than Tian Cheng. Level 121, Karui was dumbfounded. Frost Heaven had mobilized all its resources to help Tiancheng reach level 119. Yet, a cleric from Zero Wing was actually 2 levels above him. Inside the virtual combat space, Tiancheng was also surprised. He never imagined that someone would surpass him in terms of levels, and by 2 levels at that. It seems you're quite capable. However, this level difference won't bring you any advantages, Tiancheng said as he looked at Violet Cloud. On the other hand, fighting in such an open wilderness is a huge disadvantage for a magical class like yourself. You won't have any room for evasion. That might not be the case. Violet Cloud shook her head, disagreeing with Tiancheng's opinion. Is that so? Let me see if you're right then. After saying so, Tiancheng suddenly charged at Violet Cloud, leaving behind an afterimage in his original location. Tier 3, Skill, Shadow Thorn. Due to the virtual combat cabin's limitations, he couldn't replicate 100% of his strength in God's domain. However, his physique and basic attributes were the same as what he had in the game. While ordinary Tier 3 players might take some time to cross 100 yards, Tiancheng boasted the Tier 3 hidden class Dragon Spear Warrior. In the blink of an eye, he appeared before Violet Cloud and thrust his spear at her. A flurry of spear images rained down on the cleric, every one of them distorting space. This attack was Tiancheng's best technique, something even domain realm experts found challenging to receive. A combination of magic and martial arts? Duan Hanshan immediately understood the underlying principles of Tiancheng's technique, and he had to admit that the youth was indeed very talented. While Tiancheng's technique might look like a series of simple thrusts, these attacks actually formed a magic array that allowed them to integrate into one. Tiancheng's mana manipulation ability was simply inhuman. The power of his attack was definitely on par with mythic monsters of the same level. If this attack struck a magical class player, the result would undoubtedly be instant death. Just as Karui felt proud of Tiancheng's performance, a sigh entered her ears. That guy sure is brave. He actually entered melee range. He's dead for sure. Karui quickly dismissed these words. After all, if not a melee, how should a melee player fight a magical class player? At range, even a greenhorn wouldn't speak such nonsense. Defying Karui and the others' expectations of a quick retreat and a counterattack once Tiancheng's assault ended, Violet Cloud held her position. Moreover, she even took the initiative to meet Tiancheng's attack. Just when the rain of spears was about to land, Violet Cloud swung her staff horizontally and raised her free hand to receive the fierce assault. Not only did this scene stun the spectators outside the combat cabin, but even Tiancheng himself was puzzled. A magical class player trying to receive a melee player's attack without spells was simply suicide. However, when Violet Cloud's hand was about to come into contact with the spear images, a 2-fold magic array suddenly appeared on her palm. Tier 3 defensive spell, Amethyst Barrier. After summoning the Amethyst Barrier, Violet Cloud waved her hand once more, pushing out the crystalline barrier. The next moment, not only did the spear images scatter upon clashing with the Amethyst Barrier, but the barrier even continued pressing forward toward Tiancheng, forcing the latter to dodge it. Tier 3 defensive spells can be used like that? Karui was stunned when she saw Violet Cloud nullify Tiancheng's attack. Defensive spells in God's domain were generally stationary. They couldn't be moved once cast. The main reason for this was the inhuman level of mana control required to execute such a complex feat. This was something beyond even domain realm experts, yet Violet Cloud had done it. Meanwhile, just as Tiancheng dodged the Amethyst Barrier and was about to launch another attack on the cleric, he suddenly froze in shock. Over 300 magic blades had appeared around Violet Cloud, dancing around her like sprites. Every one of them carried enough power to decimate heaven and earth. Without giving Tiancheng a chance to catch his breath, these magical sprites immediately shot at him. Double speed casting? Tiancheng hurriedly executed a defensive combat technique while simultaneously activating a Tier 3 defensive skill. The next moment, a pitch-black phantom emerged from Tiancheng's body and spread toward the oncoming magic blades. Boom, 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 boom. A series of explosions occurred in midair, the sound reverberating throughout the battlefield. The spatial fluctuations occurring were even visible on the virtual combat platform's holographic screen. Tiancheng's defense could be said to be perfect. He had already reached consummate mastery over his domain. Every one of his actions had been simplified to the extreme, and they created an iron wall before him. 3 seconds later, a person's silhouette flew out of the dust veiling the battlefield and smashed into the ground. How was this possible? Karui was stupefied when she identified this silhouette. After all, this person was none other than Tiancheng. 2699, a foregone conclusion. I actually lost? Tiancheng wore a dazed expression when he woke up back inside the combat cabin. For a time, his thoughts lingered on the final moment of the fight. What exactly happened to Tiancheng? How did he get defeated so suddenly? Questions flooded Karui's mind as she stared at the holographic screen. Tiancheng was clearly holding his own against the magic blades a second ago, yet in the next second he got devoured by them. This situation was like a nightmare. Tiancheng had combined a bronze defensive combat technique with a Tier 3 defensive skill. Even Tier 4 mythic monsters couldn't have harmed him. How could a Tier 3 cleric like Violet Cloud possibly land an attack on him? However, unlike Kirui, none of the spectators around the Frostheaven contingent were surprised by this situation. Azure's members, in particular, even felt that this was a reasonable outcome. She seized his mana. Muxin gasped deeply as she looked at Violet Cloud's figure displayed on the screen. Her control over mana is already at the Tier 4 standard. She has full control over the mana within her sphere of control, and players below Tier 3 cannot use mana to fight her. In God's domain, players would start learning how to manipulate mana after reaching Tier 2. And to advance to Tier 3, they had to construct a mana body, which allowed them to manipulate the ambient mana to power and enhance their skills and spells. However, if players couldn't utilize the ambient mana, then their skills and spells would be drastically weakened. In contrast, once a player's control over mana reached the Tier 4 standard, they could control all the mana within a 50-yard radius or more, and within this range, the skills and spells they used would far surpass that of ordinary Tier 3 players. With the combination of these two effects, even though Tian Cheng had vastly superior combat standards, he was still no match for Violet Cloud in terms of overall combat power. Realization dawned upon Kirui when she heard Muxin's explanation, and complicated emotions filled her heart as she looked at Violet Cloud. She's not much older than me, right? Kirui mumbled to herself. Could she be the incarnation of a Tier 4 NPC? Not only did Violet Cloud reach the Void Realm standard at such a young age, but her control over mana had also reached the Tier 4 standard. This was a feat that veteran Domain Realm experts had yet to accomplish. Hong Xinyuan, sitting beside Kirui, reacted surprisingly calmly to the duel's outcome. In fact, a hint of appreciation even appeared in his eyes as he looked at Violet Cloud. Old Hong, you didn't lose unjustly, right? Duan Hanshan asked as he stroked his beard. Of course, any well-informed superpower could find out about that matter. Duan Hanshan nodded. You didn't lose for nothing this time. You should know that Elder Sinful Flame lost to this young lady in our internal competition. You should be laughing at your harvest. However, what Duan Hanshan didn't know was that the current Violet Cloud was much stronger than when she fought against Sinful Flame. This time, she didn't rely on her staff to raise her concentration to the Tier 4 standard. Instead, she had reached Tier 4 by relying on herself. In other words, her mana control had improved by a significant margin. Yes, this is a worthwhile loss. Hong Xinyuan also couldn't help smiling at Duan Hanshan's words. This trip wasn't in vain after all. Uncle Hong Xinyuan's happy reaction confused Kirui. That was 15 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid and 100,000 magic crystals they were talking about. This was a significant sum, even for Frostheaven. That's right, this is a worthwhile loss. Muxin also smiled. Frostheaven's operation this time was of utmost importance. It might even affect the situation of God's domain. It was naturally better for the foreign aid they requested to be as strong as possible. Although Tian Cheng couldn't display his full strength with the virtual combat platform, the abilities Violet Cloud had revealed thus far were already more than enough to qualify her as a capable helper. Muxin, you did a good job this time, Hong Xinyuan praised Muxin. I am only trying to help the guild. Muxin smiled in delight. It wasn't easy to earn Hong Xinyuan's praise. Afterward, notify Black Flame that I will give Zero Wing 20 slots for our secret operation. Also, aside from the 100 bottles of S-rank nutrient fluid, the Boulder Corporation will also give Zero Wing 3 slots to enter the upper zone if the operation succeeds, Hong Xinyuan said, smiling. Uncle Hong? Muxin was shocked. For a moment, she even thought her ears were playing tricks on her. Uncle Hong, aren't you giving too much? Kirui's eyes were also wide with shock. She wondered whether Hong Xinyuan had lost his mind. Zero Wing was an outsider. Giving the guild some items and credits should already be more than enough. Yet, Hong Xinyuan was actually offering those precious slots as remuneration. If the corporation's Grand Elders were to learn of this, they would definitely jump in shock. After all, many of these Grand Elders' children and grandchildren didn't even get those slots. How generous of you, Old Hong. If I remember correctly, you shouldn't have that many reserve slots in hand, right? Duan Hanshan was also astonished by Hong Xinyuan's decision. To ordinary people, entering the upper zone was but a dream. To the wealthy, this name was something they all desired. The upper zone was a special region the Green God Company had constructed, and only select megacities had it. In total, there were fewer than 60 upper zones worldwide. Meanwhile, the main reason why countless wealthy people sought to enter the upper zone was longevity and youth. According to statistics gathered 50 years ago, the average life expectancy of people living in the upper zones had already reached 130 years. In addition, residents could remain in their prime up to 80 years old. In other words, an 80-year-old person living in an upper zone could be as physically fit as a 50-year-old person living in the outside world, and this was only the statistics from 50 years ago. The upper zones offered many other benefits. However, only residents would know what these benefits were. Meanwhile, the number of people allowed to enter the upper zones every year was limited. Moreover, one wouldn't necessarily be able to enter an upper zone just by having money. One also needed to meet certain conditions. Of course, the Green God Company would also reserve a number of slots for the international corporations that were its partners. However, this number was so incredibly small that these corporations couldn't bear giving any of their slots to outsiders. Only those who had made great contributions could receive a slot. For Hong Xinyuan to offer 3 slots to Zero Wing was an unreasonably generous move. I can still afford to give away 3 slots, Hong Xinyuan said, clicking his tongue. However, while he pretended not to care very much, the distress in his eyes couldn't escape any of the experts present. It seems you have it tough as well, Duan Hanshan said as he gave Hong Xinyuan a complicated look. Of those present, only he knew of some of the reasons behind Hong Xinyuan's decision. However, Duan Hanshan's words bewildered Muxin and Kerui. All right, our goal has been achieved. We should go now. Hong Xinyuan chuckled without giving an explanation. He then turned around and walked out of the lobby, showing no intention of staying even a moment longer. After Hong Xinyuan's group left, Gu Han, who was standing some distance away, approached Duan Hanshan. Elder Duan, why did Frost Heaven pay Zero Wing a visit this time? Gu Han asked out of curiosity. It's nothing important. Duan Hanshan took a deep breath, complex emotions darkening his eyes as he watched Hong Xinyuan's group exit the building. It's just that a big change is imminent, and the time you youngsters have is dwindling. A big change? Gu Han grew even more confused at Duan Hanshan's words. Just as Gu Han was about to ask more questions, Liang Jing walked out of an elevator and approached them. Elder Duan, our guild leader would like to see you, Liang Jing said respectfully. It seems your guild leader finally decided to come out. He really kept this old man waiting. Nodding, Duan Hanshan continued, it just so happens I want to talk to him about the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. Lead the way. This way, please, Elder Duan. Liang Jing led Duan Hanshan to the express elevator to the building's top floor. 2700 Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's disappearance. Zero Wing Tower, top floor reception room, Shi Feng. Meeting you truly isn't easy. This old man has waited 2 whole days, Duan Hanshan said facetiously as he took a sip of tea on the sofa. Despite Duan Hanshan's jocular words, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes as he looked at Shi Feng. He could feel something different about Shi Feng, yet he couldn't put his finger on it at the moment. In God's domain, Shi Feng felt like a vast ocean. Now, although he still gave off a calm and vast feeling, Duan Hanshan could also feel hints of wind and rain coming from the youth. It was as if this calm could explode at any moment. In fact, Duan Hanshan could even feel a faint trace of danger from Shi Feng right now. However, this feeling was intermittent, leaving Duan Hanshan uncertain. Shi Feng himself didn't notice this change. After completing his Tier 4 promotion and exiting his virtual gaming cabin, he only felt that his thoughts had become sharper and nothing more. This situation also puzzled Shi Feng somewhat. Unlike the previous breakthroughs he had, his body didn't become deprived of energy because of the breakthrough. On the contrary, his current physical condition was surprisingly good. He had not entered a state of weakness after this breakthrough. Elder Duan, you jest. I truly had to go to great lengths to get out of God's domain, Shi Feng explained. May I know why you decided to visit Zero Wing's headquarters personally this time? Did something big happen? Duan Hanshan was the Duan family's representative in the Azure Chamber of Commerce. His status was not the slightest bit inferior to that of the guild leaders of super first-rate guilds. No matter how one looked at it, there was no way someone of such status would escort a bunch of newcomers for training. This was especially true for Azure, a superpower that focused on commerce. Azure was much busier than combat-oriented guilds, as it had to maintain a vast and accurate information network. You really are a straightforward person. You behave nothing like the guild leaders of other powers. Duan Hanshan chuckled. However, I am similar to you in this aspect. In that case, I'll get straight to the point. Indeed, I didn't come here for the training meeting but another major event. This matter might even have something to do with Zero Wing. A major event that concerns Zero Wing? Shi Feng couldn't help growing curious. May I know what this event is, Elder Duan? If even an individual like Duan Hanshan spoke of this matter as a major event, then it had to involve the various superpowers. However, based on what he heard from Liang Jing, aside from the system update, there shouldn't be any other major events in God's domain recently. Yes. The Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's 3 pavilion masters disappeared together with their close aides, and there has been no news of them even now, Shi Feng replied, nodding. The 3 pavilion masters' disappearance had caused an uproar among the various superpowers. He had also asked Mu Lingsha to inquire into the situation, but she still hadn't discovered anything thus far. The matter I spoke of is somewhat related to the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion, Duan Hanshan said, his expression growing serious. 2 days ago, the guild leader and vice-guild leaders of the 9-star family all disappeared. The 9-star family's leadership disappeared? How is this possible? Shi Feng was stunned by the news. Not only was the 9-star family a super first-rate guild, but its background was even stronger than the Dragon Phoenix Pavilions. According to rumors, the guild had suddenly gained the support of a powerful corporation. It currently occupied a portion of several empires and was close to catching up with Starlink. Moreover, the 9-star family had 6 vice-guild leaders, who independently managed the guild branches in different empires. The fact that all of them had disappeared overnight was even more unbelievable than the simultaneous disappearance of the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's 3 pavilion masters. As for the possibility of someone attacking the 9-star family's headquarters, that was even more impossible. After all, powers of such caliber possessed comprehensive security systems. Even several grandmaster martial artists shouldn't be able to kidnap these people in secret. News of this matter has been blocked. Not many superpowers know of it, Duan Hanshan said in a quiet tone. What does this have to do with Zero Wing? Shi Feng grew even more curious after hearing Duan Hanshan's words. Could the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion have a hand in this matter? No. Duan Hanshan shook his head. According to Azure's investigations, both the Dragon Phoenix Pavilions and 9-star family's leaders disappeared after secretly meeting with Saint's Hand. And according to inside information from the 9-star family, after the guild's leaders disappeared from the game, a group of mysterious people took their gaming cabins away. A group of mysterious people took their gaming cabins. Is this Saint's Hand's doing? After hearing Duan Hanshan's explanation, Shi Feng suspected that the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion had faced a similar situation. Also, did you find out where their cabins were transported to? While we still don't know if this incident is related to that mysterious bunch in God's domain, we did find out where the cabins were transported to, Duan Hanshan replied, chuckling. Where? Shi Feng asked curiously. Logically, with the forces the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and 9-star family wielded, the two guilds should have been able to locate their leaders quickly. However, even now, there was no news from the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion. This was truly a bizarre situation. The upper zone. Duan Hanshan said these words one by one. The upper zone? The fog enveloping Shi Feng's heart grew heavy. He simply couldn't understand what was going on. Phoenix Rain was merely one of the leaders of a super first-rate guild. Why would someone of her status be dragged into such a huge incident? Shi Feng knew a little about the upper zone. It was a special region capable of extending the lifespan of its residents. However, not just any wealthy person could enter it. In the eyes of the upper zone's residents, ordinary corporations were no different from ants. Even the leaders of the major corporations backing the Azure Chamber of Commerce would have to maintain a low profile while inside the upper zone, all the more someone like Phoenix Rain. It wouldn't be far-fetched to say that there shouldn't be any relations between Phoenix Rain and the upper zone. Saint's Hand is deeply involved in this matter. I came here this time to tell you that it's best not to provoke Saint's Hand too much during this time. Who knows? Zero Wing might end up becoming the next 9-star family, Duan Hanshan warned earnestly. Provoke Saint's Hand? Revealing a bitter smile, Shi Feng said, I've never taken the initiative to provoke them. To occupy the Orc Empire, Saint's Hand had already set its sights on Silverwing Town. It wasn't that he wanted to provoke Saint's Hand, rather the other party had already resolved to take his life. However, you don't have to worry too much about this either, Duan Hanshan said, chuckling. Don't need to worry? Shi Feng asked, puzzled. Although he had adequate strength now, he was certain the security of Zero Wing's headquarters was far from comparable to that of the 9-star families and Dragon Phoenix Pavilion's headquarters. Frost Heaven's Hong Xinyuan has promised that so long as Zero Wing helps Frost Heaven complete the task you two agreed on, he will give Zero Wing 3 reserved slots to enter the upper zone, Duan Hanshan said, smiling. This is the opportunity of a lifetime. Any superpower would laugh to death if they received such a wonderful opportunity. You should know how extraordinary the upper zones are. Those places are possibly the safest locations in the world. Although both the 9-star family and Dragon Phoenix Pavilion were super first-rate guilds, the corporations backing them lacked the power to secure slots to enter the upper zone for the guild's leadership. Otherwise, the two guilds wouldn't have faced such a predicament. This piece of news rendered Shi Feng speechless. Just what is Frost Heaven trying to do for it to be so generous? These were reserved slots for the upper zone they were talking about. All else aside, just the upper zone's security aspect was already more than enough to make the various superpowers guild leaders go crazy. During his previous life, even when the guild leaders of first-rate guilds offered billions of credits, they still couldn't secure a slot in the upper zone. Only the guild leaders of super first-rate guilds could barely manage to do so. Yet, now, Frost Heaven was actually offering 3 slots to Zero Wing. At this moment, Shi Feng wouldn't be surprised if Frost Heaven wanted Zero Wing to mount a full-on assault on the 5 great super guilds. You're quite lucky, honestly. If it were any other time, Frost Heaven most likely wouldn't offer such a price for Zero Wing's help, Duan Hanshan said, sighing. As for what exactly Frost Heaven wants Zero Wing to do, I can't reveal it to you now. Someone from Frost Heaven will notify you when the time comes. In any case, it isn't a simple task. Zero Wing has to be careful. Otherwise, it wouldn't be surprising if Zero Wing were to perish. Thank you for your reminder, Elder Duan. Shi Feng sincerely thanked Duan Hanshan. Duan Hanshan's willingness to reveal the Dragon Phoenix Pavilions and Saint's Hands matters to him already demonstrated Azure's sincerity in its partnership with Zero Wing. Shi Feng naturally had to show his appreciation. Azure hasn't done anything noteworthy. How you'll proceed in the future is still up to you to decide, Duan Hanshan said, chuckling. Seeing as Shi Feng was willing to accept the Azure Chamber of Commerce's kindness, his task here was done. All right, I should go now. After saying so, Duan Hanshan left the reception room. He didn't even let Shi Feng send him off as he silently disappeared from Zero Wing's headquarters. Guild leader, what should we do now? Liang Jing asked worriedly after Duan Hanshan left. Saint's hand posed too much of a threat. If they didn't act carefully, they might very well end up like the Dragon Phoenix Pavilion and 9-Star family. We can only take things as they come, Shi Feng said. However, we'll have to reorganize our plans. Once God's Domain system update ends, have all of Zero Wing's main force members gather at Silver Wing City. It's about time Zero Wing underwent some changes. God's Domain's major updates were extraordinary, each triggering a complete shift in the game's structure. Since the first major update came a little sooner than expected, he would have to start overhauling Zero Wing's expansion plans. Otherwise, the guild wouldn't even have scraps to fight over, let alone contending against Saint's Hand and the various superpowers. I understand. I'll get it done as soon as I go online, Liang Jing said, nodding. Time passed quickly. Before anyone knew it, God's Domain's major update had been completed, and everyone started logging back into the game at 7 o'clock in the morning. Lying in his virtual gaming cabin, Shi Feng took a deep breath when he saw the login button appear on the screen before him. Login.